only to cast their vote in the state of West Bengal, and it is being stated that this narrative was said that this time people have to come out more and more to poll. These are the visuals from Murshidabad, where we see women voters, male voters all arriving at the polling station. They all have queued up. And also this time it's not going to be an easy, because each and every once the cards are going to be checked. The voter ID card need to have an epic number which is mentioned by the Election Commission of India. There are several documents which they have to take. The observers here will cross-check if their name is in the voting list or not. Only then they'll be given a slip to cast their vote. This time tremendous exercise of the SIR has happened in the state of West Bengal majorly. In fact, the voters was deleted, supplementary list came out, but still overall voter in the state of West Bengal, more than 90 lakh has been deleted. 6 crore 82 lakh 51,008 is the present electorate voter in the state of West Bengal. In the first phase, there are 152 seats which are going on poll today. If we talk majorly about the North Bengal region, 54 seats are here in North Bengal region, and BJP is expecting they can at least grab more than 35 seats in the only North Bengal region. They believe in several sectors the percentage is going to go high. So this is the high-stake battle we are speaking about, and this first phase is going to be very interesting, because if no violence is reported, that means the machinery, the agency, the deployment of the security personnel, all should be given credit to that then. But we'll see how the day transpires. At 7 o'clock, the polling has just begun. We see more and more women voters going towards the polling station, and that's the beauty of the democracy we always see during election. Your right to vote, right to cast your vote, one person, one vote. This is what everyone has been stating about, and that's in democracy very important, who we want to be our candidate and whom we don't want as our candidate. And this election, West Bengal election, is the election which everyone is looking at as the very high octane election. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha, a high-octane election lined up, and I can see a lot of women going to the polling booths to cast their vote. Of course, TMC has given the pitch in the guise of Lakshmi Bhandar and talking about the welfare and the governance in the state. But also we have BJP on the other side, of course, floating many schemes for the women voters. But would also like to cut across to other reporters that we have joining from Ground Zero. Amrita, why don't we start with Tamil Nadu now, where we have
yes,
the presence
let us also bring in Shada, who is now joining us from Chennai. Shada, initially and historically, Tamil Nadu, as we know it, has always been a bipolar between a DMK and the AIA-DMK, and now with TVK's debut and with its leader Vijay entering into politics and himself contesting from 2 seats from Perambur and Trichy East. Now, it looks like the ambitions are high, and they are also set to pull out votes from both these big major leagues. And now, what's the ground as polling booths are opening? So what are you sensing as of now from the ground, Sharda?
Well, this is the first time that Tamil Nadu is facing a three-corner fight. As you mentioned, DMK and the AIA-DMK for the past 50 years have been fighting all throughout Tamil Nadu, but this is the first time they're going to be facing another party, which is the Vijay's party, the TVK, which is giving them a strong fight in all 234 constituencies. Vijay is contesting in 2 main locations, Perambur and Trichy East. Likely that Vijay will also emerge as one of the winners, is what the TVK party members are speaking to us, telling. Right now, the elections have already started in the seat of Tamil Nadu past 7 a.m. Already, most of the people, many leaders have come out to vote as we speak. There's political leaders P. Chidambaram, and there's also N. Seeman, who's contesting as chief ministerial candidate for the party Nam Tamil Katchi. NTK, which is the 4th party, which is after the DMK, ADMK and TVK in line, is also casted his vote. Actor Ajit Kumar has casted his vote. Right now, it's all left to in the people hand whether Tamil Nadu will continue under the hands of the DMK or the AIADMK, or will they be giving another chance, a new chance to the political party that's newly emerging, which is the Vijay's party? In the last 2 days, we've been seeing the campaigns that's going on, whereas Edappadi K. Palaniswamy approaching the people in a very soft manner, reminding them what happened in the 10 years tenure when AIADMK was in power, whereas the DMK giving a strong statement telling that in the last 5 years how Tamil Nadu as a state has developed in GDP and how DMK 2.0 is the new the role that they can give for the people, and whereas the Vijay's party TVK has been announcing that they need a new opportunity to show that Tamil Nadu can be brought in a newer light. As we speak, under the NDA, the AIADMK alliance, Edappadi is the chief ministerial candidate, whereas the BJP is the second largest party and the Congress under the DMK is the second largest alliance party. Both the alliance party, which is from the national level, are contesting in only 27 seats, whereas the AIADMK and the DMK are heading on in almost 170 to 172 seats, and they are fighting each other directly in almost 120 seats. And this time it is very important for Tamil Nadu to either choose for the NDA or the DMK plus alliance, and this time this is going to be a high octane election, a very confusing election for the people as well, not knowing whether it would be whether DMK or the AIADMK taking a clean sweep, because there is always a question whether Vijay's party TVK is going to take whose votes, whether it's the AIADMK's women votes, whether the DMK's youth votes, or whether the entire scenario of the voting rights would be disturbed, whereas the TVK gaining at least 30% is required to make their win, and that is the question that remains, whether the Tamil Nadu will still fight with the two main parties or whether a third party can actually divulge into what the traditional politics has been set in the last 50 years, Amrita.
Yes, in fact, Sharda, we also have our other reporters joining in as well, and do keep updating as we will get back to you shortly, Sharda. And now, Hina, we have other reporters joining us from the ground in Tamil Nadu as well. And
right.
do you want to take it?
I would like to go across to our colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us from Coimbatore. Aishwarya, this time we saw debate, in fact, happening around the topic of federalism, and how, in fact, most recently we saw how leaders were talking about delimitation and opposing it and talking about the state autonomy. This is one factor that has remained consistent when you talk about the campaign been led by the DMK party.
Certainly, we are here from the Coimbatore constituency, which is definitely one of the key towns or the key constituency in the entire political scenario of Tamil Nadu, because this has become one of the BJP's traditional foothold in Tamil Nadu, where it could break through from Tamil Nadu, where Vanati Srinivasan had won majorly from in the part 2021 elections. Breaking through the Tamil Nadu, breaking BJP that could come into the Tamil Nadu politics as well. And we can see from the past 7 a.m. there has been voting started in this particular constituency, where Vanati Srinivasan, interestingly, has been moved from Coimbatore South, where she had won last time, to Coimbatore North this time, where the DMK on the other hand is also trying to have their own share of this particular Coimbatore constituency, where they have moved Senthil Balaji, they're one of their key leaders, from Kannur to Coimbatore South, where they are also trying to take a part of Coimbatore onto their hands. That is what we can see, an interesting fight, though not directly but indirectly, between the DMK and BJP here, where they're trying to get into the politics of Tamil Nadu. Interestingly, Coimbatore is one of the key constituencies where this is an interesting mix of voters in Coimbatore, where there are business oriented people, there are youth, there is a mix of urban as well as rural and business oriented voters who would choose their who will choose their leaders accordingly, and that is the reason, one of the reasons they have said that because they'll choose BJP. The BJP has could break through into this, that because there is this business oriented people, as it is one of the textile and manufacturing industry that is being developed in Coimbatore. So that is one of the reasons that this also is said that the BJP could break through initially from Coimbatore as well. So that is the reason there is an interesting fight, though not directly, between DMK and BJP, which is yet to be seen from Coimbatore. Back to studio.
Right, Aishwarya. Right. As Aishwarya, Harsha and Sharda do stay with us, as we will come back to you very shortly. But we're now taking a short break, and we will definitely get you coverage of all of the election details that's taking place in both Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Coming back after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG-29 love its speed and quick turns. With the new missile, the plane stays agile but hits harder and from safer distance. In modern wars full of electronic jamming and surprise attacks, this extra edge can decide who wins. The Indian Air Force.
प्यास बुझाई ठंडक लाई सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Character, the taste of success.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian plains. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the advanced medium combat aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG-29 love its speed and quick turns. With the new missile, the plane stays agile but hits harder and from safer distance. In modern wars full of electronic jamming and surprise attacks, this extra edge can decide who wins. The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tamil Nadu is all set to vote today, polling for all 234 assembly constituencies in the state. Three-way battle between DMK, NDA Alliance and TDK. Actor Vijay all set for electoral debut as the state goes to poll today. Question remains, will he emerge as a decisive factor? With Tamil Nadu all set to vote, will special intensive revision of electoral rolls impact voter turnout? West Bengal is all set to vote in the first phase of the assembly elections, with polling scheduled to take place in 152 constituencies across North Bengal and southern parts. West Bengal heads into high-stakes battle as TMC, BJP and Left Congress alliance gear up for assembly contest. Will Mamata Banerjee secure a fourth straight term, or BJP finally will break through in the state of Bengal?
Ladies and gentlemen, the decisive phase for the state of West Bengal. And as the high-octane campaigning comes to an end in the phase one, where over 160 seats that are up for grabs, will Mamata Banerjee be able to retain her strongholds? And Bharatiya Janata Party, which has essentially made that final big push with Home Minister Amit Shah now campaigning in West Bengal. What's going to be the fate of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee? And also, in the state of Tamil Nadu, the Dravidian parties have always had what is seen as interchangeability. Will that really happen this time, or Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will be able to pull it through? Is Vijay going to be the X factor? All of this becoming the decisiveness as far as this election is concerned. Over the next couple of minutes, what we are going to do is take our viewers through our reporters who are getting us the ground report, and in fact, what's really the mood really on the ground. We're going to start with West Bengal, Murshidabad. In fact, that's been the highly contested constituencies in the state of West Bengal. Of course, this comes after the SIR revision that has essentially taken place, and it's been the biggest talking point. Harsha, what's the mood like? I just want you to move around, give us a sense of what's really happening in Murshidabad. It's just 30 minutes into the voting that has begun, but what's the mood like?
So Shravan, the mood since morning here seems to be, very ecstatic amongst the voters. I'll ask my cameraman Atanu to move around also and show you the visuals here, because we see long queue of women and men. But separate lines have been formed here at polling stations in Murshidabad. This election for Murshidabad is very interesting and different, Shravan, as compared to the 2021 Assembly election, because this time there has been the highest number of voter deletion in Murshidabad. Only more than 11 lakh voters were deleted during the SIR process. In fact, till Wednesday, from tribunal also, the supplementary list which came out, not much changed and not much added in the Murshidabad district. And if we talk about district, there are 22 assembly constituencies which are voting today in, are on poll today in the Murshidabad. The visuals here, because if we talk about the security personnel have also been deployed, but the process of voting right now, Shravan, here is extremely slow, because we think there's some issue with the EVM machine here, because there are three polling booths which have been made, and both the queues, what we are witnessing is that from last 30 minutes the queue seems to be stagnant. The voters are not moving inside. Most are waiting for their turn to come, because there's some issue with the machine. What we have got to know from the polling agents, that there's some issue which is coming in the machine. It will take some time for it to rectify, and after that the polling will again resume. But the entire if we talk about Murshidabad, the voting is very interesting. From Behrampur, from Jagirpuri, Dumkol, from where Humayun Kabir is contesting, BJP's Tapas Chaudhary as well. There's so many contesters, Shravan, who are in fray with the TMC with the TMC candidates in this election. But Murshidabad heavily, because this morning what we are witnessing is that women in huge numbers are coming to the polling booths. Women were the most talked about both the parties, BJP and TMC. Be it TMC's Lakshmi Bhandar Yojana, or be it BJP's rupees 3,000 rupees promise, each and every yojanas were for women empowerment, women Sashakti-karan, the safety, law and order situation for women, or was talked about a lot by the TMC and BJP leaders. And what we see here interesting is that since morning we have seen women from 25 years of age group till 70 years coming here in the morning. They are standing in the queue waiting for their turn. We spoke to some, although I'm not much able to understand the Bengali here, Shravan, but when we spoke to them, they explained us that we are here since 6:30. We were waiting for the polling booth centers to open so that we can cast our vote. But this time what we see here is that festival of democracy being celebrated heavily by the voters here. They are very well aware of their right to vote. One person, one vote, how important this is in the festival of democracy. And these visuals actually state that this time the polling percentage is not going to be like 2021. It's going to be much higher than 2021. Back to you.
Well, in fact, the focus has also been on some of the major challenges. In fact, Harsha, you've spoken to Shuvendu Adhikari through this entire campaigning, and what one has essentially seen is that BJP's main challenger to Mamata Banerjee, that is Shuvendu Adhikari, was fielded from Nandigram, and the surprise victory that we saw of Shuvendu Adhikari in the previous elections. This time too, he's taken on Mamata Banerjee head on, be it in Nandigram or Bhawanipur. In fact, this morning we spoke to the main challenger in this election, Shuvendu Adhikari. Listen to what he had to say.
नहीं डेमोक्रेसी में ये सब नहीं होता। डेमोक्रेसी में ना वो तो पार्टी नहीं है, वो गुंडा का जमड़ा है।
पूजा अर्चना करके आज आप निकले, क्या लग रहा है?
ये हम हिंदू है, सनातनी है, जो हमारी प्रथा है वो मैं करके सूर्य प्रणाम करके गायत्री मंत्र करके हमारी सबको प्रणाम करके गार्डियन को प्रणाम करके सबको नमन करते हुए मैं
ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला?
तो मैं पूरा पोलिंग एजेंट के साथ बात कर लिया। मेरा क्षेत्र का सब पोलिंग एजेंट चला गया, पूरा जिला का भी मिल गया। एक में डिस्टर्ब था नॉर्थ कोंटाई में, वो भी क्लियर कर दिया।
अच्छा सर, ऐसा यार आखिरी सवाल, ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर हो सकता है इस बार चुनाव?
जब काउंटिंग होगा तो पता ही चलेगा किस तरीके से असर हुआ। देद वोटर, फेक वोटर, ट्रिपल डबल एंट्री और घुसपैठिया का नाम नहीं है तो ममता बनर्जी को जीतने का कोई स्कोप भी नहीं है।
Well, in fact, Hina, these are the latest visuals now coming in from Tamil Nadu. EPS there of the AIADMK. In fact, Hina, we've heard EPS's interview with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, where he's essentially spoken about what he believes has been plaguing the state of Tamil Nadu, that is corruption. And in fact, he says that the legacy of J. Lalita would have only been taken forward now, and perhaps the only alternative to the DMK has been the AIADMK. He is quite confident that the same tradition is going to continue.
Right. In fact, this is also a fight of legacy. We have Karunanidhi versus the Jayalalitha legacy. And in fact, Shravan, in the state of Tamil Nadu, we also have a huge percentage of first-time voters in the electorate. And would like to go across to my colleague Sharda, who is on ground zero from Chennai. Sharda, first-time voters constitute a big percentage in this elections, and it will be a decisive vote. And what will happen, in which direction will the votes sway, is very essential for one to look out for, because these voters can be kingmakers in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Very true, because at least 14,50,000 people are youth and the first-time voters. While we take the first-time voters 14 lakhs, there's also an increase in number of youth who are under between 18 plus and 35 below, where their votes are consolidatedly making at least up to 25% of the voter turnout in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now the question remains whether these youth who are technically the GMK and the ADMK voters will now be splitting, and whether these votes would go to Vijay's TVK party. The question remains whether these voters will continue remain being with their traditional DMK and the AIDMK party that they have been supporting, depending on the plans and the manifesto that both the parties have been giving in the last 50 years. And also now there's TVK in place, which gives us a question whether will these votes be managed to be taken away by the TVK leader Vijay. Another important question that comes in when it comes to the youth voters of Tamil Nadu is if they were voting for the AIADMK and if they were voting for the DMK, if there is an anti-incumbency that they feel, will these votes go directly into the opposition party, the two traditional parties, or will there be a different vote split between all three parties, whether continues with the DMK, who are strong followers or ardent followers of the ideological politics, continue to stick with DMK, whereas the women voters being high in the state of Tamil Nadu with 51% of the entire count will go back to the AIADMK, bringing in factor that the welfare schemes given by the AIADMK is more when compared to the DMK, or are they planning to give an opportunity to the third party, which is the Vijay's TVK?
Well, in fact, these are the live images now coming in from Chennai. The former governor of Puducherry and the candidate of the Bharatiya Janata party, Tamilsai, is there. In fact, Sharda, when you spoke to her in the run-up to the elections, there was a lot of speculations that was doing the rounds about infighting within the Bharatiya Janata party, particularly about Annamalai and Tamilsai there. But Tamilsai, on record, has always denied, saying that, in fact, Annamalai has said that he is what he calls himself the armed party Karyakarta, and he would continue doing the work. So, as far as the BJP is concerned, what's the sense that you're essentially getting on the ground? Will there be a bit of a change for them, given the fact that they have gone through a sea change in their leadership?
Well, the change of the leadership in the BJP brings in a very big question, because in the last 4 years, Annamalai, serving as the BJP leader, brought a very much change to the state of Tamil Nadu, making sure that the party as such was identified in Tamil Nadu, in between the ideological parties, between the DMK and the AIADMK. BJP, which was always seen as a right-wing or for Hindu party, changed a little stance, saying that they are not for corruption, they are against the DMK, and only in that position did Annamalai bring out the party, BJP party. But right before the alliance, the change of the leadership did bring in a small dent in the
Sharda, I think
BJP
so.
party.
Tamilsai is just speaking. I'm sorry to interrupting you. Let's just listen in.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதல்ல you are blocking that. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இல்ல 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 இருங்க இருங்க இருங்க.
In the Viragamba constituency, where she's also contesting from the Mylapore, announcing that she's casted a oath. Tamilsai is telling that.
No. Yeah. They are helping you. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதல்ல ஆண்டவனை பிரார்த்தித்துவிட்டு ஜனநாயக திருக்கோயிலான
sees that she has done her citizen rights properly, that she's first went to the temple before casting her oath, and that she went to the temple along with her family and has now completed her citizens oaths where she's done. She's also mentioning that this is the same place where she contested earlier, the Viravakkam constituency, where she had contested earlier from. She's also pointing out whether earlier she had come to the constituency polling booth, where she had come as the BJP leader, where she had come as a politician formerly, where she had come as a governor of Puducherry and Telangana earlier, and now as an important citizen, as a normal citizen, as a BJP Karyakarta who's all set to vote, and she had come today with full spirits that she'd be voting there. Pointing out that being the governor, they are the first citizen of the particular state, and that she had done that particular oath last time when she had come. Even after she became the Telangana and the Puducherry governor, she made sure that she still went back to Chennai to cast her oath in the Viravakkam constituency, pointing out though governor is the first person as a citizen who should be voting in the state that they are in, but Tamilsai made sure that her love for the Chennai and Tamil Nadu doesn't change, and that she had come to vote to Chennai at the time. Thanking the people of the BJP and the public, she's saying that she got an opportunity to contest in the Mylapore constituency, and she's also thanking the people for believing her under the BJP regime, and saying that she was selected by the party members and the public have been given equal support. She is also requesting the people to make sure to come out and cast a vote. She's also pointing that the women's voices in the parliament are very low, and requesting the people to come and vote regularly every time when there's an election, and making sure today that at least 95% of the vote is being casted in every constituency in Tamil Nadu, to make sure that a women's voice in the parliament is heard. She's also pointing out about the issues that the Mylapore constituency faced yesterday, where the DMK leader T. Velu's aide had given an accusation telling that money was distributed to the people of the Mylapore constituency. She's pointing out that the DMK was making sure that nobody wins in the constituency apart from that, and that this problem was everywhere. And today she's pointing out that the election commission should take necessary actions, and that it is under the ECI to make sure that these kinds kind of mishaps do not happen during or before the date of elections. Pointing out the SIR in the state that has happened, saying that all the fake votes have now been removed and that it is in the hands of the people to make sure that the government that is going to be formed is supportive of the people and not for corruption.
Let's also move to the other key constituencies in the state of Tamil Nadu. In fact, what we saw in the run-up to the elections, one major area of concentration for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Tamil Nadu has been Coimbatore. It's also the same parliamentary constituency from where Annamalai had contested. But what's the edge as far as challenger Vijay is concerned? I'm just going to get a quick word before I go back to the state of West Bengal and also give you a snapshot of the key constituencies in the state of West Bengal. That's the first phase of polling. As far as the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned, it's on a single phase where the election is going to take place. What's the impact like as far as Vijay is concerned? Vijay undoubtedly has been drawing a large number of crowd. People say it's mostly youth that has been attracted. Some say that he's also going to cut into what is going to be seen as the anti-incumbency vote. You have spoken to the deputy of Vijay. What's the sense that you're really getting? Are they going to be a serious challenger, Sharda, given the fact that we have seen the history of several of actor-turned-politicians in the state of Tamil Nadu? We'll then go across to the soundbite coming in from West Bengal. First, a quick update, Sharda. I think so. Humayun Kabir in West Bengal is speaking. Humayun Kabir, who was in alliance with the AIMIM, there's a major controversy that rocked the party.
Madness of to अपनी तरह रियाज कर दिया है। 23 अप्रैल 7 बजे से शुरू होना है। 152 सीट के चुनाव आज हो रहा है। कुचबिहार लेके सारे स्टेट 152 सीट चुनाव आज है। 23 अप्रैल सब लोगों को बधाई दे रहा हूँ। सब लोगों को शांति से सब अपना अपना को जो चॉइस है जो पसंद है इनको बस वोट डाल देता है। सही सलामत मेरा अपील करेंगे। इसमें उम्र में पहुंच गया। आज इतना दिन से 1982 से मैं चुनाव में भाग ले रहा है, लेकिन ये पहले बार मेरा खुद मेरा ही पट्टी है, मेरा ही सिंबल है, मेरा ही जो व्हीसल चिन्ह है, बासी चिन्ह है, मैं कैंडिडेट है। मेरा अपना को पास नहीं, मेरा पास पहले नेशनल कांग्रेस का हाथ में वोट करना तो टीएमसी को आज मेरा खुद पार्टी को पास ये बहुत
नया एक्सपीरियंस है। कैसा लग रहा है?
Now, viewers, I would like to go across to my colleague who is joining us from Coimbatore. Aishwarya, Coimbatore North is a focal constituency as far as Tamil Nadu elections are concerned, and we have stalwart leaders fighting from that constituency. We have BJP National President of Mahila Morcha, and then we also have DMK's Senthamil Selvan. So a high-stakes battle there as well. What do you think are the key issues in Coimbatore North?
See, the Coimbatore North, when it comes to Coimbatore North, which is one of the key constituencies, as it amounts to the second largest voter base for Tamil Nadu from here. But there's an interesting mix of voter base here in Coimbatore, especially from the Coimbatore North seat as well as Coimbatore South seat, where the most of the voters are from the business class, because this Coimbatore is known for its textile and manufacturing industry, and most of them who are living here, or most of the people here want to change income when it comes to the industries, the policies, or even when it comes to the beneficiaries, or even one of the policies that could benefit them when it comes to the industries as well as the textile industry, to be specific. So the voters here, though the Coimbatore has always been an AIADMK bastion, where they had won twice, and in 2021 the BJP had a breakthrough where Vanati Srinivasan, the Baila Morcha leader of the BJP, had won the high stake elections in 2021, giving a BJP a high relief because of its breakthrough into one of the key constituencies of Tamil Nadu. From then to now, even Annamalai had one of the key leaders for the Lok Sabha elections contested from the same Coimbatore, where though he could not win, there was a close battle between the BJP and the DMK as well. So this has become a AIA-DMK bastion earlier, and now the shift has slowly we can see to the BJP as well, and where this time around it is to be seen if Vanati could retain her seat. Interestingly, where she had won from Coimbatore South the last time in 2021, she has been moved to Coimbatore North, which is the other constituency where the BJP is also trying to make that their own. On the other hand, the Coimbatore South, interestingly, if you could see, the DMK could never steep into the Coimbatore, but this time they have fielded their key candidate, that is Sendil Balaji, who was a transport minister and a controversial figure because of his high-stake custody. He was in jail the last time for almost a year. This time he has been contested, he has been fielded from the Coimbatore South seat, and BJP's Vanati Srinivasan, who had won in the 2021 elections from the Coimbatore South, has been shifted to Coimbatore North. So this is, though not directly, this has become a battle between the DMKs and the BJP for two key constituencies, that is Coimbatore South as well as Coimbatore North. There's another key constituency which comes under the Coimbatore, is the Avinashi constituency. This is important because this is a constituency for the reserved candidates, and L. Murugan from the BJP, who is also the state minister, is being fielded this time from the Avinashi constituency. It is to be seen if he could win the Avinashi constituency for the BJP as well. So the voters here is an interesting mix between urban, rural as well as business class, and that is it is to be seen if Vanati Srinivasan could retain her BJP seat, or DMK will have a part of Coimbatore by winning in Coimbatore South. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all of these details. Now, viewers, we have more election coverage lined up on the other side of the break, but slipping into a short break, don't go anywhere. West Bengal all set to vote in the first phase of the assembly elections, with polling scheduled to take place in 152 constituencies across North Bengal and southern parts. West Bengal heads into high-stakes battle as TMC, BJP and Left Congress alliance gear up for assembly contest. Will Mamata Banerjee secure a fourth straight term, or BJP will finally break through in the state?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Correct. the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted display.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma, and my colleague, Senior Executive Editor, Shravan Sen. And we are covering the high-stakes battle in the assembly elections in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. We have ground presence of our reporters in key constituencies and will continue to track how the voter mood looks like. But first,
well, in fact, Hina, Republic Media Network is the only network covering almost every seat in the state of West Bengal, and from the heart of Tamil Nadu, we get you the key issues and which way is it really headed. With the maximum number of reporters covering some of the key constituencies in both the states, perhaps it's only prudent that you stay with Republic Media Network as we take you through the pulse of both the states as they go to the polls. Up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Tamil Nadu set to vote today, polling for all 234 assembly constituencies in state. Three-way battle between DMK, NDA Alliance and TVK.
actor Vijay all set for electoral debut as the state goes to poll today. Question remains, will he emerge as decisive factor?
With Tamil Nadu set to vote, will SIR of the electoral rules impact voter turnout?
West Bengal all set to vote in the first phase of the assembly elections, with polling scheduled to take place in 152 constituencies across northern Bengal and some of the southern parts.
West Bengal heads into high-stakes battle as Trinamool Congress, BJP and Left Congress alliance gear up for assembly contest. Will Mamata secure a fourth straight term? Or BJP finally makes the breakthrough in Bengal? Phase 1 of polling in the state of West Bengal. In the phase, 152 seats up for grabs, 3.6 crore voters. But Hina, the big contention right now is about the SIR, which basically looms large. And that's been the big controversy heading towards this entire elections as far as what impact does it really have, the kind of deletion that it's taken place. And that's the reason why, we have our reporters really sending us ground reports from key constituencies, key areas like Murshidabad to begin with, because maximum number of deletion has taken place. As far as the state of West Bengal is concerned, what's the poll campaign been like? A high-octane campaigning being done by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's camping there. Charging against the Bharatiya Janata Party, Trinamool Congress has been talking about what they say, protecting the regional identity. That's what been the poll plank of the Trinamool Congress. What is it like for the Trinamool Congress as Mamata Banerjee is heading towards what she believes is yet another consecutive term, and the fact that she has essentially branded the Bharatiya Janata Party, Hina, as an outsider party? Will that find any sort of resonance in the state of West Bengal? That's the key question. It's going to be a tough battle undoubtedly for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Professor Dinesh Varshne is also joining us on this broadcast. He's the National Executive Secretary of the CPI Delhi. Professor Varshne, as far as the Left Congress alliance is concerned, not much has been spoken about in this elections, but do you believe that the SIR deletion would be a key concern right now? 3.6 crore voters this time in phase 1 of the elections?
It is a key concern because SIR is not giving a right to vote to the voters. In fact, it is a defranchisation.
But the argument that has been made is that it is a cleaning up of the electoral rolls. The Supreme Court has basically come into the picture, mandated the tribunals to clear up the case. 139 have been cleared as far as the first phase of the polling is concerned. Do you still believe that it is not a cleaning up of the electoral rolls, and that's going to have the clear impact and perhaps giving an advantage to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Look, we are not against the clearing of the process of the election. It has been done earlier also. Only problem is when you do it half-heartedly. The problem is you are not able to decide so many cases in lakhs, and you are going for poll. This is, in fact, is a thwarting of the election process, a fair election process, a fair chance of elections to everybody.
Madhuvanti, Professor Varshne says that not against cleaning up of the electoral rolls, but the manner in which it was done. Even today, as far as the adjudication process is concerned before the tribunal, it is still pending. 139, that's the meager amount of number of voters that have been allowed to go in for voting this time in the phase 1 in Bengal. It's also going to have some sort of an impact as far as the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned.
சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில்
and he is now talking about the current ongoing political scenario in the state of Tamil Nadu. Following the part where he casted his vote, he said that he has exercised his rights as a citizen to vote, and he is saying that it is important for every citizen to vote today. Edappadi Palaniswamy says he is 100% confident that the NDA will be coming back to power with the AIADMK leading in the number of seats that they would be winning. While talking about the election scenario, Edappadi says the election is just begin and that people should come out of their house to make sure that they are casting their vote today, as it is very important. The only thing that he wants to tell the people today is not vote for this party or that party, but make sure that they are exercising their citizen rights, and it is their own rights to decide which party should come to power, and it is their own mindset to decide which party that they will be voting for today, and that he will not ask them to vote for him or his own party members just today morning, but make sure that they think and vote for who they want to be in power. Saying that today is a very important day for the people of Tamil Nadu, and it is in their hands to decide what the future lies for them, and it is in their decision.
And now I would like to go across to YG Madhuvanti, political analyst joining us from Chennai. Madhuvanti, this is a very crucial elections, and we have a three-cornered fight essentially. But of course, very interestingly, what everyone is talking about is that whether actor Vijay will be a disruptor in these elections. Of course, he is linked to various controversies, Karur stampede, various viral videos of him showing how he's flouting rules in the state. But do you think that he will play a key role in this election? Because people are debating whether he will gain a large amount of vote or his political hopes will be shattered altogether.
See, I have traveled the length and breadth of Tamil Nadu the past 2-3 weeks, and I've been campaigning extensively for the NDA. And let me be very honest with you, beyond Chennai, there is absolutely no presence of the TVK, if at all you want to know what's going on in the ground. That is the true ground reality. So this three-cornered fight in itself is very amusing to me, because it's a very clear two-cornered fight. One, between the DMK plus alliance, two, between the ADMK plus alliance. Mr. Vijay is trying to create an impact, and yes, he will create a certain impact. But if you're going to think that that impact is going to change the fate of Tamil Nadu and go pro-TVK, I don't think that is going to happen at all. Because all these theatrics, these gimmicks, these dramatics, these are things that the people of Tamil Nadu see through. I always say this, and I continue to say it even this morning, you cannot fool the electorate of Tamil Nadu. No amount of drama or theatrics is going to fool them, especially the women of Tamil Nadu, and they are all very, very clear on which side they want to vote for. The mandate is very clear. Come May 4th, we will discuss this also.
To go across to Professor Varshni now.
In fact, Hina, I think so. As we go to Professor Varshni, we'll also cut across to the live visuals coming in of Shuvendu Adhikari. Shuvendu, very interesting. Professor Varshni has been constantly reiterating that it is the Sanatani in him, and he is projecting himself as what he would like to be seen as the Hindu, the icon of Hindus in the state of West Bengal. I think so. EPS has spoken again, but we'll go back. Can we go across to Shuvendu's visuals? I don't think we'll be able to cut across to EPS right now because. Okay, these are the latest images now coming in from Chennai there, where you have EPS who's just voted a short while back and essentially sending across the message of what he says of change. Let me go back to those images now coming in from Nondigram, where Shuvendu Adhikari is voting right now. This morning, Professor Varshni, once again, he says that as a Sanatani, he once again reiterates the fact, calling for people to come out in large numbers, and he says SIR has taken care of most of the issues.
Look, what Shuvendu Adhikari is speaking always, even during elections, is by and large is a clear-cut violation of the poll code. He speaks of religious fanaticism, he speaks of on religious ground and communal grounds. We don't approve it, and the people of Bengal will answer them. They have made a fortress of the police and paramilitary forces in Bengal. They will learn the lesson.
Won't you accept that he's the biggest challenger to Mamata Banerjee? Let's give it to him that first taking the fight to Nondigram, and the moment she wasn't contesting from Nondigram and she changed the constituency, she says that she's going to contest from Bhawanipur. You have BJP fielding Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur also. So let's admit it that he's a keen fighter, and the fact that he's turning out to be the biggest challenger right now in the state of West Bengal.
No, in West Bengal, election is not only between the Mamata Banerjee, TMC and the BJP. It is also there, the left forces are there. We will perform better than the last time, much better than the last time. And as far as Shuvendu Adhikari fielding from the Nandigram and Bhawanipur, both the seats, it is a matter between TMC and the BJP. But I am very sure that the people of Bengal will teach them a lesson to the BJP, the communal BJP, the so-called...
दादा एजेंट के साथ आप बैठे हुए एकदम सहज हैं आप एकदम आपके कार्यकर्ताओं में ताकत है ये ताकत है आपकी
बीजेपी का कोई नेता का कोई ऊपर डिपेंड नहीं करता
तो इस बार क्या होने वाला है
ताकत है बीजेपी का बूथ कार्यकर्ता
इस बार क्या होने वाला दादा
नरेंद्र मोदी जी खुद बात किया पश्चिम बंगाल के हर बूथ कार्यकर्ता यही ताकत है ये लोग बिना साठ देश के लिए और सनातन का रक्षा करने के लिए काम करते हैं
तो सनातन की रक्षा इस बार होगी
जरूर होगा सनातन जीतेगा राष्ट्रवाद जीते तो मुख्यमंत्री उसका साथ बेरोजगारी खत्म करने का हम लोग का
तो IBC 24 पर आप क्या कह रहे हैं इस बार क्या जिम्मेदारी होगी आपकी
जिम्मेदारी यही है अच्छा करके चुनाव करना और गुंडा को रोकना और ममता बनर्जी को भवानीपुर में हरा
इस बार हरा रहा है भवानीपुर
बांग्ला जो बोल
हिंदी हो गया हिंदी वाला
পশ্চিম মেদিনীপুরে কিংলা রশ্মি চিন্ময় প্রমাণ চিন্ময় প্রামাণিক ওসি কিংলাকে উকিল লাগবে বিচার করতে হবে বাকি কোথাও সমস্যা নেই দিন করে করেছিল আমাদের প্রার্থী ডাক্তার বের করে নিয়ে গেছে
Well, in fact, Trinamool Congress finds its biggest challenge in the form of Shuvendu Adhikari. There you have Shuvendu Adhikari after casting his vote in Nondigram. I'm not too sure whether he's saying anything right now. Let's try and listen in and I'll translate that. But it seems that he just stepped out after meeting the polling agents there. In all likelihood, you would be expecting him now. I'm given to understand where he's expected to leave from Nondigram as the Prime Minister has several of his road shows lined up today. We'll see if we can play that out once again. Shuvendu Adhikari, in fact, also spoke to our colleague earlier today. We'll try and see if we can play that out, and these live images now coming in. Professor Vashti, staying with what we've been saying, as far as Shuvendu Adhikari is concerned, you're saying that there's too much that has been read into Shuvendu Adhikari. Left plays an important role. The only image, perhaps a defining image of the left this time was Biman Basu, who was out on the streets campaigning. Apart from Biman Basu, who exactly were you really looking at in terms of campaigning?
Look, in the left parties, we are not based on individual leadership. There are leadership in the left parties, but we believe in our cadre faith. We are a cadre-based politics. We do cadre-based politics, and our cadre is working in every constituency.
Professor Varshi, the cadre that has moved to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
None of our cadre has gone to Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm sorry. I've never heard it. I am a national executive member. I deal with the organization in the party, and I have never seen
don't you believe that you do have a very strong challenge? But Professor Vashti, will you not admit the fact that it is an uphill task for the left right now in the state of West Bengal? And if things don't go your way in the state of Kerala, your ideology is completely wiped out in that case.
In fact, Shravan, I would like to add to this.
First of all, ideologies are never wiped out. Ideologies are
I'm talking about if you're not in power, if you're not in power in the state of West Bengal and Kerala, you're getting it into a literal terms, but all that I'm saying is that, not in power, completely wiped out from the memory of the public.
Look, if your logic goes, then Modi ji and Trump could have never abused the communists that they are fighting for the people.
Professor
Modi ji has said thrice, Trump has said twice. They are attacking only the left. In Italy, the right reactionaries are attacking only the left. In Greece, the right reaction is attacking only the left. The communist ideology cannot be killed because this is people-based politics. And there is no other political party in the world, or there is no other ideology which says of people-based politics. They may adopt one or two welfare measures, but that is not the fundamental welfare measure on the basis of abolition of exploitation of the working class and the toiling people.
In fact, Shravan, this also comes at a time when we are talking about the ideology of CPI been decimated in the state of West Bengal. Before TMC could dislodge the Communist Party, it was able to secure about 38% of the votes electorate. And this is the same what is happening in the case of BJP earlier in 2021. We saw how at around 38% of the votes were secured by the BJP. So in fact, the incremental gain that TMC secured by dislodging CPI, it is now happening with the BJP.
Look, what BJP is getting a vote in West Bengal is by and large, if there is a third election political party, that is the Election Commission of India. Fraud, addition, deletion, migrating the workers in bulk from plains in Surat, Haryana and other places, and casting the early morning 1 hour phase, the false votes. This is a problem with this election process. I am very sorry. The election process has been allowed to be abducted by the ruling party, the BJP, by the Election Commission of India, and he is saying blindly. This is unfortunate. And that is why, when the entire India bloc once had a demonstration in the Election Commission of India, and it has not heard a single petition of this thing. It is not only election, voting machine and other problems. There are problems, many other problems. Level playing field has been abolished in the elections. Plenty of money has been spent by the BJP and ruling parties there. Left cannot spend that money because we don't take the funds from the capitalists. We don't take funds from the crony capitalists.
Well, in fact,
so money and muscle power.
Professor Varshini, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly, cross over to Tamil Nadu because these are the latest images now coming in of actor turned politician Vijay, who's I believe must have cast his vote right now and coming out of the polling booth. If I'm not wrong, those are the latest images coming in. And those are the images of TVK, and now that's coming in from Kamal Haasan. In fact, what's very interesting, Madhuvanti, as far as Kamal Haasan is concerned. Kamal Haasan, goes into the Rajya Sabha. There was a point in time he had taken on the DMK also. What's really changing for him? And, I want to equate perhaps Kamal Haasan and Vijay to a certain extent because, when Kamal Haasan entered the fray, and there was a lot that was spoken about the dent that he's going to bring in, but that never happened. Do you believe that it's only the national media that has, propped up Vijay, or really it's the stardom that's going to have some sort of an impact? Because let's not take away the fact that stardom has some value in the state of West Bengal, I beg your pardon, in the state of Tamil Nadu.
No, I agree. I agree that Vijay will definitely create some sort of an impact. And he is going to create an impact more than what Mr. Haasan did in 2021 because Vijay's...
Madhuvanti, why don't you listen to what Kamal Haasan is also saying and then I'll come back. And that's an interesting point that you're making. Okay.
Well, the question asked to Kamal Haasan was, will there be a change in the state of Tamil Nadu very soon?
Sir, one bite in English, your message.
For which he says
Yes.
there will be a change that is required.
And how important is the election, sir? Okay. Thank you. How important is the election?
Talking about the elections, Kamal Haasan says it is very important for Tamil Nadu to go into elections right now to make sure that the DMK continues to rule in the state. As we remember, MNM is the party that is in alliance with the DMK, but they are not contesting the elections this time. But only Kamal Haasan has become the Rajya Sabha MP and decided his party will not contest in these elections.
And now, viewers, I would like to go back to Vadhuvanshi, who is joining us. Vadhuvanshi, you heard what Kamal Haasan said, that the party will be able to gain foothold in the state. Now, we all know that he is not fighting the elections this time around. But when he said that he is not going to fight the elections this time around, there was a lot of hesitancy whether there is an infighting going on between MNM and the DMK party. And that is the reason he had to come out and in fact say that the secular alliance is intact. What do you think about the infighting that could have been there between MNM and DMK?
Do you just realize what he said in Tamil? He said change is inevitable. Now, does that mean that he's implying that there's going to be a change of regime? I mean, he doesn't know what he says himself most of the time. So this is one more sixer that in IPL, because we are in the IPL season, this is one more full toss ball that Kamal Haasan has basically thrown to the media by saying change is inevitable. You don't say change is inevitable and then you don't say that, this party will come back to power. I mean, there's no connection. That's typically Kamal Haasan, and we are all used to it here in Tamil Nadu. My point that I was making
is there
was...
a parallel that one can draw, Madhuvanti? Is there a parallel that one can do? Because you've travelled length and breadth of Tamil Nadu, and you say that the impact of Vijay does not go beyond Chennai.
No,
is there
doesn't.
a parallel that
I
one
have
can
seen
draw between Kamal Haasan and Vijay?
Yes, I can, because what I was saying before we went into this was that Vijay will definitely create an impact, but he's not going to create the kind of impact that everybody thinks he's going to create. At the same time, having said that, he definitely has a bigger fan following than Kamal Haasan had in 2021 when he started his party. Vijay has the advantage of first-time voters, youngsters who think that he's going to create a change thanks to the narrative set in social media. So that is an added advantage for Vijay. But if you're going to look at the bigger picture and the larger picture, and you're going to think Vijay is going to make a huge dent and something major is going to happen because Vijay has entered the foray, that is completely ruled out. That is not going to happen.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that it's completely ruled out? Because some say that going beyond the social media narrative, and these I think so are the latest images of coming in of Vijay there. I remember, that last campaigning, the last rally that he has done, and these images that show, there is a sense of palpable sense of, excitement of having the X factor this time in the state of Tamil Nadu. You say there is going to be an impact, there's going to be a dent. If at all there is a dent, who gets impacted because of Vijay's entry?
The people who are going to be impacted are the DMK alliance. There is absolutely
Why
no
not the AIADMK? Because
that.
some say he's going to take away the AIADMK anti-incumbency factor that perhaps AIADMK was going to benefit is being taken away by Vijay.
No,
so effectively
not
it's
at all.
the DMK that is benefiting.
Let me very strongly and humbly make my point here that is not going to happen, if at all. And there will be a dent. I'm not saying
I'm
there
very
won't
sorry.
be.
I'm very sorry.
And that dent is going to affect.
Madhuvanti, I'm very sorry. I'm once again interrupting because I believe Tamilsai is speaking. Let's just listen.
I have voted in the same booth. As a president, party president, I voted in the same booth, and a governor, and now as a candidate. And really very happy. It's a democratic festival. And each and everyone should take part in the democratic festival. Whoever they may vote, but first come and vote. That is my request.
Also, now Chief Minister Stalin is going to come here and cast his vote here. And this is your constituency. How has the response been from the people today? And you've also mentioned that you wanted people to come and vote today morning.
Yes. Today I'm happy because it is the Chief Minister's own constituency. And I am candidate from the Chief Minister's constituency. And most of the ministers, this is the constituency where most of the constitutional people are living. And really I'm very happy because we want to help the people. And this is almost 17th assembly. And I have voted for almost 10 assemblies. God has given me that opportunity. And God should give me the opportunity to voice the people's voice in the assembly.
One last question. What is your appeal to the people today?
Appeal to the people, first come and vote. Vote for a change. Vote for safety. And vote for development.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And that was Tamilsai Soundararajan, the BJP candidate from Mylapore, who is right now in the booth where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is going to come and vote. Speaking to us, she said that it is important for the people to exercise their voting rights today and important for a change to come.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for getting us the updates from Ground Zero. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We have continued rolling coverage of elections taking place in 2 key states. Coming up after a short break. Actor Vijay is all set to make electoral debut as the state goes to poll today. Question remains, will he emerge as decisive factor?
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
A very good morning to all of viewers who are tuning in right now. In fact, 2 key states going to polls. West Bengal's first phase, 152 seats up for grabs, 3.6 crore voters. The big debate, the big Bengal exclusion, SIR. Will that really have an impact? Will Mamata Banerjee be able to retain power? Or the big challenger there, Shuvendu Adhikari, does he really bring in the dent that many are expecting? Tamil Nadu, the other big state that goes to polls, a single phase election that's happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. Does Vijay really become the X factor? Some say it's not beyond Chennai, but let's see how it really pans down. In fact, Republic Media Network has been covering both the states. From the state of West Bengal, every seat has been covered by the Republic Media Network. Shiva.
Definitely. Will Vijay be a disruptor? Will he really make an impact, or we are saying it a triangular, it will be a triangular match between all the triangular elections, but primarily it's the DMK and the AIA-DMK which will be contesting amongst each other, and will anti-incumbency be a factor that will be coming in? We'll have to wait and watch.
Well, in fact, We're going to go across to our reporters in both the states to get you a sense of what's really happening. Let's start with the state of Tamil Nadu, where my colleagues Aishwarya and Sharda are joining us. Sharda, I'll come to you first. A question that I asked a guest a short while back, whether at all Vijay makes any dent. She says that it's not going to be beyond perhaps Chennai. In fact, these are the latest images now coming in of Vijay. Sharda, give us a sense of the mood on the ground. It seems we've lost the line with our reporters. We'll try and go across in a short while from now. Shivam, these are the latest images now coming in from West Bengal. In fact, that was Shuvendu Adhikari who did cast his vote earlier today. Sharda is joining us right now. I'm going to go back and focus a little bit on Tamil Nadu right now. In fact, Sharda, as far as tradition is concerned in the state of Tamil Nadu, it's only J. Jayalalitha who was able to buck this trend and was able to come back to power. DMK would certainly be hoping that they will be able to pull that same. But this time, there is an X factor. While some say that it is the national media that is obsessing with Vijay may not have the real dent that is coming in. But what's the sense that you're getting in right now, Sharda, in terms of when you speak to voters, what are the key issues that they've been speaking about, and does Vijay really, come into the narrative?
Well, Vijay does come into the narrative. It's not just the media which is increasing the news or which is hyping up his entry into politics. Any fourth person that you ask, there's always an answer telling that there is a change required apart from the two traditional parties. So if these sentences actually turn into votes is something that we have to wait until May 4th. But today, everybody is eager to vote for a new party that's coming into power. As you mentioned, AIADMK Jayalalitha is the only person who's been able to come back to power after 5 years. So it was the AIADMK for the very first time ruled for 10 years, and otherwise it's always the anti-incumbency of the ruling party every 5 years in the state of Tamil Nadu, and the fight is for the last 50 years has always been only between the DMK and the AIADMK. Now with the X factor Vijay coming into the picture, there's obviously division in the vote sharing process. At least 25% of vote sharing in the state of Tamil Nadu with the 5.3 crore voters is set to go with the new party, which is Vijay's TVK. Meanwhile, there's also a question whether there is a change that's going to come with the DMK doing a clean sweep or not. There's always we always have in Tamil Nadu elections in the history, we always have had the answer telling is the opposition party that's coming back to power the next time. But this time there's a question lies whether the AIADMK and the DMK will even get the basic majority to win, or will there be a post-poll alliance, because this time there is a very tough fight, very crucial elections for the state of Tamil Nadu. Also including that apart from the Vijay factor, there's also a question if the DMK has the power to come back for the second time. The plans given by the DMK in the last 5 years, though, are all about education and welfare. There's always a question on the lawlessness, the drug menace in the state, the safety for women was always a question in the state. It's not just the opposition pointing out these, there's also corruption charges against the sitting ministers who were also removed from their position by the Supreme Court under these corruption charges. So whether this fight will have the DMK coming back to power is a huge question, and another question that we'll get the answer on May 4th is Vijay's factor will actually bring in a change in the vote sharing process. If we see, if there is at least a vote sharing process of 30% that Vijay takes today, there is a question if the AIADMK and the DMK will even be able to form the government on their own. Even with the ally parties together, the 30% dent is a huge dent for these two traditional parties. So there is always a necessity of post-poll alliance, with which we'll have to wait and watch if Vijay is ready to join for a post-poll alliance or not, Shuvendu.
Yeah, definitely. We have Harsha also with us for more details on what's happening in West Bengal. The West Bengal elections are also in focus. Harsha, the kind of security arrangements which are in place in West Bengal, this is something that nobody has ever seen before, especially with the number of phases that are in place. The opposition seems quite concerned with the number of security personnel which have been deployed. If you can share more details on that and the kind of reactions that we are getting on the security deployment.
Almost 2.5.
All right, seems to be a network issue here. Let's go back to Sharda for the details in Tamil Nadu. Okay, let's try to go back once again to Harsha. Harsha, if you can hear my voice, the question was about the security arrangements, and the opposition seems quite concerned about it. Over to you.
Yes, Shivam. We were talking about West Bengal from 8 phases in 2021 to almost 2 phases in 2026. A lot has changed this election, and a lot is very interesting also in this West Bengal. And also, we can't get the pulse of West Bengal by just being at one booth. This is what is different this time. I am in Murshidabad. In Murshidabad, there are 22 assembly constituencies, and all the constituencies are highly vulnerable and sensitive. If we talk about looking at the history of Murshidabad, this place has witnessed immense violence. This time, that is the reason, Shivam, almost 2.5 lakh security personnel deployed in each phase in West Bengal. Right now, I am moving around from the constituency I was reporting in Kandi. I'm going towards the Beldanga constituency. This is also the constituency where the injury and the reported in the year 2021. Highly sensitive area in each and every pocket and vantage. Security personnel are deployed. The huge vehicles which has been brought by CRPF from the other states is heavily deployed here. There are too many factors in force, Shivam, if we talk about West Bengal. Anti-incumbency, which everyone is talking about against Mamata government. Also the unemployment, the cut money issue, the development, the infrastructure issue, which people have been talking about. This election overall is an election of cultural sentiment versus reform and restraint. On one side, BJP has emerged as the principal opposition party against the Bharatiya Janata party. Nowhere anyone is talking about TMC or the left. They are the pockets which were earlier the Congress bastion or the left bastion, but not anymore. The people are talking that there's a direct fight in the fray. It's TMC versus BJP in most of the constituency. Humayun Kabir is contesting from Dumkol. He has made his own party after breaking ties from Mamata Banerjee. He launched his party, AJUP, broke his alliance with AIMIM, but still the candidates are contesting in more than 160 seats. That is different this election. If we see how the votes are going to be divided after the SIR process, in Murshidabad alone, Shivam, more than 11 lakh voters deleted from the SIR process. Overall, 91 lakh deletions has happened, and SIR will have a huge impact this election. Not only politically, but also it has ramifications in most of the pockets, and also the way the voters have been cut out after the tribute. So supplementary lists majorly have not been added. So we can say that yes, in Murshidabad, there are several pockets, the Muslim majority is 42% overall.
We'll try and fix your audio line. We seem to be having some trouble there. That's Dilip Ghosh there. I believe Dilip Ghosh has also spoken to us a short while back. We'll try and play that out in a short while from now. I want to go back to Tamil Nadu. In fact, let's go across to Aishwarya, who's joining us in Coimbatore. In fact, Aishwarya, BJP was certainly hoping that they will make some inroad in Coimbatore, but that never happened in the Lok Sabha elections, despite the high-octane campaigning that was done by Annamalai there. What's the sense that you're getting in Coimbatore? Because in North Coimbatore, they're certainly hoping that they will be able to retain and make certain new inroads.
Definitely, sir. As you pointed out, BJP was trying to invert into the Coimbatore constituency, into the Tamil Nadu diaspora, political diaspora, by winning Coimbatore, which is one of the important constituencies for the elections as well as in the Tamil Nadu political landscape. This time,
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I just want to quickly go across to these latest images now coming in from Chennai, where Vijay is casting his vote right now. Let me go across to my colleague Sharda, who's joining us on this broadcast. As I've been saying that, Vijay might be the real X factor this time, but some basically argue that what really happens beyond Chennai, is he able to perhaps have the same kind of an impact that he has had in the box office, or it's going to be a tough battle for Vijay to begin with. In terms of how he has positioned himself, he's taken on the DMK, calling them the evil force in the state of Tamil Nadu, but not really coming hard on AIADMK. So there are speculations that are doing the rounds, Sharda, that if at all he makes the dent, there's a slim possibility that he would swing towards the AIADMK. What's the sense that you're getting? What really happens if at all Vijay makes the dent that he is expecting?
Well, it is a very tough fight for the TVK. Apart from Chennai, the constituency in Perambur, where Vijay is contesting and his important General Secretary of the party is contesting, rest out of Chennai is going to be a very hard fight for the TVK because these are all new faces who's entering into the politics arena. Though youngsters, it is the first time they are debut candidates for the entire party as well. As you mentioned, there's a very slim line where Vijay will go along with the AIADMK party. As you just mentioned the last time we spoke, there is an idea of alliance with the TVK and the AIADMK. Earlier, there was also multiple talks done with the TVK leader Vijay to bring him to the NDA alliance. However, it was not successful because Vijay saw BJP as an ideological enemy and that it was not right for him to be part of the NDA. Whereas there is a thin line where the fight is going to be very tough in the state of Tamil Nadu for this time, especially this particular elections where both DMK and the ADMK is likely to win 114 to 118 seats. Very similar number of seats that they're going to win. It's not going to be a clean sweep, whereas Vijay's role is...
I think so. Another superstar there. You have Rajnikant's images now coming in. For the longest time, people thought that Rajnikant is going to make the much awaited entry, but that has never happened. Now these are the latest images coming in. Earlier this morning you've had Kamal Haasan saying that the DMK is going to stay in power and it's important that the DMK stays in power. In fact, this comes from someone who had taken on the DMK in the past. Let's listen to what Rajnikant has to say. Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in from Chennai, where Rajnikant has, I believe he's just stepped out of his residence. They're casting his vote there. We're expecting him to speak in a short while from now. In fact, Rajnikant, Sharda, a lot was spoken about his much-awaited entry into politics. Now, this is a defining image, if I may say so, of the state of politics in the state of Tamil Nadu. On the one hand, you have two superstars there. You have Vijay in the one frame and Rajnikant there. But as far as Rajnikant is concerned, Shivam, a lot was spoken about the fact that he's going to make the much-awaited entry into politics, but for some reason, it has never really happened. Kamal Haasan there, there was that push that he essentially made in the previous elections, and now this time he's not even contesting. His party is, while in alliance with the DMK, has not fielded a single candidate. So many would say that, while the politics of Tamil Nadu that has always been dominated by superstars and almost starting from the legacy of MGR now to what we are really looking at.
But Rajnikant entering politics would have made a very big impact, considering
everyone was hoping for many of us who've been in Chennai and been in Tamil Nadu. A lot was spoken about the time that Rajnikant could actually bring in the wave of change that many would have expected. But for some reason, health perhaps would be one. The second, he's never been able to position himself in terms of ideology is something that, those who have been in the inner circles of Rajnikant have spoken about. Sharda, I want to, toss this to you with regards to the two superstars on our screens right now, Vijay and Rajnikant on your screen right now. Let's get the labeling correct, please. Yeah, there you have it, those two images. I would say that, in many ways, that defines the trajectory of Tamil Nadu politics.
Yes, Shuven, you're right. Entertainment has always been the way that the politicians choose their way, starting from MGR and Karunanidhi, who came from the background of movies to politics. They thought Rajnikant, who announced his political party, would be leading it. They also saw him as the next MGR. The main reason being, he was one of the person who went against J. Jayalalitha. J. Jayalalitha was a very strong woman in politics, and not even the DMK leader Karunanidhi was able to go against her very openly. But Rajnikant was one of them who directly opposed J. Jayalalitha. So expecting him to come into politics exactly in the period of 1996 to 2011. He had a very big following and expecting him to be in the politics arena. It was a big change that was the people of Tamil Nadu were expecting also to come. But as you mentioned, there was a clash in the ideology, whereas Rajinikanth wanted to follow both Dravidianism and spiritual, which was his own ideology to be his part of the political party. But Tamil Nadu, which has always been known for identity politics, couldn't give space for both, where there's also spirituality, where there's also Dravidian in the same page. And that initially made a stop for Rajinikanth to hit big. And same goes for Kamal Haasan, who came with a big ideology, who was this actor who went against the DMK in all one go. But now, as we see, he's also behind the DMK as an ally party, not contesting even in one seat. So we have to see what the future holds for the TVK leader, Vijay. While all his speeches have been following what MGR has done in the past, portraying himself as the next MGR for Tamil Nadu, Vijay's party has always been keen on telling that he will be the leader that MGR came out in 1977 out of the DMK, and expecting him, Vijay, also to be the same is what the TVK party members have been very, very keen on. The people are also expecting Vijay to make a change, but whether these two old parties, the DMK and the AIADMK, which is holding on a big fight, which is giving in a strong fight for the TVK, will let him at least take 25% of vote share is the main question. As you mentioned, Rajinikanth's entry into politics were completely dead silent, and Kamal Haasan's entry for 5 years was somewhere his party existed. But now, this particular election, if TVK does not win even 4 seats, and imagine if only Vijay is the only person who is winning, there's always a question if Vijay's party will sustain the next 5 years in this regime, because whether it's the AIADMK or the DMK will try to pull in Vijay's party as an ally party and wouldn't let TVK grow on his own. And being a single person
we'll
MLA,
have to wait and watch. We'll have to wait and watch that people who turn up to the rallies, whether they will be voting for the superstars or not. That's the big question. Time to go for a small break. We'll be back with a lot more coming up next. Actor Vijay set for electoral debut as state goes to poll today. Now the question remains, will he emerge as a decisive factor? Coming up after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue our coverage of the elections. Will Vijay factor be decisive?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings
In fact, a high-stakes triangular battle in Tamil Nadu that goes to polls in just a single phase. In fact, voting has already begun. And these are the three main visuals that we're getting for you from the voting that started. You see Kamal Haasan and Shruti Haasan casting their vote. Rajnikant also casting his vote in his respective polling station. And also TVK Chief Vijay, who is casting his vote.
That's Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin there coming out of the vote, or is he going to vote? And it's a high-stakes election for him. He's looking at coming back to power and bucking the Tamil Nadu swing trend that typically happens in Tamil Nadu politics. We are coming back after a short break for more on what's happening in Chennai.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights.
All right, welcome back, friends. Tamil Nadu votes in its entirety today, and Bengal for phase 1, essentially North Bengal and some border districts bordering Bangladesh, that is. And it's a very significant vote. In Bengal, so in Tamil Nadu, the incumbents are looking to duck enter incumbency, more in the case of West Bengal, less in the case of Tamil Nadu, but more so. What is important is in the case of Tamil Nadu, Gesu, it's a swing state. So every time there is an election, the party switches, the party of governance switches, because the people believe that they should keep testing everyone. But this time, it seems that the DMK wants to buck the trend. Whether would they be able to is the question, and a lot of voting happening. We can go to pictures. Stalin voting, Gesu.
Yeah, and also the fact that this time around Tamil Nadu elections, high stakes elections, of course, is looking at a triangular battle. It's going to be between the DMK, the AIA-DMK led NDA, and also TVK. Although it's pertinent to also note that TVK has campaigned a lot lesser. In fact, Vijay continues to work on his emotional appeal while DMK continues to bat for coming back for another term. And AIA-DMK, of course, is raking up issues against the DMK, calling out the party over corruption, women's safety, and various other welfare schemes that they've been talking about. But yes, live visuals that are coming in from Chennai in Tamil Nadu, where MK Stalin, the DMK chief, and also the chief minister of Tamil Nadu is casting his vote in Chennai.
Okay, so yes. Niranjan joins us in the broadcast. Niranjan, you know, There was this medieval Bhakti poet who said, Mana Suto Vahiras Khan. And if I could rephrase that, if I were a voter, I would want to be a Tamil Nadu voter. With all the gifts, return gifts and everything that you get in Tamil Nadu politics, you would love to be a voter in Tamil Nadu, right, Narendra? Not in Karnataka or Uttar Pradesh.
Well, I'll tell you, Abhishek, one thing that I have seen as a reporter and in the newsroom, every election there is one graphic that you cannot beat. That graphic template hasn't changed, and that graphic template is of the freebies that you get in Tamil Nadu. Cooker, gas stove, laptop, mobile phone, you name apply, fridge, refrigerator, washing machine.
Tamil Nadu, you sorted.
Get married around elections in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, you sorted.
Yeah, but it
doesn't matter which is DMK or AIA DMK or even BJP or Congress. They're just all part of the freebie culture.
And while we're on that subject, Abhishek, let's stay with the pictures and we'll speak over the pictures. In fact, we'll have fun during the elections because I'll tell you what, Abhishek, I want to speak about this. Let's go back to the pictures of Stalin. That's more important than showing Abhishek and our faces on there. That's Stalin there. But while we stay on the pictures of Stalin, we used to hear BJP talk about Revdi politics, BJP talk about freebie politics, BJP complain about opposition's guarantees, BJP, holding rallies, news conferences. What happened in Bengal, Abhishek? What happened in Bengal? We'll go across to Sharda as well. But yeah, okay, we'll stay on Tamil Nadu for a bit.
Yeah, we stay in Tamil Nadu for a bit, then go to Bengal. I think some protests happening, but we'll go to it. Let's go to Sharda first. Sharda joining us from Chennai. Sharda, all the key faces of this election, the protagonists of the Tamil Nadu election this time have voted. We have pictures of Stalin, your chief minister, voting. We have had pictures of Vijay voting. We have had pictures of Kamal Haasan voting. We have had pictures of V. Senthil Balaji voting. Sharda, your chief minister of Tamil Nadu, Stalin is voting. Where is he voting? Vijay has cast his vote. What happens next? Rajinikanth has cast his vote. What happens next?
Well, all the stalwarts of the Tamil cinema and the Tamil political arena has voted now, as you mentioned. Even Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, the AIADMK General Secretary, has cast votes. Right now, I'm here at the SIT College, where Chief Minister, along with his family, is voting inside. This is the constituency where BJP's Tamilsai Soundararajan is contesting. Just speaking to us few minutes before from the same location, Tamilsai is also here in the constituency, in this polling booth, where she's also making sure that the booth work is done properly. So it's a scenario where even is new for media people like us to see where Chief Minister is coming forward.
Behind you and coming in, can you speak to her?
The BJP candidate is contesting from, which is important.
Catch her.
So you also met Chief Minister right now. He's casting his vote here. So what do you think is going to be happening, especially in the Mylapore constituency where you're contesting from?
No, I'm happy that my constituency, the most higher authority of the state is voting. But definitely, Anna Edappadi will be the Chief Minister. And I wished my Chief Minister because I am the candidate here. But we want to change. Whoever may be the voter, they will vote for a women voice. Because women voices are very less in the assembly. So strong voices should be raised in the assembly. I will be one among women who will be raised the voices of voiceless women in Tamil Nadu.
And there's also a question that Vijay is contesting the elections this time in all 234 constituencies. Do you think Vijay's factor would be taken into being, which it will be able to defeat both the DMK and the AIADMK's vote share?
It will take some impact, but the impact will not be so effective to change the political scenario in Tamil Nadu. The fight is between NDA and India Alliance.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And Abhishek, that was Tamilsai Soundararajan, who also met the Chief Minister right here in our constituency speaking. As we can see the commotion behind, we can see the Chief Minister and his family who has completed his voting and is now walking out of the polling booth after exercising their rights. So as the leaders who have already casted the vote mentioning that Vijay's factor, the TVK factor, will take a small dent, but
Sharda, stay with me. MK Stalin is speaking live. I'd like you to translate over what he's saying, please.
You are not allowed to make the kind of arrangement that was made with the mic, etc., near a polling booth, at least 100 meters from the polling booth. And I think the Chief Minister understood it and so decided not to make that soundbite. We are seeing in the pictures Stalin with his family, Udayanidhi and others. Udayanidhi is the Deputy Chief Minister, he is the son of Stalin. And Sharda, be there. I believe now they are showing that they have voted. That customary picture. But I think Stalin understood that he is not supposed to, speak from a very arranged government system with the mics, etc., near the polling booth, and so he sort of moved out, walked out of that situation. Whether now, after walking some distance, like after 100 meters, he can do that, would he do that? Stalin, remember, insofar as the alliance is concerned, the DMK has been strong, but there are headwinds, there is anti-incumbency, there is the tradition in Tamil Nadu of swinging between one formation and the other. And so if you go by that, it's the turn of the AIA-DMK-led coalition, the NDA, and one state where the regional parties really call the shots and the national parties have to align with one or the other. Yes. Niranjan, and we were talking about, we'll wait for Stalin to speak. Sharda, coming back to you. So, has everyone voted? Okay, I think Udayanidhi is speaking finally. Let's just be there.
Yes.
Let's go to the Nats and see whether it's Stalin or Udayanidhi speaking.
Well, we said that people should come and democratically vote, so that's the kind of...
So, Abhishek, as you can see today, the DMK family is voted. We spoke to Durga Stalin and also Udayanidhi's wife, Kirtika Udayanidhi, who has also exercised their vote. They're talking about how they're very sure about DMK coming back to power, announcing that their manifesto is very strong. They're very sure that they are going to be coming back to power. As you can see, the DMK is very sure on winning this particular elections. We also saw how there was a setup for the press to speak with the Chief Minister, but it's been stopped now. As we can see right now on the frames, it's Udayanidhi Stalin, who's also casted his vote. Sir, you've casted your vote today. Do you think DMK will be coming back to power, sir?
It's okay.
So yeah, as you can see, Abhishek, it's we spoke to the family members of the DMK who have exercised their oaths today. They've been very confident that the DMK will be coming back to power, constantly saying that the election manifesto is very strong and that they're very sure that it is DMK that will be coming back to power, Abhishek.
Yeah, Sharda, who's accompanying Udayanidhi, the person with whom he was holding hands? Is that some family member, brother, son, with whom Udayanidhi has come? And why are they not speaking? Like even Stalin refused to make a comment. I think Sharda did not get it there. Abhishek, of course, there is a lot of commotion because the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister together are there, as also Tamilsai Soundararajan. Okay, we have guest Niranjan if you want to go.
See, we have Kawai Satyan of the AIDMK and C. Rajashekharan. Now, I want to tell you one statistic, Abhishek, and this is why this election is extremely, extremely critical, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, in Tamil Nadu, let me put this to Kawai first. After the SIR changes, Abhishek, and almost 1 crore voters deleted in the state of Tamil Nadu. That's almost 15% deleted in Tamil Nadu. If you compare the winning margin, the victory margin in 2021, in each of these constituencies, if you look at the victory margin versus the number of voters deleted, I'll tell you a big scare why Stalin also extremely, extremely edgy. In Stalin's seat, right, and Kawai Satyan can take this, in Stalin's seat of Kolattur, for example, almost 81,000 voters were deleted. 81,000 voters deleted. But the victory margin was only 70,000. 70,000 victory margin, but 80,000 voters deleted.
Yeah.
Now, how does that change, fortunes for the DMK this election? And that is why SIR is going to be a key factor. And it's not only for the DMK. For example, there are 81 such seats. 81 such seats where victory margin was lesser than the voter deletion. Similarly, 44 for the AIADMK. Those are live pictures. I'm staying with those live pictures. But Kawai, I'd like to get your view on this. It's not only going to be interesting for the AIADMK, even your party could be affected in this SR deletion. How are you looking at it?
No, why principally MK Stalin and the entire DMK opposes SAR is that is their vote bank. That fake voters, bogus voters are their vote bank, particularly in the Chennai. DMK claims that Chennai is a fortress. Out of the 13 assembly constituencies in Chennai, we couldn't even win one seat. The reason being this, bogus voters are their vote bank. Stalin's constituency 81K and his son's Udaynidhi's constituency, where I am in charge, 89,000 votes were deleted. So these are all the major main vote banks for DMK. So they get rattled when the SAR exercise kicked in. Let me remind you, 2021, when we sought the mandate for the third consecutive term, we lost the mandate by 216,000 votes across 45 constituencies. So which means
that... breaking response there. I think Udaynidhi Stalin is speaking to Republic. Let's cut across live. We're asking him the questions. Let's cut across live. Audio coming in from Chennai.
Yes. Nidhi Stalin, who's also casted his vote. Sir, you've casted your vote today. Do you think DMK will be coming back to power, sir? So as you can see, Abhishek, it's we spoke to the family members of the DMK who have exercised their oaths today. They've been very confident that the DMK will be coming back to power, constantly saying that the election manifesto is very strong and that they're very sure that it is DMK that will be coming back to power, Abhishek.
Yeah, Sharda, I think we lost the line there with you, but you said Udaynidhi spoke briefly and talked about how they are confident that they can come back to power. But Niranjan, the SIR dynamics are something which all these incumbents from Tamil Nadu to Bengal would be worried about. Okay, Sharda is back with us. Sharda, okay, over to you, Sharda. You said you spoke to Udaynidhi Stalin. What all he said apart from saying that DMK is coming to power? I think we lost line there.
Yeah. Okay, let's stay on the pictures, and I want to get in Kawai. Let's take Kawai in a PIP. Kawai, looking at these pictures, the entire DMK family, in fact, DMK has been extremely nervous in the last leg. In the last leg, they appeared nervous, especially closer to the women's reservation bill. Okay, those are live pictures. Kawai, sorry, it's just we're going between the live pictures and trying to get as much as we can from our panelists. Stalin and Udaynidhi trying to milk it as much as they can, Abhishek. Trying to just stay in front of the cameras. It's a long walk, of course, to the polling booth, but trying to milk every second of it. Sharda, can you hear us? Sharda?
Look at this moment. Is this Tamilsai and
yes,
Stalin
Abhishek,
Udaynidhi coming face to face?
No, that's not.
No, that's not
Tamilsai.
Okay.
Not Tamilsai.
No, not Tamilsai.
She would never do that. Not today.
She'll never do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Sharda, go ahead.
Yes, Abhishek, true. We saw Tamilsai Soundararajan in the constituency where she's contesting from. It's the same place where the DMK's Star Wars family is voting from. We spoke to Udaynidhi, MK Stalin, Durga Stalin, MK Stalin's wife, and Kritika Udaynidhi. Their son, Inbanidhi, was also there, all of them casting their oaths. So we spoke to them, and Durga Stalin and also Kritika Udaynidhi mentioned that the DMK's manifesto is very strong and they are confident in coming back to power this time as well. And you saw Tamilsai also being confidently telling that she's spoke to MK Stalin and that also told her that it's her constituency that she's contesting from. So we can see the friendship that's going on between the BJP leader and the DMK leader in a very close contact. It was actually very nice to see an opposition leader going and talking to the chief minister, asking him to cast a vote for her in a funny way, telling that, sir, this is my constituency, so do good for us as well. Okay,
that's by the way, that was Stalin's son, Inbanidhi, who he was holding.
Okay,
that's Udaynidhi's son, 20-year-old, Inbanidhi. I think that's him. That's a picture of him. The entire Stalin family, they're casting their vote, and it's we've seen the times of the DMK from Karunanidhi, and then to the tussle between Stalin and Adhikari, and then finally the reins of the party being handed to Stalin and now Stalin's son. interesting times in the DMK, because there have been even in between talks of Kanimoli not being happy, etc. But somehow he's managed to keep it together, and they've been growing strength to strength in the last 3 elections, Abhishek. But this is the election that's going to either make or break the DMK, given the Vijay factor. But I think we should, while we are on these pictures, let's go across, take it back to our panelists. Kovai. Yes, Kovai, sorry we interrupted you there. Go ahead, Kovai.
No, it's good and happy to see 3 chief ministers of Tamil Nadu in one frame.
Oh, are you sure? Or the third one also will be a CM?
No. I'm glad that you are putting these images. Please show it as much time as possible. This is what we've been telling the entire Tamil Nadu, and the people of Tamil Nadu clearly understands what the message we are trying to drive. 3 chief ministers in one frame and 1 aspiring chief minister, the grandson, another in the same frame. It's good. Dynast in the name of democracy is what our campaign was all about. It was well received by the people. Now going back to SAR, the bogus voters and fake voters are the vote bank of DMK and their ecosystem. That's why they oppose SAR. Now this government in the last 5 years ran only on advertisements with fake data and fake achievements. And there is nothing that common man would understand as achievements of this government. The entire rally where Mr. Stalin, his son Udayanidhi and his sister Kanimoli, they restored only to personal remarks and below the belt remarks on a leader. They couldn't state in detail what were the achievements. So the writing on the wall is clear. It's AIADMK and the NDA alliance going to be the 2026. We are going to form the government.
But what about the Sri Rajsekharan? What about the Vijay factor, or as it is being called, the X factor or the curiosity factor perhaps of this election in Tamil Nadu?
Rajsekharan.
Good morning, Abhishek.
Good morning, Mr. Rajsekharan.
You rightly raised a very pertinent question with regard to actor Vijay. And incidentally, I was the founder member of Kamal Haasan's party when he was an actor transformed into a politician. So I know how this frenzy crowd would go behind actors. And finally, in the day of elections, the voting percentage will not be of the crowd which they had gathered during the election campaign. Because that is the classic example in Kamal Haasan's case, be it Chiranjeevi in Andhra Pradesh, and be it any actor for that matter. In Tamil Nadu, many actors started political parties. Starting from only the successful actor was Mr. MGR, and the legacy was followed by Madam Jayalalitha. Of course, Vijaykanth was partly successful. But here today, the 50 years and above experience of Mr. M.K. Stalin cannot be matched by any opposition leader, and his stature is too high. See, as rightly pointed out by my many friends in Congress, they said Stalin has never used a derogatory or an insulting word against any politician, be it opposition party leader. So that was the style and functioning of Mr. Stalin in the last 5 years.
What about his son?
And he was, I'll tell you. He did lot of development work like flyovers, bridges and other issues which was related to the common man and the below poverty line and the middle class, especially the women of the state. So all are enjoying the benefits and the welfare schemes doled out by Stalin's government. And today, the alliance with Stalin, the Congress is a very crucial partner, and VCK, Communist and all others, Vijaykanth's party, all others put it together. They make a strong alliance which is going to continue. It is going to be Madam Jayalalitha's 2016 recreated and happening to Mr. Stalin in 2026. That's what I understand. This SIR has nothing to do with the DMK's voters because they have committed, dedicated vote share, whichever party may be started. Because I witnessed when Kamal Haasan went hammer and tong against ADMK and DMK, and the people were coming, but the intact voters, the committed voters of DMK. Now ADMK is into pieces. TTV Dinagaran, though he is in alliance, they don't sync. And Madam Sasikala is away from ADMK. She is going to take majority of the Mukkulathur vote in the central and southern part of the state. So all this, and Mr. Ramdas, the original founder president of Patali Makkal Kachi, is opposing his son. So he has the edge over because everybody have a personal bonding towards Mr. Dr. Ramdas, who is supporting indirectly the DMK alliance. So Vijay factor is definitely going to make an impact only to ADMK and Seeman, not to DMK and Congress and all others. Because Vijay's voters are new voters, the Gen Z voters. They were not taken into account for the DMK vote share. So the voting pattern, if it goes beyond 85 to 90% or 80% and above, definitely Vijay will get 10%, 10 to 12% max in the urban areas and 5 to 8% in the rural areas. Yes, I don't deny the fact he has got a good fan following. These voters are nowhere going to make any dent or impact with the existing vote share of DMK combined because they are intact. Whereas ADMK, BJP, there is a anti-BJP mindset with the voters in Tamil Nadu from Jayalalitha's time. Jayalalitha once said, with very strong words, once I made a mistake of aligning with BJP.
Yeah.
I will never align with BJP.
Are you being presumptive there? Are you being presumptive there, Mr. Adhikari, about two things? Two things.
Point with facts and figures.
A quick answer to a quick question. Are you being presumptive about two things? Listen to me. Are you being presumptive about two things? One, that Vijay's Gen Z voters come to him as a crowd puller but might not come to the polling booth to vote, and two, that you are presuming that there is already some kind of anti-BJP wave, while what we are seeing is actually that for the first time perhaps BJP has had a very relevant campaign in Tamil Nadu.
Abhishek, I am neither presumptive or assumptive. I want to speak the truth. See, it's an unbiased voice, neutral voice, which I am reflecting from the voice of Tamil Nadu. I am only telling the pulse of the people. The vote share of Vijay is not going to make impact on DMK vote share. That is what I am trying to emphasize here. He may get votes. He may get 10 to 12% in urban areas. I don't deny. I am reiterating.
But Rajshekharan, how are you saying that 10%? Because 10% was the...
10% is huge actually.
10% is huge and that is the difference.
10% is more
last
than the
election.
BJP.
Abhishek, last election that was the difference. Last election that was the difference between AIDMK and DMK.
Please allow me. See, this 10% has nothing to do with the previous statistics of 75% polling done in the past. So, it is 85% or 80% and above. Those are the voters, the newly joined voters, will vote for Vijay, if at all. I am telling the max chance. Minimum 5 to 10%. 5 to 10%, it may fluctuate from pockets to
But even
pockets
a 1% can, you know what, Rajshekharan, in an election like this, even 1%, 2%, 3% vote share can swing an entire election. What are you talking about, Rajshekharan?
No,
I think you're dismissing it. It's okay.
Niranjan, I want to make a very strong rebuttal.
Yes.
See, the vote share, I'm talking about the committed, dedicated, strong voters of DMK, Congress will never vote for even VCK, communists will never vote for anybody. That vote is intact. Whereas ADMK, the groupism is big and they have divided.
Yes.
The Sasikala is outside, Ramdas is outside. Though they claim
there's some
to be
breaking news that
united,
Gesu has.
they don't think along. That is the fact. And BJP is an unholy alliance. It is an unholy alliance with ADMK, which the people of
Rajshekharan, again, very presumptive, unholy. What is holy and unholy? I mean, are you talking about Ganga water or vis-a-vis others? Or, I mean, we are talking politics. What's holy and unholy alliance, Rajshekharan, if you are giving a neutral ground sentiment?
No, the alliance struck between ADMK and BJP, that is Edapadi ADMK.
Are you saying the CPI alliance with the Congress in Tamil Nadu is holy, and the Congress CPM fight in Kerala is unholy?
See, Abhishek, I'm talking about Tamil Nadu ground reality.
So how is CPM Congress alliance holy in Tamil Nadu and unholy and the fight unholy in Kerala?
Please allow me. There are two parties which are strong contenders, which is ADMK alliance, Edapadi ADMK alliance, and Mr. MK Stalin's alliance. That is DMK Congress alliance and Edapadi ADMK and BJP alliance. The fight is between only these two. and Vijay will make a dent only to voters who are irrelevant to both these parties. Again, I'm telling you, it is Seeman and others are going to lose the vote share, and it is not the DMK or ADMK, because the Edappadi vote share is intact, which by going by the past statistics, and the DMK vote share and alliance partners are intact. So they will not vote for Vijay. They may go to see Vijay or watch Vijay speaking. That doesn't mean it will transform into an vote. Please understand, I have seen Kamal Haasan. I know how the crowd runs mad after actors, especially in Tamil Nadu.
But not Kamal Haasan is not Vijay, and Vijay is not Kamal Haasan. There's difference, come on.
No, see, Kamal Haasan, Vijay, or maybe 20 years or 15 years difference of age. But they enjoy the same fan following. Vijay may be a little high because of his younger voters. But Kamal Haasan, I remember traveling with Kamal Haasan, people went mad after him. They were just pushing, and women voters. And when we went to the polling station, we did not get so much votes. The percentage was very low.
But also it sounds like what you're saying that, you know, Vijay's voters, you said they're Gen Z. So it also sounds like you're saying that, you know, the youth is not going to vote for the DMK. But of course, the conversation continues on the other end.
Yes, very valid point. Very valid point. I'm talking about the new voters, Gen Z, the already existing DMK, traditional young voters will wait for.
Okay, we have to take a break.
Traditional young voters.
Mr. Rajashekharan, we will come back. Yes, we will definitely come back to this conversation. Yes, but for now, we're running short on time. It's time to slip into a short commercial break. But viewers, on the other side, now, you know, actor Vijay has made his electoral debut as voting remains underway in Tamil Nadu. A single phase, and the entire state goes to polls just today with counting due on the 4th of May. Getting you all the details from Tamil Nadu and West Bengal after this short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars.
Welcome back, friends. Narendra and Gesu continue to be with us in the studios. We are shifting focus from Tamil Nadu to Bengal now, where Mamata Banerjee, three-time incumbent, is facing the most aggressive BJP yet this election on the back of the infiltration issue that's been big in the campaign stump speeches with the Prime Minister leading from the front on that. Union Home Minister Narendra, interestingly, Amit Shah camping there for 8 days. What's going to happen there on that aspect, with the kind of massive security push that's coming? And the backdrop is that post-2021 elections, we saw massive poll-related violence, post-poll violence.
Yes.
BJP believes that that was intimidation of non-Trinamool voters. And so this time doubling down, complete clampdown so far as poll violence is concerned. You think that's going to have an impact?
Well, Abhishek, look at the kind of presence that we had there. We saw some of the numbers of how many, paramilitary forces are deployed in Bengal. It's fortified. It's completely fortified. And so many videos that have come in. I mean, there is a reported incident. I mean, there's violence reported. In the next few minutes, paramilitary forces are swooping down. Right? It is completely sealed. I mean, if you can put it that way. But also it is required. We've seen the kind of violence, that takes place in Bengal. You remember the Panchayat election, Abhishek, a few years back? In a Panchayat election, 20 to 50 people were killed in violence. And that is why Bengal elections become critical, but I think Gesu has some breaking news update.
In fact, we're also getting in some breaking developments, and this is also regarding violence that has already started to erupt in West Bengal. Now, this comes in from Malda, where sector officers, polling booth officers have had to abscond their voting booths over disruptions that were caused at the Baluachara High School booth, which is in the Mothabari area, due to EVM malfunction. Now, polling has now temporarily been halted in Malda. Now, these are the visuals that we're getting in. In fact, sector officers have absconded their polling booth is what we're getting in, with people and voters left stranded outside their polling booths, their polling station. And this comes over some EVM malfunction that's being reported. And the polling for now has been halted in Malda. And this is happening at the Baluachara High School booth, which is in Mothabari. In fact, joining us live is also Harsha from Murshidabad to in fact speak to us about what's happening across West Bengal. Now, Harsha, you are in Murshidabad. We know how important that constituency is. We also know the track record of what Murshidabad has gone through. So, a complete neck-to-neck battle for the BJP and the TMC in Murshidabad. But also, we already see cases of, polling being disrupted across West Bengal. The first one that comes in from Malda, Harsha.
Yes, Gesu, you rightly pointed out, these are the visuals from the 158 ward number in Malda, Mothabari area. There's the same area, Gesu, where we have witnessed the violence which took place, where the judicial officers were held hostage. Already the investigation is underway. NIA, the NIA which is doing, IAF leaders were taken into custody, Congress candidate was taken into custody. And in this particular booth, ward number 158, Gesu, what we saw happen was the EVM was not working. There was continuous problem in the EVM machine. And when the BJP candidate from the Mothabari area, he reached a spot at that time, the situation went out of control for the police officials to handle. At that time, there were the few CRPF which was deployed at that time, but the crowd went violent and immediately the protests started happening, and the observers who were there in the side the polling booth, they had to abscond, they had to leave the polling booth immediately. But in few seconds only, the CRPF was immediately mobilized more and more, because that particular area is highly sensitive. So if we talk about the pockets of the Malda and Murshidabad, highly sensitive and vulnerable area. We have been, we were starting reporting from Bahrampur, from Kandi, to now we have come to Reji Nagar area and roaming around till 20 kilometers. It's been 20 kilometers we have roamed around to each and every polling booth. What we see is that, yes, security personnel are, deployed at each and every polling station, but there are several
cases
we
have the voter
where
turnout
EVM
numbers.
is very slow. EVM is working very slow, and that's...
Asha, we have the first voter turnout numbers. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I want to take this question to you itself because I have the voter turnout numbers. Numbers have just come in. West Bengal seeing 18.76% of voting so far in phase 1. Tamil Nadu seeing 17.67%.
6%.
Yeah. So this is a significant number. And interestingly, Vijay in Tamil Nadu has asked for polling deadline. Let's break that, please. Let's break that. 17.69. This is important. And West Bengal as well. West Bengal 18.76. Harsha, where are you right now? And relatively, you covered the elections in Bengal last time in 2021. have we seen so far already lesser incidents of violence? Is that already being seen given the deployment?
Sir, 18.7, Ranjan, 18.76 is the voting percentage. Malda, Motabari area is the first place where the protest visuals have erupted. As compared to 2021, Ranjan, if we compare this election in 2026, the protest and the violence incident are reported less as compared to 2021. Till now, from Murshidabad, no protest or violence reports have been, have emerged, or it has not been reported yet. From, I have traveled 20 to 30 kilometers from the Behrampur area till Nagar, which is called the stronghold of the AIMIM, AISF and AJUP Humayun Kabir as well. And in this area particularly, we see polling stations, 15 to 20 security personnel are deployed each and everywhere. So Niranjan, in Murshidabad till now, no news of violence yet. I think majorly it is because of the security personnel deployment. That becomes very much important. We saw in 2021, there was 80,000 personnel, almost 8 lakh personnel deployed, and more than that for 8 phases election. In this phase alone, in one phase, we have 2.5 lakh security personnel. In the first phase, most of the security personnel are deployed in the Malda and Murshidabad area because of the highly vulnerable and the sensitivity of the area. Post-poll violence is what people have majorly witnessed in this area. So today, till while we are speaking, 9:30, 7 o'clock, the voting began, and till now, there has been no violence reports from Murshidabad, but Malda, yes, but that's not the violence. That was a protest which took place when BJP candidate from Motabari came to the polling ward number 158, where the EVM was not working. All majorly the voters, they started protesting because EVM was working very slow. There was a malfunction in the EVM. It stopped working. It had to be changed immediately, and immediately the CRPF also was mobilized to that particular ward. But this election is very different as compared to 2021. Several factors are at fore. If we talk about this election, TMC has emerged, BJP has emerged as the principal opposition party. No one is talking about the Congress or the left party. The bastion of the Congress is not anymore seen. BJP has infiltrated in most of the
getting in a similar incident that comes in from Murshidabad, in fact. Yes, Harsha, another incident that comes in from Murshidabad, where another, where there are other set of visuals that show voters in a queue standing outside their polling booths, and again special central forces have now reached these booths and polling areas, and they have reached there after receiving complaints, and voters are lined up. They're waiting to exercise their franchise, and this is another one, and this comes from Murshidabad, exactly where you are, Harsha, where the polling booth number 117 and 18, which is the Bapuji Pathagar High School in Behrampur, their polling has been disrupted. So after Malda, this is another incident. So exactly what Niranjan was also asking, we're not looking at these incidences exactly reduce, even though we have the CRPF, we have the paramilitary, of course, we have boots on ground in West Bengal to tackle the violence, but this is about EVMs malfunctioning mostly. And now the second incident comes in from Murshidabad. What can you tell us about this, Harsha?
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Gesu, because Murshidabad, where I'm reporting right now, just almost 10 kilometers far from here, in Behrampur, Murshidabad area, there was the EVM which is not working. So from major places, the reports of the EVM not working or EVM working very slow is being reported. That is being told to us, and also there's in one booth there are 3 or 4 stations which have been made for the polling booths, for the voters to cast their vote there. But the major problem which is occurring in major pockets is because of the EVM not working. Either EVM is very slow or EVM has stopped working, and the fixation of the EVM is very much required right now, because in entire North Bengal, Malda and Murshida are the area where people get easily violent, where the voters get easily violent if they are not able to cast their vote. Because since morning 7 o'clock we have been covering, we saw huge number of voters queuing up at the polling center. voters polling station, majorly women aged from 25 years to 80 years. We saw they came early in the morning, 7 o'clock. They were standing in queue for 30 to 40 minutes, Kesu. We showed you the visuals where women were standing, but the EVM was very slow. So yet another case of the EVM not working properly from Murshidabad after Malda. And what information we are getting from ECI also is that continuously the meeting with observers is happening from Delhi to West Bengal. They are monitoring each and every polling booth, and similarly some places EVM will be changed. What update we are getting in that, the places where EVM is not working, the officials of the CRPF has been asked to change the EVM immediately. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so let's try and go back to Chennai. Chennai, where we're getting in the numbers of the polling, the voter turnout so far. In Tamil Nadu, 17.67. And before we go across to Tamil Nadu, I think we have Shuvendu Adhikari speaking to the Republic. Let's play that out. Shuvendu Adhikari, we're just trying to cue that. Yeah.
डेमोक्रेसी में ये सब नहीं होता. डेमोक्रेसी में ना वो तो पार्टी नहीं है, वो गुंडा का जमड़ा है.
पूजा अर्चना करके आज आप निकले, क्या लग रहा है?
ये हम हिंदू है, सनातनी है. जो हमारी प्रथा है वो मैं करके सूर्य प्रणाम करके गायत्री मंत्र करके हमारी सबको प्रणाम करके गार्डियन को प्रणाम करके सबको नमन करते हुए मैं
ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला.
तो मैं पूरा पोलिंग एजेंट के साथ बात कर लिया. मेरा क्षेत्र का सब पोलिंग एजेंट चला गया, पूरा जिला का भी मिल गया. एक में डिस्टर्ब था नॉर्थ कोंटाई में, वो भी क्लियर कर दिया.
तो सर SIR, आखिरी सवाल, SIR कितना बड़ा फैक्टर हो सकता है इस बार चुनाव?
जब काउंटिंग होगा तो पता ही चलेगा किस तरीके से असर हुआ. डेथ वोटर, फेक वोटर, ट्रिपल डबल एंट्री और घुसपैठिया का नाम नहीं है, तो ममता बनर्जी को जीतने का कोई स्कोप भी नहीं है.
Okay, that was Shuvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in Bengal, the face of the BJP versus Mamata. And now we are going back to Chennai. Edapadi, what are we doing? Shuvendu Adhikari, just a while. Niranjan, it was very indicative of what's on in on the BJP's mind this election. You know, he grabbed the question on how he began his day with prayers, gave a longish answer to what all prayers he did, and that he's a Hindu Sanatani. I think that's really the essence of the BJP's campaign pitch this election, that this is about Hindu polarization in favor of BJP, and to make sure that Mamata Banerjee kind of consolidated minority vote that she does not get this time, because that's the math insofar as BJP's calculations go. I believe we have more pictures coming in from Bengal, or do we go to Chennai next?
We can go to Chennai. We can go to Chennai. But before, as we go across to Chennai, just a word on the last election, Abhishek. One of the closest fights you saw in the state of West Bengal was Mamata Banerjee's seat in Nandigram. And that was Shuvendu Adhikari who defeated Mamata Banerjee by just 1,956 votes. 1,956 votes. That was the decider. They did counting, recounting, but you saw how he's a fighter. And he's been fighting.
And he made sure that Mamata Banerjee is not coming again to contest from there. So she is sticking to one seat of Bhabanipur this time, because she realized that there is no point going back again, irrespective of the margin. The fact is, Shuvendu beat her there. A former aide, and now, of course, the Betnar.
I think Humayun Kabir's soundbite is coming in. Let's play that out. He was called BJP's B team. Let's see what.
वो जिला परिषद को निर्वाचन जो जीता, वो भी जबरदस्ती करके जीता. बाद में वो जिला परिषद का शिक्षा कर्माध्यक्ष भी है, ब्लॉक प्रेसिडेंट भी है. उनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आदत था, इच्छा था, उनको मकसद था यहाँ का MLA को चुनाव लड़ने का, लेकिन वो TMC वाला नहीं दिया. वो साइना ममता जो एग्जिस्टिंग था उनको ही दे दिया. तो इनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वो घर में ही मस्तानी कर रही. तो कोई मस्तान होते हैं तो आम आदमी को पास जाके मस्तानी करना चाहिए. हुआ नहीं, लेकिन कोशिश किया. मैं सबको, मेरा आदमी को शांत रहने के लिए बोला. मैं शांत में वोट होना चाहिए, चुनाव होना चाहिए, भाग लेना चाहिए. किसी को मारने का, किसी को चमकाने का, किसी को धमकी देने का मेरा मकसद नहीं है, मेरा इरादा नहीं है। मैं वहाँ जाऊँगा, नहीं जाऊँगा।
Okay, we'll...
very defensive Humayun Kabir there, Narendra, right?
Well, it hasn't really gone according to plan for him. Given the recent... those are live pictures, by the way, cutting across live pictures from Coimbatore, where Annamalai is casting his vote. Aishwarya of Republic TV is live. She's travelled from Hyderabad to Coimbatore to cover Annamalai's campaign and the Coimbatore factor here. Okay, over to you, Aishwarya. I think he's standing in line, but I'll go across to her. But a lot of debate around Annamalai itself, Abhishek. Even before they tied up with, the AIADMK, he wasn't really a fan of the idea of going with the AIADMK. But they realized that they had to go with the AIADMK to even stand a chance. Aishwarya's live. We'll go across to her and get you more updates on Annamalai. But first up, Aishwarya, over to you.
Annamalai, who earlier contested from the Coimbatore himself. Annamalai, who has contested earlier from Coimbatore itself, has come to the Coimbatore constituency here to cast his vote. As you can see, he's also interacting with the public here as well as and trying to see if everything is in place and he's also interacting with the public and is also interacting with the officials here and making sure that all the booth-related works are going on. He's also entered into the polling booth room where he's about to cast his vote. While he entering itself, he was very confident that BJP and NDA alliance will come to power, and he has been rhetorically saying that Coimbatore has always been an AIADMK bastion where all the 10 seats.
Lost the audio there with...
BJP had also come in, and the BJP also had come in, and then they also won. Bharatiya had won in 2021 from the Coimbatore South seat. Now she's contesting from the Coimbatore South seat. Now she's contesting from the Coimbatore has become very important because it has always been an AIADMK bastion seat, and now with DMK is also trying to intrude into this particular AIADMK bastion constituency, where they are contesting in 2 to 3 important seats, where Sendil Balaji, one of the key leaders, is also being fielded. Now we can see that Annamalai is also one of the faces of Coimbatore from the BJP. He's casting his vote, and he's making sure that all the other essentials, be it the EVM machine the workable state of the EVM machine, or all the other arrangements that are being made for the voters, are in proper place. And after that, he's currently voting, and he deliberately, and he in fact was very confident about about BJP coming into power in Coimbatore again, and in fact the alliance AIADMK and BJP sweeping all the 10 seats that is available in the country.
Yeah, heard you, Aishwarya. In fact, viewers, the western region in Tamil Nadu, especially Coimbatore, a very hot seat, very important. The AIADMK, remember, swept this seat and various other western region seats in the elections of 2021. And this time around, that's Annamalai casting his vote in Coimbatore. We saw him from the time that he was waiting in a queue, and now he's finally casting his vote. These are the live visuals, and that's exactly what we will take a commercial break on, and we will come back with a lot many more updates regarding both Tamil Nadu, that goes to polls in just a single phase today, and West Bengal, of course, voting today and then again on the 29th of April.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy.
खुशी खुशी वोटिंग हो रही है। वो हमारे पोलिंग एजेंट्स है, ऑफिसर है और एकदम टेंशन फ्री होकर वोटिंग कर रहे हैं। भीड़ नहीं है। खड़गपुर में 62,000 और -Y वोटर्स, इसलिए हर बूथ में संख्या बहुत कम हो गया है। इसलिए मुझे लगता नहीं कि बहुत टेंशन होगा और जल्दी जल्दी वोट खत्म हो जाएगा।
अब आपका रनिंग अभी चालू रहेगा दिन भर अलग अलग बूथ पे?
नहीं है, एक्टिव रहेंगे। जरूरत पड़ने से जाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो शांतिपूर्ण लोग वोट करेंगे। चिंता की कोई बात नहीं है।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्ती स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Early
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching election coverage. All of Tamil Nadu will go to polls today. In fact, we've seen brisk voting this morning in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Abhishek, Gesu with me in the studios as we go live. First up to Bengal, Abhishek.
Yeah, most of the key leaders have voted in Tamil Nadu, but in Bengal, Niranjan, this conundrum that I always fail to understand in the case of Bengal. One side is the Bhadralok politics of Bengal, and then the street violence. And that's been a talking point with the kind of massive security push and deployment that's been happening this time. And yet we have some reports, Gesu, I believe, of some violence happening.
Yes.
Where?
Comes in from Murshidabad, in fact, where violence was reported. Unidentified people that actually went on to throw crude bombs, in fact. And this comes from Murshidabad right now as we speak. And this happened in the Nadu region in Murshidabad district during polling that was ongoing now for the West Bengal Assembly election. Unidentified persons allegedly hurled a crude bomb, leaving several people injured who've now been taken to several medical facilities and hospitals. Now we're yet to get a confirmation on the number of people who've been injured or what kind of damage has been caused. But for now, polling has been halted in the region. And we're talking about Nadu in Murshidabad, and extremely nefarious. And now also very important to speak about, the fact that there is current data that shows that Trinamool Congress has been involved in about 64% of all poll violence in the past decade in Bengal. But also joining us live is Harsha, who is in Murshidabad. Harsha, we were just speaking to you about, the growing incidences of polling being halted across Malda, in fact, also in pockets of Murshidabad, and now a violent incident of a crude bomb being hurled. What details can you get us, especially on those that are injured?
So Gesu, not one but back to back, there are two incidents in Murshidabad. One in Nauda.
Lost your audio there.
And yesterday, one incident at Tumkul in Murshidabad. Late at night. I hope I'm audible.
Two instances of violence happening in Bengal, and both in Murshidabad. One is grenade blast and the other is Kada violence. But that's what, Niranjan, this whole issue of violence in Bengal and the fact that it's such a central theme that this time massive security deployment had to be done. 2,400 plus companies of central armed paramilitary forces. Just for perspective, the last time it was 700, and because despite 700 companies of paramilitary forces, massive violence was reported in Bengal on the day of polling, on the days of polling, because it was 8-phase election, and subsequently the post-poll violence specifically targeting those voters who had not voted for the ruling party. This time the Election Commission instructed that the deployment should be such that no repeat of that kind of violence happens. It's a blot on democracy. And we are speaking on Bengal as of now, and can we focus on Bengal and just show some pictures of Bengal?
There's some more breaking news updates, Abhishek, from Murshidabad, by the way. While we are on the story, in Murshidabad, there are allegations against Trinamool Congress obstructing voting at a booth. Trinamool Congress, there is allegation that Trinamool Congress workers have taken over a booth. This is in Rani Nagar Assembly constituency. Voters have been prevented from accessing the poll station. Booth capturing charge against the Trinamool Congress of Murshidabad. Capturing charge.
To understand, how do you capture the EVM and how do you, this chapa voting?
And where are the officials?
Where are the officials? I mean, despite all the arrangements, Election Commission machinery, the observers and the security paraphernalia around it, the paramilitary forces, how come there is EVM capturing happening, booth capturing happening? We really fail to understand. I want to show a caricature or cartoon from a newspaper clipping of 1971. Look at this. That's 1971 election. The first election after the left had been in power for once. And if you look at, the kind of that's the common man cartoon showing the kind of security deployment that happened in 1971 also. Maybe perhaps it's sort of political violence is integral to Bengal politics. That's why it goes back to those times. The left, of course, perfected the art of using violence as a legitimate political tool. The Trinamool, of course, continued, and that's why we are seeing scaling up of paramilitary forces deployment. And yet, if reports are coming of grenade blasts, reports are coming in of booth capturing, that's something Election Commission needs to look into ASAP insofar as Murshidabad is concerned. Harsha, in fact, continues to be with us live from Murshidabad. Harsha, How come this violence is happening? Are these booths, I mean, please tell us, you are there on the ground. Is this booth where the booth capturing has happened, booth number 54 of the Raninagar Assembly constituency, number 63? Is it in some isolated place where the security was not there for those people? We don't know. It's alleged these are Trinamool cadres who came in and captured the EVM.
These are not the places where the CRPF forces can't enter. Yes, these are the booths which are very interior places. Like if we talk about the Dumkol, where yesterday night there was the crude bomb was hurled by unidentified people, of which incident the Election Commission has taken cognizance and the report has been sought from DM. But in Nauda area, if I tell you, right now in Nauda area, Humayun Kabir is right now, in Nauda area. AISF leaders are in Nauda area. Most of the regions, these are the very vulnerable and sensitive areas, some sensitive polling booths, Abhishek. And if we talk about the mobilization of CRPF, yes, yesterday what we saw at night when we were asked as, checking all the polling booths, in several polling booths there were 15 to 20 CRPF officials, but their mobilization and movement is largely seen by DM and also by the SP of that particular location. And they also decided which are the vulnerable and the sensitive locations. In now the area, if I talk about, the majority are the Muslims. It's entirely minority belt, and also it has witnessed the violence in the past as well. This time also since morning there was issue because in Nauda area almost 25,000 people are not in the voter list. There has been major deletion in the Nauda area, in the Dumkol area from where Humayun Kabir is contesting from. These are the areas where the minority population is heavy. This huge in Murshidabad, more than 11 lakh voters have been deleted during the SIR process. There is some sort of anger, and it was already being stated that the people who are not allowed to vote, there will be CRPF officials, in civil uniform. They will be deployed to see that there is no unrest in the areas, and they are those people don't interrupt the voting of the people who are in the voting list name. And this doesn't seem to be happening because not booth capturing but violent scenes. There are many who have entered the polling booths whose names were not in the voting list. They were arguing with the polling officers at the time when CRPF officers were not huge in number. There should have been 20 to 25 officials or the security personnel at the deployment at the vulnerable and sensitive polling booths. What we saw, Abhishek, that there were only 4 to 5 security personnel, which led to this violence occurring in Dumkol at late.
In fact, we're also getting in Humayun Kabir, who is, like you said, in Nauda. He's speaking about the crude bomb incident in Murshidabad. Let's in fact cut to him and let's listen in to Humayun Kabir of the AJUP.
Andar.
Viewers, these are the live visuals that are coming in from Murshidabad. People injured after a crude bomb was hurled. Now remember, this is a second incident that comes to light. This happened just today morning, while there was another one that took place in Murshidabad itself. This is the one that comes in from Nauda, where a crude bomb was hurled at a polling station, bringing the voting, the practice of franchise to a complete standstill.
Okay, in fact, in Murshidabad, there are 4 or 5 breaking news updates right now. I'm staying with the pictures from Murshidabad. Ladies and gentlemen, these are live pictures coming in via different news agencies, Republic Bangla, Republic TV, and the Republic Media Network, getting you breaking news updates from Murshidabad. Let's tell you that there is a video coming in from Murshidabad. In Murshidabad, in Dumkal, we have a video coming in of the CPM being beaten by the Trinamool Congress. They've stopped voting. They've tried to stop them from casting their vote. There is a breaking video. There is a breaking video coming in right now from Republic Bangla. And we're just breaking that in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. And in this video, what you can see is a booth being captured by the Trinamool Congress. We will be breaking that in just a second. In about 10 to 15 seconds, you'll have that video on your screen. CPM leaders being attacked by the Trinamool Congress allegedly. Voting stopped in Dumkal, Murshidabad. There is action there. And we also have details of what is happening in Dumkal. Speaking about Dumkal, voters are being prevented. Voters are being prevented from casting their votes at booth number 220. This is in Najarpur. Booth number 220, Najarpur, Dumkal Assembly constituency in Murshidabad, where the booth has been captured. Meanwhile, another video coming in on your screen right now is of a crude bomb. And some people injured there. Voters who had lined up to vote in Murshidabad are being injured. These are pictures coming in from Murshidabad, different locations of Murshidabad, different breaking news updates coming in. I want to go across to Harsha. Harsha's live in Murshidabad. Live from Murshidabad. Harsha, not one instance, not too many instances, Harsha. In fact, Harsha has some breaking news as well. Okay, the video. Can we please play that video, please? Play that video. And Republic Bangla team is also live. Let's go across. Can we zoom into that a bit? That's a video of a constituency in Domkal. Exclusive video, by the way. Exclusive video of a polling booth being captured by the Trinamool Congress allegedly. And we have been told that ECI has taken notice of the Nauda incident and has spoken to the Chief Electoral Officer on the violence in Murshidabad. CRPF IG has spoken to the SP and collector on the violence in Murshidabad. This is an update being broken by Harsha. I want to go across to her. I want to go across to Harsha. Play the video, please. Let's put that video in a screen so that you can see it clearly, and then we'll go across to Harsha to give us the details of that, please. Poll violence on camera. Gesu, that's a video that came in from Domkal. Yeah. And when you zoom into the video, you can see the attack. Allegedly, Trinamool Congress workers attacked the left here and they captured a booth. Yeah. That's the breaking news update.
Definitely. And this is now, viewers remember, pre-poll violence, violence on the polling day, post-poll violence. Even data shows that when compared about 16 elections, West Bengal tops the chart. And this is just another testimony to that. In fact, this is happening in Murshidabad as we speak. This is from Domkal. Look at that. People pushing each other. Now, this is allegations have floated in. They say that these are TMC workers, TMC goons that are trying to completely sabotage the polling process in Domkal, in Murshidabad. Remember, Murshidabad is facing violence in two areas. In Nauda, where there was a crude bomb incident. We showed you the pictures of those who've been injured. First and exclusive only on Republic, brought by Republic Bangla, are the biggest news channel that's operating out of West Bengal. And even from Domkal now. In fact, these are the visuals in Murshidabad. So the pertinent question is, despite such heavy security deployment, how are these cases still erupting? So the TMC's stronghold, it's being alleged that these cases are linked to the TMCs, and the TMC's violence, that's not new to anybody at all, in fact.
In Murshidabad, we have pictures coming in. There's been an escalation. The Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commission has taken note of what is happening in Murshidabad. We had an update of the Election Commission stepping in. The Election Commission of India, the ECI, has taken note of what happened in different locations of Murshidabad. Let's play that out. That's a live situation of a face-off. Live. Violence live. Clashes live. Face-off live in Murshidabad.
And the security forces, they're right there, and even then this fire is not getting doused down. People are angry, they're coming at each other.
Okay, stay with the pictures.
Now, viewers, in fact, we're getting in some more breaking developments. This is coming in from Murshidabad, one after the other cases of violence. In fact, now the Election Commission has taken full note of the incident that unfolded in Nauda. Remember, crude bombs being hurled at a polling booth, bringing the franchise to a complete standstill. In fact, people have been injured. They've been taken to multiple hospitals. Now, this is another incident that comes in from Murshidabad. You can see the visuals on your screens. You know, people from two sides have completely gotten into a showdown, and security forces are right there, but the situation does not seem to get doused down. Now, the EC has also spoken to the chief election officer over the violence that's erupting in Murshidabad. At least 3 cases since last night. Domkal being one, Nadu being another. In fact, we also have the CRPF IG who has spoken to the SP and collector on the violent scene. So security forces also coming together, taking full cognizance of what's unfolding in Murshidabad.
See Humayun Kabir. Humayun Kabir is a breakaway Trinamool leader, launched his own party, extremely controversial, and you can see that Trinamool workers are trying to get him. Security forces have surrounded him. Let's keep the nats on. Let's keep the ambience on, please. Ambience on rakhiye. We're going to stay on this, and he's completely get out, and I think he's referring to the rival Trinamool candidate there, saying that I think he said he's a badmash. So while he was speaking to the media, you have hundreds of Trinamool workers. They're trying to confront him. This is a live face-off situation. It's a live face-off situation in Bengal. Gesu and Abhishek.
Not just that, in fact, the security forces trying to intervene are also not getting a chance to take a look at that. People completely jumping over the barricading that these security forces have done, the shields that they're holding. In fact, this what seems like a police constable who's trying to intervene, but no luck. People are extremely angry. And remember, Humayun Kabir has now come up with his, Aam Janata Unnayo party, the AJUP, but he is a former TMC member, and these are the clashes that are happening between the ruling Trinamool Congress and Humayun Kabir. Now, this is also in Murshidabad, the third case of violence just from last evening. The evening before polling began till now, 3 cases of violence that have been reported across separate areas in Murshidabad. So, West Bengal maintaining its nefarious identity of, poll violence under the Trinamool Congress. And we see TMC workers clashing with Humayun Kabir.
Okay, as we report this, Abhishek, it's not just the violence and so for some reason, I mean, getting most of the breaking news updates from Murshidabad of the violence. Murshidabad, most of the violence being reported from Murshidabad, not just the face-off that you're seeing here, but also booth capturing in at least 3 to 4 locations, not 1 or 2, 3 to 4 locations booth capturing has been reported. And even in videos, you can see the Trinamool Congress workers allegedly sealing the booth, not allowing others to come close to the booth. A pattern we've seen election after election. Abhishek, despite the heavy security cover, some things haven't changed.
I was also thinking, Niranjan, that while the security forces are there and they're cordoning off, it seems like a cadre clash. And that's typical culture that you see in some part of the country. Bengal being part of that. We have seen that in Bihar, Jharkhand. Maybe just some pockets of Uttar Pradesh used to be there, not anymore. Otherwise, by and large, you don't see poll-related violence. In fact, interestingly, we see a lot of violence in Kerala between elections of 5 years. But on the day of elections or during elections, you don't see violence. So it's interesting, a very culture thing. And look at the deployment, Niranjan.
Yeah.
That's like huge. I think that has taken care of this flaring up into a larger confrontation. Because while the cadres were trying to have a jaw at each other, the cops intervened, and there was a layer between the two sides of these central armed paramilitary forces, along with the Bengal police, of course. So you can see Bengal police also active there. and dispersing the mob, so to say, and preventing a build-up, a violent build-up. Harsha, I believe now, live with us for more on this. She's in Murshidabad. Harsha, how far is this from where you are reporting? And the clubbed with the grenade attack that has happened, which has injured some people in Murshidabad's Nauda. Are you getting a sense that this is happening at many places, or this was a very localized confrontation between the Trinamool and the Humayun Kabir cadres?
The Humayun Kabir candidate and the TMC candidate, and what turned out the round for Humayun Kabir, because we have been tracking Humayun Kabir since morning, Abhishek. We lost him while we took a jetty to cross one place, and he was in Nauda. We're getting he is in rounds of Nauda, Beldanga, and every place we have been following him. We're also en route to that only place, Nauda, where he was taking round. It happened just before he reached that polling station that there was clash between the AJUP candidate and the candidate of the TMC, and the workers of both the party clashed among themselves. It started with a verbal confrontation which went on by few miscreants throwing grenades towards the polling booth, and the situation went out of control. In fact, there were CRPF officials who were deployed at the polling booth. They had to disperse for a while because the smoke plates which are coming out of grenades were too heavy, and we got to know that immediately more CRPF was asked to mobilize at that particular location. The people who were earlier went the visuals could clearly be seen the situation what has emerged from the Murshidabad, and it's not one or two places, Abhishek. To disperse the crowd. These are the Nauda area of the Murshidabad. To tell our viewers in a layman language that there are 22 assembly constituencies in Murshidabad, all of them be highly vulnerable and sensitive. If we talk about Jangipur, Beldanga, Nauda, and Rajinagar, from where I'm en route to Nauda, these are highly sensitive, and the Noida polling booth was attacked by grenade. The particular polling booth in Nauda village area was attacked by the grenade by some miscreants who arrived there. They didn't arrive by bike or pillion. They didn't arrive by any motorcycle or two-wheeler. They arrived. They arrived there. They walked in near the polling booth. They threw grenade bomb, which was posted at the polling booth. The crowd gathered there, and there was a clash between two sides, Karyakartas of AJUP and of the TMC. Right now, visuals on the screen of Republic TV, what we see is a lathi charge on the people to disperse the crowd, to disperse the miscreant. But the bigger news here is that how was that even possible? The CRPF, which was deployed in that particular area, was almost 20 to 25 security personnel were deployed in that area to manage the booth, to ensure that no unrest, no disruption happens there at the time of the polling. And to tell our viewers that right now the police, the security personnel, and also in some time the DM of the particular area is also reaching to that particular location to ensure that the situation doesn't get out of control. But the visuals right now with Humayun Kabir also reaching the incident spot. You imagine Humayun Kabir, who's a candidate from Coal. Yesterday night, the crude bomb was hurled at the polling booth, and today Humayun Kabir is reaching at the same incident. All these trying to create unrest at the polling station, at the polling booth. Now, the entire matter has been taken cognizance, but Murshidabad has a history of violence. Murshidabad has a history of violence in 2021, not only the assembly elections, but during the bypoll and the panchayat elections as well. We have seen that how the violence took place. In fact, there were the clashes in which few lost their lives also during panchayat elections. But this being the election where the highest
number of security personnel were deployed, 2.5 lakh security personnel only in the North Bengal and the East Bengal region, and 80% of the forces deployed in the North Bengal region majorly. If we talk about Malda and Murshidabad, you see the visuals. How many forces have now? How many forces now have arrived?
আমাদের গাড়িকে ফোন করে জিজ্ঞাসা করতে
The major issue was the capturing the booth. The booth was being captured from the side of the AJUP candidate. It clearly stating that in the presence of the observers, the booth was being captured. He protested to that in front of the TMC candidate, and at that time, particularly TMC Karyakarta, they just started hurling grenade at the polling center. And immediately the crowd needs to be dispersed.
From that particular area. What we see is that the situation has turned tense and volatile in the Nauda area. Niranjan, Abhishek, there's a very critical situation in the state of West Bengal. Murshidabad traveling each and every way. The distance from one constituency to another
vulnerable and sensitive areas where the violence was witnessed in the year 2021, and after that during Panchayat polls as well. In those all locations, it was stated during the meeting of the para forces that the highest number of deployment will be there, and also the troublemakers has to be ensured that they are taken into custody. Either the troublemakers are out, Niranjan, Abhishek, or either the police officials and the security person and the CAPF para forces officials could not manage to handle and to deploy proper personnel arrangement at the sensitive polling booths. Only these two could be the reason this time, because the machinery is heavily deployed. We can't deny that there was no security forces. The CRPF is heavily deployed in Murshidabad. In most of the polling centers, we have seen how the CRPF from inside to outside are deployed. Each and every one is being thoroughly checked whether they are carrying grenade or crude bomb, something like that or not. The pockets are being searched. The proper checking is taking place at polling station. We saw those. We reported that from Kandi for Behrampur, but this exactly Nauda, from where the situation has got out of control. The situation where has gotten critical. The violence scene is still emerging. The lathi charge is taking place. The police is continuously the CRPF is continuously trying to disperse the crowd. But what looks like is Humayun Kabir has already reached there.
All right, Harsha, so as you have explained to us, that situation on the ground still remains volatile. It is still tense, and the polling is still underway. But specifically the pockets of Murshidabad and Malda, they have been witnessing several incidents of violence. And now we're being joined by Prafulla Kedkar, editor, organizer at Bharatiya Prakashan. Thank you, Mr. Kedkar, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, it's just about 10:30 a.m. and we have seen several incidents of violence being reported in the election-bound state of West Bengal. Now, booth capturing has also taken place, and in fact, a crude bomb was heard at a party office, and several clashes have also been reported. So how do you gauge these developments? Because even before elections, there were multiple incidents of pre-poll violence, and even on the day of polling, we are witnessing this despite heavy security deployment.
See, this clearly indicates, the kind of culture of political violence that has prevailed in the states like West Bengal. Though the election commission this time has taken a very, very strict measures and precautionary arrangements. The drones are being used. The central forces are in place. They have flag march in many places. And still this is happening. It indicates two things. One, the seat that you are talking about in the Murshidabad and Malda area, this is the same area where judicial officers were geared by the mob. This has been a very, very sensitive area, very close to the Bangladesh border. So the population imbalance is there. And this clearly shows that the things are not very good for TMC and Humayun Kabir. Many people earlier were expecting this to be a friendly fight, but now this is turning to be a very ugly fight. But the serious question is actually much more than this. Why and how? We remember, in 1998 itself, in the assembly, the then Chief Minister of West Bengal accepted that there were more than 28,000 political murders in West Bengal. Now, as per the estimate, that the number has gone up to 55,000. Why and how in communist regime, wherever communists have ruled over the period of time, how the culture of political violence has prevailed. Narendra was just mentioned about the situation in Kerala. In Kerala also, there are many party villages where no other party except Communist Party can campaign. So why this culture has prevailed? And now, because of this, the radical elements and the infiltrators getting into this and this SIR-related mobilization, all these things have flared up. And because of this, entire political... See, the problem in West Bengal is entire state machinery gets politicized. Right from the lower level administrative officers in the state machinery, police officials, education officers, teachers, everybody is somewhere politically affiliated, politically appointed, even official, the unions are there at every level. So if you have to survive, you have to align with that union. And the moment somebody tries to challenge it, the only resort they use is actually the violence. The moment there is a retaliation, there will be more violence. So this has been the culture. We have seen that when earlier phase when Congress versus communists, now communists, in the later phase it was communist versus TMC, and now whoever is challenging TMC is crushing it with brutal violence. Unfortunately, this is a sign of political culture, but I'm more concerned because this is a very, very sensitive area, very bordering, the bordering area of Murshidabad, and we can see on your screen the way TMC cadre with the flag is actually trying to intimidate the police officials. Also, there seems to be clearly two sides in the same polling booth area where both the sides are trying to intimidate each other and not allowing their respective voters to reach to the because they actually earmark the voters, who is whose voter, and they ensure that the opposition voter does not reach to the polling booth. And that is why this particular tactics is being used. In democracy, people generally say it's free and fair election and it is duty of the election commission. But also important is the election should be fearless. It is not just free and fair. It has to be fearless. If there is an atmosphere of terror, I think that election cannot be free and fair.
Absolutely. In fact, that's the reason why there is massive deployment. Niladri Bhattacharya also joins us, a pro-TMC voice on the panel. Niladri, two places from where we have got reports of violence, one in Murshidabad, Nadu, and the other in Chandipur constituency in Medinapuri. And at both places, the common factor is Trinamool. At one place, the clash is between Trinamool and the BJP. At the other place, Trinamool and the Humayun Kabir cadres. But the fact is, Trinamool is still... I'm not saying who's on the offensive, who's on the defensive, but Trinamool cadres are present there. So obviously, this has something to do with the party deciding that this is how it has to be taken during the day of elections.
See, the common factor is not only Trinamool, the common factor is both Trinamool and BJP. To see it very objectively, Humayun Kabir is nothing but the B team of the BJP. We have seen the sting videos.
But the Trinamool is still there. You respond for the Trinamool.
Definitely. The Trinamool is also there. The Trinamool and, as I said, the Trinamool and the BJP, both are the common factors. In the BJP has only two faces. In Murshidabad, it is Humayun Kabir who is acting as a proxy for the BJP. And in Midnapur, it is the TMC versus the BJP. Please understand this. Humayun Kabir, as we all know, is a turncoat from the TMC. There is a sting operation. We have seen the sting operation where he admits it to be correct, refuting the contents of the Prime Minister's claim. And it is just a ploy to intimidate the voters. The problem has arisen in Murshidabad.
Can we put them on air? We are getting more violence, reports of more violence. Now Siliguri. So from Medinapur to Murshidabad to Siliguri now. Again, it's a clash between the Trinamool and the BJP cadres. One, of course, inference from these pictures is that it's a really cutthroat election. It's an intense election. It's a tight contest happening, and so these cadres on the ground are really fighting for everything, for every vote. But also one picture coming out of this Niladri is the kind of security presence that's there. So in all the three pictures that we have seen from Murshidabad to Medinipur to Siliguri, the buffer of security forces is really strong. So while the political parties are, falling back to their practice of aggressive push, which translates into violence and clashes sometimes, the security is strong this time. Niladri, would you appreciate the efforts made by the Election Commission and the centre to make sure the election is free and fair this time?
Definitely, the security forces are in much more higher numbers this time than it was in the earlier. There's more than 200 companies with the CRPF and the CISF and other forces. But it is the responsibility of the Election Commission to ensure free, fair and violence-free elections. Everyone should be given the chance to vote. But only one thing we have to say is that let not the Election Commission behave as if it is the C team of the ruling party. We understand the violence has always been in Bengal. This time we hope the violence is
less.
How
nicely and politely and calmly you are saying violence is part of, Bengal politics. I mean, should it be accepted so easily and so comfortably that violence is part of the culture of politics in Bengal, Niladri? Okay, I want Prafulla to come in. Prafulla, this conundrum that I always see in Bengal politics, the Bhadralok politics, if you are in Kolkata, and if you are in the rest of Bengal, this street violence as integral to the culture. And the kind of deployment that we are seeing, I'm really amazed and impressed, in fact, that every time we are getting these pictures from wherever of clashes being reported between cadres, irrespective of whether they are Trinamool, BJP or Humayun Kabir, the posse of security men, that's strong. The number of security men, the numbers of security personnel, that's really strong. They're really making sure that it does not go out of hand. Prafulla.
See, I have one simple question for Niladri. Congress and BJP fight with each other in multiple states. Why don't we see that kind of political violence? In fact, many regional parties in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, earlier we used to see the booth capturing events, but not this kind of violence where the oppositions are targeted, the party cadres are intimidated, their women are taken out. That kind of, what kind of Bengali culture you are talking about? Why and how, somebody can justify this? And when Election Commission tries to, correct this, you suddenly say, no, B team, C team. What was the police commissioner of Calcutta doing? Was he a B team or a C team when he was sitting there with chief minister for dharna? Why you allow entire police machinery to get politicized and work for the, that is really, really shocking. And the way intellectually they justify, in a very, very intellectually sophisticated language. That is more worrisome for me, because they are not realizing this is not just about Trinamool Congress or who is going to rule Bengal. This is about, Malda and Murshidabad is a very, very sensitive area. Why they are allowing this? Why all sensitive booths are basically the Muslim-dominated booths? They will have to address this tomorrow. Otherwise, this is a Bhasmasur that it is going to, eat out the entire Bengal and Bengali identity that they are fighting for. So why they are brushing aside, this basic problem that has arisen, that Buddhadev Bhattacharya talked about way back in 1998, that political violence is the culture. Why you are allowing this to, sustain as a part of strategy?
TMC has been criticizing this heavy security deployment in Bengal. We have seen Several statements coming in, accusing the center of deploying such high numbers of security personnel on the ground. But if you see today, in these clashes, it is the security personnel which have stepped in to restore the calm. And had then, had these number of security personnel not been there on the ground, it is scary to imagine, Abhishek, what would have unfolded today.
Well, absolutely. And Niladri, you might take this to Niladri. Niladri, 2,400 Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, and yet we are getting reports that booth capturing is happening, that EVM machines are being stolen.
I don't think so. It will be correct. If it is correct, then it is a failure of the Election Commission. From the day the election is notified,
now, are you suggesting that instead of 2,400, the government should have deployed 3,000 Central Armed Paramilitary Forces companies, or maybe 4,000 companies?
It is surprising that even after 2,400 deployment of 2,400 personnel, if these allegations of these kind of comes up, it shows the.
But till yesterday you were saying this is too much, this is too much, this is too much. Are you today? Are you saying that no, there should have been more?
It is an utter failure of the Election Commission, who has failed to read the ground reality. It is a very clear failure of the Election Commission.
I think it was you who was denying the ground reality, Niladri. You were saying this is too many of Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, that these are intimidatory tactics, that these are aimed at intimidating. Now you're saying this is inadequate. I mean, you have changed goalposts, you have changed your position.
From the earlier times, this is the highest number of the deployment of the paramilitary forces. We are agreeing on that. But even after this highest deployment, also these kind of allegations comes up, it shows the complete lackadaisical attitude of the Election Commission. And as far as the violence is concerned, let me remind you, did Assam did not have violence? Please show me in this election any single person killed or being hurt. Yes, Humayun Kabir was trying to go for a booth jamming, which was stopped by the central forces. We appreciate that. But don't put in that the central forces...
All right, Mr. Bhattacharya and Mr. Ketkar, thank you so much for joining us on this coverage. And viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll continue with our coverage as these two states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, continue voting. Now, here's coming up on the other side, several incidents of clashes reported all across the state of Bengal, specifically in Murshidabad, as the voting continues in the state.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और मसाला।
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, several incidents of clashes of violence are reported across Bengal as the state goes to vote in the first phase. All the updates are lined up for you on the other side.
नहीं, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TM की बात एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
Voting in Bengal marred by several incidents of violence. Clashes now being reported between BJP and Humayun Kabir's party's cadre. We'll get you all the updates on the other side as the voting continues in Bengal in the first phase.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
नहीं, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TM की बात एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 U.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Brisk voting happening in the two states, phase 1 of Bengal and the entirety of Tamil Nadu. In fact, calm in Tamil Nadu, peaceful voting in Tamil Nadu versus some reports of sporadic clashes happening in parts of Bengal. That's how voting seems to be panning out, Ishita.
Right, of course, and the voter turnout is nearly about 20%, in fact more than 20% in both the states as of now, as Bengal votes in first phase, and of course voting continues in Tamil Nadu in its final phase as well. Now let's start with the more developments we're getting from the state of West Bengal, where we are looking at several incidents of violence and clashes being reported.
All right, these are pictures of the three places where violence has been reported in Bengal, and Murshidabad is one, Siliguri is other, and Malda is the third one. Remember, it's essentially the north and some parts of central Bengal that are voting today. The presidency area, the southern Bengal, that votes Jungle Mahal, etc., they vote next time, and we have key leaders going into poll mode today with their electoral destinies being decided. That includes Shuvendu Adhikari from Nandigram, that's BJP's leader of opposition. We have Bahrampur, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is contesting, Congress's earlier leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha and state president earlier. We also have Agnamitra Pal from Asansol. So actually mix of south and north that's voting in Bengal today, but predominantly north. And some clashes have been reported. These are pictures of Murshidabad, where these clashes have happened. But what is important is, Ishita, we are seeing very good deployment of security forces, apart from the names that I already took. Agnimitra Pal is contesting from Asansol South. We have Dilip Ghosh, former BJP president from Kharagpur, against Pradeep Sarkar of Trinamool. We have Nishit Pramanik, former union minister from Matabanga. He's up against Sablu Burman from the Trinamool. We have Ashok Dinda, the former cricketer, contesting on a BJP ticket from Moyana. And he's up against Chandan Mandal of the Congress. These are the key constituencies which are voting today. And we have Humayun Kabir from Rejinagar against Ataur Rahman of the Trinamool, against Bappan Ghosh of the BJP. And West Bengal, Murshidabad, Gauri Shankar Ghosh versus Shawnee Singhal Roy. These are key battles lined up.
Right. So there are about 152 seats, Abhishek, up for grabs in the first phase of election. And despite, as you mentioned, very high deployment of security forces, we have a ratio about one CAPF personnel to about just 140 voters. Despite that, we are looking at several incidents of violence being reported. Clashes have been reported between TMC and BJP workers, TMC and Humayun Kabir's party as well. So, despite the heavy security deployment, still we are looking at violence unfolding in several pockets of Bengal on the polling day.
Yeah, and we have some guests joining us, and let's begin with them. Let's introduce them. In fact, we have Rohan Gupta of the BJP. We have Shubhankar Bhattacharya, who's a pro-Trinamool voice, and we also have Advocate Nikhil Jain joining us. He'll join us in just a bit, and let's begin with Shubhankar first. Shubhankar, clashes being reported in Bengal. Why can't it be as peaceful as Tamil Nadu when it comes to voting? Can you unmute yourself, Shubhankar?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So see, what I'm saying is that at least now when the elections are full on, I do think that it's now hard to believe that still the police force is working under Mamata Banerjee's control. Because now when the election is on, so every force, all the law and order situation that impacts the election is actually controlled by the ECI. It is now the ECI that has, the control over there. So the question is, you have deployed so much of force over there. which in history is now we have the largest number of forces available over there. The police
No. That's a different thing. Deployment is a different thing. Deployment is commensurate with the violence that happens. So why is it happening is my question. With 110, the deployment of Bengal and Tamil Nadu, there is no violence. It's because of the culture. It's because of the political party leaderships deciding that this has to happen or not happen. It's clear that the cadres are indulging in this aggression because they are instructed to.
See, this aggression is pumped in, actually. This is not an aggression which has, risen by itself. It is pumped in. And how it is pumped in, it comes from, of course, the leaders who are leading over there. So it is they, the kind of discourse you choose, the kind of, the orders you have given over there. This benefits the party which is trying hard to come up over there in the state. The state which is already there in power shall never, I don't think that they will actually.
Why are they carrying Jhanda? Are you saying BJP cadres are carrying Trinamool Jhanda? Because we can see only Trinamool Jhanda.
Of course, we have already seen this before as well. There are n number of videos available on the YouTube itself. I'll request your viewers to go through it properly, and you'll see that it has been, found earlier as well that they have used the flags of the opposition parties to to malign their name, and it is well orchestrated, and it's a drama that is being staged to benefit them only. Because
Okay, Rohan Gupta, the charge is on you. He's saying that these are BJP cadres holding Trinamool Jhanda because BJP gets to benefit from violence, not the incumbent party, because they have to just preserve their presence there. The BJP has to push in, and that's why this aggression coming in from the BJP.
See, TMC has become so desperate that every day they are changing the goalpost. When the forces were deployed, they were saying, look, this is not the war situation. Why you are deploying the forces? This is the first time that pre-poll violence is zero. There is no death. And that is because of the confidence of Election Commission. That is a deployment of the forces from across India that has ensured that even pre-poll violence is minimum. And today also this is a strategy of TMC, because this kind of scenes, when people see sitting at home, they get afraid, oh, something is happening, let's not go and wait. I have been in Uttar Bengal for so many days. This is the strategy of TMC to reduce the voting where they feel that they are not going to win. So this is a desperate strategy. This is not going to work this time. People have confidence on forces. People have confidence on the Election Commission that this time they will be able to vote whom they want from their heart. This election is for the people of Bengal. SIR has ensured that who are not the citizens, they are not part of the electoral roll. So this is the time where people of West Bengal will decide who is going to be the CM of their state, and not these goons and any other factors. So I think this is a welcome change, and wherever you see that people are standing in lines, especially the women, they are showing the confidence that they are voting for the change.
Right, of course, we'll come back to our guest for further analysis as the voting continues. But right now, viewers, we're getting some breaking news developing from West Bengal. Clashes have now been reported between BJP and TMC workers. Now, this time it's in Siliguri. Remember, this comes after Medinapur, Murshidabad, and now clashes are being reported all across West Bengal. This time, we're getting you visuals, in fact, from Siliguri. This is where TMC workers have been engaging in clashes with the BJP cadres on the ground. Now, remember, multiple incidents since morning have been reported, and it's just about 11 a.m., just 4 hours since the voting began in the state. And after Murshidabad, now clashes are being reported in Siliguri.
Okay, Nikhil Jain, we have seen clashes happening between Trinamool and Humayun Kabir party. We have seen clashes between Trinamool and BJP. We have seen clashes between Trinamool and left. For God's sake, where is the Congress party? Even in clashes, you are not there. Nikhil Jain, are you not there in Bengal at all?
Abhishek, I'm quite proud of the fact that the Congress party is not involved in any incidents of violence.
No, but is it by default also? Does that by default also mean the Congress is not there?
No, Abhishek, you can't really falter the Congress party for not being a hoodlum party trying, throwing bricks at each other or rolling swords or this or that, number one. Number two, the question that you were asking, Shubhankar, that why is the violence happening? I'm sorry, but I don't think Shubhankar has to answer for that. The Election Commission of India has to answer for that, because in the 2021 Vidhan Sabha elections, you had the deployment of about 90,000 CAPF personnel in the entire state of West Bengal. In the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, you had a deployment of about 70,000 CAPF personnel in the entire state of West Bengal. And right now you have a deployment of 240,000 people. For heaven's sake, people have been stopped ferrying on a motorcycle in groups of 2 across the state. This is ridiculous. Never have we seen an election like this before, and yet you are showing visuals on your screen of violence happening, which is a clear indication that whatever the Election Commission was trying to do, if indeed it was stopping violence by bringing in 3 times the number of troops that it usually does, they're failing at it because the election is just picking up. It's right in the morning, it's not in the evening, right? And still you are seeing incidents of clashes. Gyanesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, and the CEO of the state, all of them have to answer.
I mean,
What does the
Gyanesh
Trinamool
Kumar is
Congress
not
or
asking
any
these
other party?
cadres to come in 20, 30, gang of 20, 30, 40 and, mob the polling booths. For God's sake, the deployment is there and that's the reason why these things have not flared up. But the fact that this is essentially organized intimidation of voters, tactics to intimidate voters, irrespective of whether Trinamool is doing it, BJP is doing it, left is doing it, Congress absent. I think electorally absent, I don't know, because Bengal is one of the states where the Congress has not had an MLA for quite a while. Nikhil Jain, you should be focusing on making Congress party relevant than attacking Gyanesh Kumar, for God's sake.
No, see, the country it would always come before the party, Abhishek. So if a party is not involved in incidents of violence, I
what
think
a
that
sense
is
of
something
martyrdom and sacrifice, Nikhil. What a sense of martyrdom and sacrifice. You are not active electorally for the sake of the country, right? I mean, you are not there in contesting elections. You are not there to come to power in Bengal to make yourself politically relevant. Are you the new RSS, for God's sake, Nikhil?
We keep on praising the RSS all the time. I don't think why you should have a problem if the Congress party is emulating the organization.
Rohan Gupta, you would welcome this position of Nikhil that Congress party is there only for the larger interest of the country, not for electoral politics. They are, आज इन्होंने बिल्कुल त्याग कर दिया है बिल्कुल electoral politics का.
Yes, इतना बड़ा sacrifice देश के लिए किया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, काबिले तारीफ है कि they are sure कि in order to ensure that there is a peaceful election, they are not visible on ground. So I think it's a huge sacrifice by Congress party, and the way their translators are also not following the speech of their leaders. I think it's the right time to sacrifice this for the country, and this is good for the country that Congress has done this sacrifice. At the end of the day, country is important. I agree with Nikhil, and that's why maybe Nikhil is always, he works as a Congress supporter and he's not inside the Congress, because sometimes when he talks sensible, obviously Congress is the Darbaris will not like it. So I think he has made his position very clear. And Congress is out of the fray, whether it is the minds of people or whether minds of Bangladesh, West Bengal people. They are in minds of now Pakistani people. They are ruling the Pakistani channel. They are ruling the Bangladeshi channel. They have found their niche, so I am happy for them.
Shubhankar, Shavan joins me in the studio, but Shubhankar, how come is it the responsibility of the Election Commission if violence happens? The security forces are there to prevent any flaring up, and they seem to be doing a good job. We are seeing a lot of action in terms of cadres trying to mob around the polling booths and the security forces rebuffing those attempts. But the fact is that these things happen because the leaders instruct the cadres to go in and carry out these acts of aggression.
See, I find it very funny that when it comes to the opposition people, you interpret the entire dialogue in such a different way, whether it is Nikhil or me. So whatever we say, there is always going to be a separate meaning to it. Now, the thing is that what we are seeing on the screen, wherever it is happening, there have been complaints of the EVM machines not working properly. In fact, the people not being allowed to recheck their votes to the VVPAT machine. So the n number of complaints are continuously running on different channels, and these are the complaints from the legitimate voters. The voters whom actually you have left, apart of those 27 lakh legitimate voters whom actually have cut. So even those who have allowed to practice, you are not allowing them their right to get a free, a fair election. So the thing is that so many, when even while the BJP is so confident about winning Bengal, so is this the way? That the thing is that the kind of precedent is being set by this particular election is completely, I don't think we have ever seen in the history, and this is going to be followed very soon.
A common factor in all the violent incidents we are witnessing, which means that TMC has to be answerable for the kind of action we are seeing on the polling day. And I'll come back to you, but right now we're getting some breaking news development at this hour from the election-bound state, in fact, in West Bengal. Now, another incident has been reported, and this time BJP claims that BLO are threatening voters in Medinapur. Now, this is coming from West Bengal, where BJP is making a big claim on the voting day, saying that TMC is trying to influence voting in Radhanagar, and BLO, in fact, are involved in this process. They are threatening voters in Medinapur.
Well, in fact, there is a booth-to-booth management also that is essentially taking place, and that has been one key concern about whether at all Shuvendu Adhikari was addressing the fact that whether at all BJP supporters will be able to come out and support. We've seen this in the past, poll violence not new in the state of West Bengal. On your screens right now, these are images that are now coming in from Medinipur, where you can see the clashes that have essentially taken place. Not just that, I'm also being told that Humayun Kabir, who spoke a short while back to our sister network, Republic Bangla, and he says the Trinamool workers were basically trying to stop him. On your screens right now, latest images of the BJP Shuvendu Adhikari, the main challenger there, going from one booth to the other. This is considered to be one of those sensitive booths in the area. Multiple clashes have already been reported. A short while back, you've also had Congress's Suri candidate Sanjay Adhikari saying that he was unable to cast his vote despite reaching the polling station. So these are allegations that are now being made. Now, for those who are outside the state of West Bengal, this may come across as a big surprise, but this is also a reality that we are looking at. And the reality being that poll violence has gone hand in hand time and again, be it in the past elections. Also, this time the Election Commission has heavily relied upon the deployment of paramilitary forces, which has also been increased to a greater extent. And Ishita, Shuvendu Adhikari, who spoke this morning, once again invoked the fact that all the Sanatanis should come out and vote in large numbers. He's certainly hoping the consolidation of the vote of the Hindu vote bank, if that gets splintered, it's going to be difficult for the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's certainly hoping that it's going to be consolidated. It's going to be consolidated Hindu votes that would be in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right, of course, Shavan, we have seen, that's been one of the major election planks of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the West Bengal. We have seen, this mobilization of Hindu votes, which they have been trying to do in this election. But despite the heavy security deployment, we are looking at several incidents of violence being reported. And as analysts are also saying, and as you also mentioned, it is part of the political culture of the state, which is why we have been seeing, Tamil Nadu, very calm elections right now underway. But compare this to West Bengal, and since morning we have seen multiple incidents coming to light, whether it's Medinapur, whether it's Murshidabad, whether it's Siliguri. Several incidents have been reported, and TMC somehow seems to be the common factor, whether it's a TMC versus BJP clashes, TMC versus Humayun Kabir's party clashes. TMC somehow is a common in all of that. And on this, we're also going back to Shubhankar Bhattacharya, who continues to stay with us. Mr. Bhattacharya, I really want to ask you, because Nikhil Jainia was saying that, TMC is not answerable for this, but somehow TMC is a common factor in the kind of violence we are seeing on this day.
See, this is the kind of, it's always the kind of lens that you are using over here. You see the vision accordingly. You just a moment ago, you have shown a visual on the screen that a person was pushing the other person around. Now, what happens over here is that it becomes a verdict that the person who has pushed is the TMC guy, and who gets pushed, the victim, is always a BJP guy, and the BJP is getting hit over there. It is only the TMC. So this is, this is the kind of rhetoric that is, it's being spread in a well-mannered.
Mr. Bhattacharya, even if you don't
very unfortunate for us. With the Bengali, we are facing every trouble during poll. The criminals are moving hither and thither. All those things. And I repeatedly requesting all the electors of the entire West Bengal, if 5 to 10 minutes electricity cut, then this must report it to presiding officer and also returning officer and ECI helpline. Otherwise, webcasting not yet done. I am apprehending that they may cut power supply. Already backup power is there, sufficient backup power. I don't know.
Harsha, go ahead. What's really happening? What is it that you're seeing? Not new. This is the kind of intimidation that we have seen multiple times in the past. Just walk us through of what are you seeing? Just talk through. It's okay. We'll keep the cameras on right now. Just tell us what's happening. What is it that you're seeing?
হুমায়ুন কবির আছে কোথায়? ওইদিকে আছে, বুঝলেন তো? এদিকে নাই। আপনার লরিটা আছে না? লরির ওই সাইডে আছে।
अच्छा भैया एक बात बता दीजिए ये आप लोग क्या लेके जा रहे हैं? So what आप हॉकी स्टिक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं?
এটা বন্ধ করেন। বন্ধ আছে ভাই, বন্ধ আছে, দেখছো তুমি বন্ধ আছে।
मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूं।
আপনি এটা বন্ধ করেন, আপনি বন্ধ করেন।
मैं आपने बंद कर दिया। मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूं। मैं आपसे पूछे हॉकी स्टिक क्यों कहां लेके नहीं चल रहा है सर, ये बंद है। आप जनरली पूछे हॉकी स्टिक कहां लेके जा रहे हैं?
नहीं जा रहा है, वो इधर ही घर में लेके जा रहा है।
लेकिन मैं आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट
नहीं होगा मैडम, नहीं होगा। अच्छा आपने এখান থেকে করতে পারবো তো? এখান থেকে করতে পারবো।
अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा
দাদা ক্যামেরা হাতে আমি সরে যাচ্ছি, চলো পিছিয়ে থোড়া পিছিয়ে आ जाओ, আমি এখান থেকে করতে পারি তো। আপনারা বারণ করে আপনি করে যান, সবই করেন না, আপনি কেন নিষেধ করেছেন? শুনছেন না কেন? আপনি করেন না, আপনি বুঝছেন না কেন? কাটে পিছিয়ে আসো, থোড়া পিছিয়ে आ जाओ, थोड़ा पीछे आ जाओ। चलो यहाँ से
getting tense. The situation getting what we see here is the situation getting tense in the Murshidabad area. The violence took place, and I'll ask the camera person Atnu to show you from here. We saw few people taking hockey stick and moving towards the place. If we can show from this area, I'll ask my camera person Atnu to zoom in also, because there's a huge crowd. There's a huge heavy crowd which is gathered there. We are not allowed to go there. We are approximately, I guess, 50 meters away from the location where the violence took place. We have been so यहाँ पे इस वक्त हमको बोल दिया गया कि हम 50 मीटर डिस्टेंस पे खड़े गए। हमारे कैमरा पर्सन के साथ हमारे साथ लगातार बोला गया कि अपना माइक बंद करिए, अपना कैमरा बंद करके रखिए, आप यहाँ से आगे नहीं जा सकती हैं। और वहाँ पे अगर आपको विजुअल्स दिखाएं हम, तो काफी सारा लोग आपको नजर आएंगे। जो सारे लोग इकट्ठा होकर के आपको एक जगह पे नजर आ रहे हैं, ये सारे वो लोग हैं जो हमें इंटर नहीं करने दे रहे। वॉयलेंस प्रोन एरिया में लगातार वहां से चिल्ला करके कहा जा रहा है कि आप इस जगह को छोड़ दीजिए, वकेट कर दीजिए। हमने उनको कई बार कहा कि हुमायूं कबीर यहाँ पर मौजूद है, हमें उनके पास जाना है, लेकिन वहां तक नहीं जाने दिया गया। उस पूरे एरिया को बंद कर दिया गया है। एग्जैक्टली जहां पर वॉयलेंस हुआ है, जहां पे मुर्शिदाबाद का नौदा का वो इलाका जहां पे ग्रेनेड चले, वहां पे कई सारे लोग हमें नजर आए जिनके हाथ में हॉकी स्टिक थी, जब हमने उनसे पूछने की कोशिश की कि आप ये हॉकी स्टिक लेके कहाँ जा रहे हैं, तो हमको बोल दिया गया कि अपना कैमरा बंद करिए। हमें उससे कैमरा बंद करवाया गया, हमसे हमारा माइक, हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। और इस वक्त की तस्वीरें कैमरा पर्सन यहाँ पे जो हमें दिख रही है यहाँ पे जो हमें दिख रही है स्थिति, जो कि बहुत ही नॉर्मल स्थिति नहीं है। अक्सर मुर्शिदाबाद में ये कहा जाता था कि यहाँ पे वॉयलेंस की हिस्ट्री रही है, जो कि हमने अक्सर सुना है पोलिंग के दिनों पर, लेकिन हकीकत यह है कि यहाँ से अगर हम थोड़ा सा भी आगे जाएंगे तो हमें कुछ लोग रोकने के लिए पहुंच जाएंगे, हमें कुछ लोग इस पॉइंट के आगे नहीं जाने देंगे। और ये हैरान करने वाली बात यह है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जितने सारे हम गाड़ियां देखिए आप, ये CAPF की गाड़ी जो उधर खड़ी है वो पुलिस की गाड़ी है, जो उसके आगे गाड़ियां खड़ी वो सब CAPF की गाड़ी है, लेकिन उन सब की मौजूदगी के बावजूद यहाँ से इस पर्टिकुलर इलाके से हम आगे नहीं जा सकते हैं। हमें कई बार आकर के लोगों ने रोका, लोगों ने कहा आप आगे मत जाइए, अगर आप आगे जाएंगी तो आपके साथ कुछ भी होगा, तो उसके लिए हम जिम्मेदार नहीं हैं। और यहाँ पे जो भीड़ देखी जा सकती है, जो समूह जो पूरा गैदर हुआ है, उनके पास कई ऐसी चीजें हमने देखी जो कि एक मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट का, पोलिंग के दिन का एक भयंकर वायलेशन है। यहाँ तक कि हमारे सामने जिस वक्त हमसे बहस कर रहे थे, हमारे सामने कई लोग हॉकी स्टिक लेकर के आगे की तरफ बढ़े, वो पूरा एरिया ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है। ये वही इलाका है नौदा का जहाँ पे पोलिंग वायलेंस हुई, जहाँ पे ग्रेनेड बम गिराए गए, जहाँ पे हुमायूं हुमायूं कबीर अभी भी मौजूद हैं। AJUP के जो कैंडिडेट खुद भी हैं दमकोल से हुमायूं कबीर, वो खुद भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, लेकिन स्थिति इस पूरे इलाके में सामान्य नहीं नजर आती हुई, क्योंकि यहाँ पे पुलिस की कई गाड़ियां नजर आ रही है। हालांकि जिस जगह हम खड़े हैं मौजूद है, यहाँ पे फोर्सेस नहीं दिखाई दे रही, गाड़ी दिखाई दे रही है। हमें ऐसा लगता है कि शायद फोर्सेस आगे की तरफ हो, क्योंकि इससे आगे हमें नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है। हमें सिर्फ आवाजें सुनाई दे रही हैं, भीड़ इकट्ठा हो चुकी है आगे। हमने थोड़े आगे तक जाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमें वार्निंग दे करके
घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार
घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार हमें रोक रहा था, कोशिश कर रहा था। हमने कैमरे में उसकी साउंड बाइट लेने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। तो ये तस्वीरें हैं यहाँ पे। लगातार हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हम जूम करके दिखा पाए तो। अगर आप देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार वार्निंग दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए यहाँ से। लगातार देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार 4 लोग आए हैं और लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बंद करें, हम जाएं यहाँ से।
मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके के जहाँ पे
और ये स्थिति मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके के जहाँ पे हम रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं।
तो यहाँ पे वही जगह है। ये खबर आई थी कि यहाँ पर पोलिंग बूथ पर वॉयलेंस की खबरें थी, ग्रेनेड फेंके जाने की खबरें थी। अभी भी जो हुमायूं कबीर AJUP कैंडिडेट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है।
AJUP कैंडिडेट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और ये मुर्शिदाबाद में वो इलाका है, मुर्शिदाबाद का वो इलाका है। बताइए भैया, भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं, कहाँ जाए? तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है?
जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें, कैमरा बोल ना, बंद करना कैमरा।
So what we see here is that यहाँ पे लोग हम लोगों को
तो यहाँ पे कैमरामैन को रोकते हुए, यहाँ पे हाथापाई उतरे हुए, यहाँ पे लोग जो है
यहाँ पे किसी तरीके उतरे हुए यहाँ पे लोग,
और यहाँ पे लगातार हाथापाई की जा रही है। अब बोला जा रहा है कि हम चलो गाड़ी चलो।
Well, these are the latest images now coming in from Murshidabad, where police have been attacked here. As you can hear, my colleague Harsha reason it out. Yeah, Harsha, if you can hear me.
Shravan, I can hear you.
Yeah, so
the group of people came.
Why don't you move out a little bit from there so that you are at a safe distance to report? We're not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Shravan, I can hear you.
Harsha, just tell us the exact location that you are in right now, closer to which polling booth, and what's really happening.
So this is the same polling booth now, from where Republic reported where the violence took place, where Humayun Kabir also came. But these people here, they're not allowing us go ahead. They have stopped us 100 meters. उन्होंने हमको 100 मीटर पहले रोक दिया, और जब हमने कोशिश की वहीं से रिपोर्ट करने की, जहाँ पे इन्होंने हमको कहा, वहां से दौड़ते हुए कुछ लोगों का समूह आया, कम से कम 8-10 लोग दौड़ते हुए आए। हमसे बोला कि अगर हम अपनी गाड़ी की तरफ नहीं चले गए, अगर हम यहाँ से निकल नहीं गए तो बहुत बुरा होगा। दौड़ते हुए हमें गाड़ी तक लेके जाया गया, हमारी गाड़ी पे लाठीचार्ज किया गया, हमारी गाड़ी पर भी लगातार अटैक हुआ। लेकिन अब जब तक हम निकल के अपनी गाड़ी की तरफ नहीं पहुंचे हैं, तब तक हम लोग को मजबूर किया गया है कि हम वहाँ पे ना खड़े रहे। ये स्थिति है मुर्शिदाबाद के मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की, जहाँ से किसी भी तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट करने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, कोई विजुअल नहीं दिखाने दिया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे तमाम लोगों के पास घरों में जो हमने देखा, हॉकी स्टिक, लाठियां और स्टिक्स, तमाम चीजें लेके जाते हुए लोग हमें दिखे आगे पोलिंग बूथ की तरफ। लेकिन इस पोलिंग बूथ को पूरा घेर दिया गया है। आप ये समझिए कि पूरा पोलिंग बूथ घिरा हुआ है, और इसकी ज्यादा संभावनाएं हैं कि यहाँ पे बूथ कैप्चरिंग की, यहाँ पे रिगिंग की पूरे चांसेस हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से एक भी मीडिया कर्मी को यहाँ खड़े नहीं होने दिया गया, सबको वार्न करते हुए, लाठी डंडे दिखाते हुए यहाँ से निकाल दिया गया। और पूरे पोलिंग बूथ को, जिस पोलिंग बूथ पे ग्रेनेड से हमला करने की कोशिश की गई, जहाँ पे ग्रेनेड फेंके गए, उस पूरे पोलिंग बूथ को एक तरह से कैप्चर करके
कैप्चर करके ये तमाम लोग बैठे हुए हैं। और ये तस्वीर इस वक्त मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा की है। बहुत ही हैरानजनक करने वाली तस्वीर है, क्योंकि लगातार ये बात कहा जा रहा था कि जो चुनाव है वो इंटिमिडेशन फ्री होगा, जो चुनाव है वो में डर के साए में नहीं होगा, डरना नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ पे हम तमाम CAPF की गाड़ियाँ देख पा रहे हैं, पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ देख पा रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद यहाँ पे बाहरी लोग कितना असुरक्षित है वो भी स्थिति यहाँ पे साफ तौर पर नजर आ रही है। यहाँ पे एक पुलिस अधिकारी हमें नहीं दिख रहा है जहाँ पे हमें मारने के लिए लोग पहुंचे, ना ही कोई CRPF का ऑफिशियल नजर आ रहा है। और ये स्थिति है मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा की, जहाँ पे तस्वीरें हिंसा की थोड़ी देर पहले आई। बूथ को पूरी तरह से घेर लिया है यहाँ के लोकल लोगों ने। कोई वीडियोग्राफी नहीं, कोई फोटोग्राफी नहीं, किसी तरह से कोई रिपोर्टिंग नहीं, कुछ भी करने से लगातार मना किया जा रहा है। मैं कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहूँगी कि आप उतर करके अगर आपको फिर से दिखा पाए तस्वीरें, तो अतनु अगर हम उतर करके यहाँ से रिपोर्ट कर सकते। मुर्शिदाबाद के कोनों की हिस्ट्री का यहाँ पे वायलेंस का इतिहास रहा है। हिस्ट्री वायलेंस की बातें यहाँ पे लगातार कही। हमने पंचायत चुनावों में, असेंबली इलेक्शन 2021 में यहाँ पे हिंसा की तस्वीरें देखी। असेंबली इलेक्शन 2021 में यहाँ पे हिंसा की तस्वीरें देखी, रिपोर्ट भी की। तैनाती की गई थी, तब हमें लगा था कि इस वक्त चुनाव इंटिमिडेशन में नहीं होगा, डर के साए में नहीं होगा। लेकिन आखिर तस्वीर है कि इस वक्त मैं खुद रिपोर्ट कर रही हूँ और हमें नहीं पता अनडाउटेडली कुछ अनटूवर्ड इंसिडेंट हो जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हमें दौड़ाते हुए वहाँ 100 मीटर आगे हम खड़े थे, वहां से दौड़ाते हुए हमें गाड़ी के पास तक आना पड़ा, क्योंकि तमाम लोग हैं जिन्होंने कैमरा पर्सन हमारे अतनु नाग के साथ हाथापाई की, उसको मारा, पीटा, कैमरा छीन लिया, कैमरे के लेंस तोड़ने की कोशिश की गई। ये स्थिति यहाँ पे मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की, जहाँ पे लगातार हमें रिपोर्टिंग करने से रोका जा रहा है, फेयर रिपोर्टिंग से रोका जा रहा है, क्योंकि बकायदा जो आगे पोलिंग बूथ है उसको घेर लिया गया है। यहाँ पे बूथ कैप्चरिंग की बात लिया गया है, यहाँ पे बूथ कैप्चरिंग की बात की जाती है। कहा जाता है कि कैसे यहाँ पे हिंसा प्रभावित रहती है और बूथ कैप्चरिंग कितनी आम बात है, किसी को अमेज नहीं होना चाहिए। ऐसी बातें यहाँ पे कही गई है कि जो पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो यहाँ का अधिकतर मुर्शिदाबाद मालदा का बना हुआ है। और यही तस्वीरें यहाँ आकर के और जूम करके दिखाए, अभी भी आपको दिखाई देगा। वहाँ पे कुछ लड़कों का समूह, यहाँ के जो लोकल, आप इनको गुंडे कहिए TMC के, आप इनको किसी के, आप इनको TMC गुंडे कहिए, किसी के गुंडे कहिए, वो सब यहाँ पे मौजूद है, खड़े हैं और समूह बना के खड़े हैं, इस तरह से घेराव करके खड़े हैं कि कोई बकायदा आगे जाकर ही कुछ शूट ना कर पाए। आखिरकार लोकतंत्र के महापर्व के दिन जब हम तस्वीरें सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं लोगों के वोट करने की, यहाँ से तस्वीरें आ रही है जहाँ पे लोगों को वोट किस तरह से करने दिया जा रहा है, ये तस्वीरें तक नहीं खींचने दी जा रही है। कैमरा पर्सन अब तो थोड़ा बीच में आ जाए, तो अगर आप जूम करके वो ट्रक और वहाँ पे मौजूद लोग जिन्होंने जो हमारे पीछे जिन्होंने कोशिश की हम पे अटैक करने की, अगर उन पे जूम कर सके तो अभी भी कई सारी बाइक।
Well, in fact, Murshidabad is certainly no stranger to political violence. Shuvankar, you've been asking for what is the evidence, and these are just perhaps whims and fancies of the national media tarnishing the image of Trinamool Congress caught on camera. Caught on camera, I repeat, Shuvankar, is goons there preventing others to go in. And if there is nothing wrong that is actually happening, then why is it that a reporter is basically prevented from even going close to the polling booth?
See, I'm first of all, I'm really worried that I hope and I pray that your reporter is safe over there. But the thing is that what I could see over the screen, you're continuously showing it over there, and I can see there is a public transport vehicle standing at a distance, and then I saw. But I couldn't actually
did you see?
Can
I just help you describe? Can I just, Shuvankar, let me help you describe what you're very conveniently omitting and selectively describing the images that have come in. The images are like this. That you have one particular person. Let's have that. Can we just remove this image and show the image that Harsha has just sent us? There you have a person coming, accosting our reporter, telling the reporter that shut down your camera. Why do you need to shut down the camera if there is nothing that is actually happening? Question number one. Question number two to Shuvendu, to you, with regards to these very images, apart from the public transport and the romanticizing of every image that you actually see, I would only strongly urge you that stop romanticizing political violence, be it any party. Bengal has seen this right from 1950s, and every political party, whoever has been in power, starting from the Congress to the CPM-led left front, we have only seen political violence.
See, it's such a long question. You gave a big, dialogue over this.
It's not dialogue. Let me just make clear this out. It's fact, stating the facts.
ठीक है, चल रही है. इधर है, इधर टीएमसी पार्टी है, उधर हुमायूं का पार्टी है.
तो एक बात बताइए, ये अभी हमें क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहे वहाँ पे? हमारे साथ क्यों बदसलूकी कर रहे हैं? हमें क्यों भगा रहे हैं? हमने हॉकी स्टिक देखी, लाठियाँ देखी उनके पास.
मैं नहीं जानती. मैं साधारण आम पब्लिक हूँ. मैं दूध बेचता हूँ गाँव से. ठीक है.
तो अभी वहाँ चल क्या रहा है? पूरा घेर करके रखा है.
इधर जो है ना, ये टीएमसी का लोग है, और उधर जो है ना, वो हुमायूं का लोग है. ये चल रही है. वो इधर नहीं आ रही है, ये उधर नहीं जा रही है. ये जो केंद्र बाहिनी है ना, वो क्या कर रही है?
सीआरपीएफ. तो वहाँ पे कोई सीआरपीएफ नहीं है.
ढेर सारी सीआरपीएफ है. क्या कर रही है इधर? मैंने चुनाव से पहले जो मैंने बुझते पेरेছিলাম, चुनाव से पहले मैं जो जानती हूँ, ये शांतिपूर्ण भावे वोट होगा, चुनाव होगा, इसलिए. ठीक है, आप लोग जाइए, जाने देंगे. मैम, आप लोग जाइए.
अभी वहाँ माहौल बहुत खराब है.
नहीं, ठंडी है, थोड़ा ठंडी है. सीआरपीएफ है, ढेर सारी आपका जैसा सांबादिक है. उधर किधर से आया है आप?
हम लोग दिल्ली से आए हैं.
हाँ, ठीक है.
तो ये यहाँ पे तस्वीरें भाई साहब बता रहे हैं, दूध देने के लिए वहाँ पर गए थे. इन्होंने कहा कि इधर टीएमसी के लोग हैं, उधर हुमायूं कबीर के लोग हैं, और दोनों जो पक्ष हैं उनके बीच झड़प हो गई है, जिसकी वजह से वहाँ पे घेराव कर दिया गया है, जिसकी वजह से भी किसी को आगे जाने के लिए नहीं दिया जा रहा है. और लगातार यहाँ पे हम लगातार देख रहे हैं, पुलिस की गाड़ियां, सीआरपीएफ की गाड़ियां, सीएपीएफ की गाड़ियां लगातार आगे पहुंच रही हैं उस जगह तक जाने के लिए जहाँ पे असल में पोलिंग बूथ में हिंसा की तस्वीरें नजर आई. लेकिन असल में वहां तक हमें नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा. जो फेयर रिपोर्टिंग की लगातार बात की जा रही है, वो हमें वहां तक नहीं करने दिया जा रहा. हम फिर भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कुछ किसी भी तरीके से यहीं से ही जूम करके आपको दिखाएं कि वहां पे किस तरह से लोग भारी संख्या में इकट्ठा हो रखे हैं. बाबा, आप वहीं से आ रहे हैं? हाँ, वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है?
वहाँ पर तो बहुत झमेला होगा.
बहुत झमेला हो गया. क्या झमेला हो गया?
वो वोट.
हाँ, अच्छा, वोट. तो अंदर क्या बूथ कैप्चर कर रहा है क्या सब लोग?
यहाँ से हम लोग बताइए, आपका गणतंत्र हुआ. आपका वोट आप दीजिए.
लोकतंत्र का पर्व है भाई.
आपके ने कैसे रुका? यही झमेला है.
तो आगे वहाँ चल क्या रहे? हम देखे बहुत लोग के पास लाठी, हॉकी स्टिक, डंडा सब लेके घूम रहे हैं सब लोग.
वो मेरा मुस्लिम जाति का स्वभाव हुआ हो.
अच्छा, मान रहे ये सब लोग.
हमारा एखाने देश में वोट हुआ, कोई झमेला नहीं.
तो सारा झमेला यहाँ नौदा में क्यों हुआ है?
सब हुई इसलिए सब मुस्लिम हुआ. यहाँ हुमायूं और टीएमसी,
हुमायूं कबीर और टीएमसी आपस में झगड़ा कर.
यही झमेला हुआ.
तो बाबा, एक बात बताइए, अंदर लोगों का बूथ कैप्चर किया जा रहा है क्या? लोगों को बोला जा रहा है इसको डालो, उसको डालो, यही चल रहा है क्या अंदर?
टीएमसी से ऐसे हम लोग बूथ कैप्चर करेंगे, हुमायूं बोल से नहीं देंगे.
वही बवाल चल रहा है.
दो पक्ष का एकदम मतलब युद्ध होता है.
तो ये यहाँ की तस्वीरें हैं जो कि यहाँ पे जो लोकल्स हैं यहाँ के, वो खुद बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से टीएमसी और जो हुमायूं कबीर की पार्टी है उनमें आपस में झड़प हुई है. और यही शायद वजह है कि हुमायूं कबीर अब तक यहाँ से बाहर नहीं आए हुए हैं. लगभग 1 से 2 घंटे का समय बीत चुका है हुमायूं कबीर को अंदर गए हुए नौदा पोलिंग बूथ की तरफ, लेकिन अब तक हुमायूं कबीर बाहर नहीं आए हैं और वहां तक किसी को जाने भी नहीं दिया जा रहा है. और लगातार हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं, फोर्सेस की गाड़ियां दर गाड़ियां, पुलिस की, कमिश्नर की, डीएम की, कलेक्ट्रेट की, सबकी गाड़ियां उसी तरफ जाती हुई जिस तरफ ये सारा बवाल घटित हुआ है. लेकिन हम किस तरह से भी नहीं जा सकते क्योंकि स्थिति जो है काफी अनियंत्रण नजर आती हुई. बैक टू यू.
Right. Well, in fact, Ishita, at least 2 accounts that we got on camera. And Shuvendu, if you're there, this side and that side, Help us decode this brilliant language that only can come in from the state of West Bengal. This side is Humayun Kabir and that side is Trinamool Congress. Trust me, anyone outside Bengal will be perplexed. What are we really talking about? What is this side and that side in a state? Help us understand. What is this lingo?
Can I answer, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is the condition of the Bengali Asmita that we are talking about, the Bengali identity that we are talking about. Bengali identity is as such that today we can't even have one Bengali-speaking reporter going over there and talking Bengali.
Don't worry, Shubhankar, don't worry about. One second. I don't think so. 1 minute. Let me correct you. Let me politely correct you. Let me politely correct you. This kind of regional chauvinism, this is not called regional identity. Let me just correct you. The problem here is that you are mistaken when you think that only a Bengali speaking person should be going to West Bengal. Then the question is, me as a Bengali should not be going to any other state and be covering. Now what kind of assertion is this? What kind of religious identity, region-based identity that you're trying to assert? When the question here is that you should be lauding the fact. You should be lauding the fact that you have a reporter who's courageous enough to ask the necessary questions. You answer my question. I'm asking you this, that in our country, in the state of West Bengal, which is very much part of this country, unless you believe something different, when it is part of this country, what kind of a language is that this side Trinamool Congress, that side Humayun Kabir? You tell me, is that the identity that you're essentially talking about? And is this the Bengali Asmita that you're talking about?
This is the thing. The questions are so long, and then in the between, you can get the reports, and you even don't fetch the answers. If you don't like to get any answers,
go ahead. Why waste your time with the prelude? Go ahead.
See, again, if you please kindly don't interrupt and allow me to answer, I can at least try answering it. See, number one, there is no problem in going to any state, Bengali is going to any state, or Hindi speaking. All I said that it could have been easier for your audience to understand. At least the reporter could have spoken in their native language and could have translated it to the people over there, that what they are exactly wanting to say. Number two, the thing is, why
don't you do me a favor? Why don't you do me a favor? What did the person say? Okay, so just for the sake of argument. Okay, for the sake of argument, is there anything different that the person was saying that you think that the people of this country did not understand when they said this side and that side? Does it really require a translator? And if you want to take up the job of a translator, Shubhankar, feel free. Go ahead. Translate what the person had said. I'm going to play that out for you. If there's something different.
Because I think you go on, because it's very hard for me to speak. If you don't allow me,
it's hard. It's hard because it is going to be hard, Shubhankar, because it is going to be hard. Whether you like it or not, it is going to be hard.
This is actually absurd, Please ask somebody else a question. You go into Nikhil Jain or somebody else, because
Nikhil is not the person who is going to represent. Congress is nowhere in the picture. I will ask Nikhil a question when the Congress becomes relevant here. I'm asking you. Please, counter me with facts. I am only throwing facts at you. You are saying listen, Shubhankar. I am not giving you. This is no political campaigning platform that I'm giving you. All that I'm asking you is a simple question. Answer directly. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your suggestions as to who should have been covering the West Bengal polls as far as Republic is concerned. That's none of your business.
The panelists over here. The panelists are not even given the time to at least answer.
You please go ahead.
Your questions are so long. Then you have got.
Don't worry about the questions. Worry about your answers.
And you don't like to hear. You don't
worry about your answer.
You don't allow to speak those words which you don't like to hear on the channel. That is the problem. And if it is like that, then please bring in the people whom you like to, hear the things that is prescribed and everything.
Are you done?
So that is not a way. With the things happening over there, Humayun Kabir know what kind of setup Humayun Kabir has over there. Humayun Kabir, who got the influence from and the financial assistance from the people, who those people are, who those three jewelers were. and whom they are associated to now. Who is Soumitra Khan, and what did Humayun Kabir, had that agreement with Soumitra Khan? How come the people who were with Soumitra Khan helped Humayun Kabir? Where are those people? Where are those jewelers who were aiding Humayun Kabir? Nothing is found. The entire central agencies are there. They get immediately effective while taking action against any kind of opposition party and all. Where are they now? Have vanished to? Why can't they find it out over there in this part of the Murshidabad? When they very well know that Murshidabad, Humayun Kabir had already planned. He had said that this time the election is of power. This is the kind of language Humayun Kabir used over there, that this election is going to be of power. So please come out with full power. This is how he incited violence over there. And how it was being covered, I didn't hear Shuvendu Adhikari utter a single word against Humayun Kabir. I didn't hear Dilip Ghosh coming over there and saying that Humayun Kabir is wrong, or taking action against Soumitra Khan, who was helping Humayun Kabir over there. So this is the thing. The problem is that, first of all, you allow the problem, to aggravate over there. And when it comes to the line, you can see the people over there, the most threatened people over there are the TMC people. Because the side where the TMC, they said that this, I heard in Hindi, they were saying, either TMC hai, udhar aapka Humayun Kabir ka log hai, idhar TMC hai. What do you mean by either TMC hai, udhar Humayun Kabir ka log hai?
That is exactly what I asked. No, this is exactly what I asked you. What do you
given this thing by Humayun Kabir?
This is exactly what I asked.
This doesn't happen without money.
If you're satisfied, I think so.
So where did the funds come from?
I hope, Shubhankar, I hope you are satisfied with your response.
Power over there, so much of people over there.
Shubhankar, I hope now you are satisfied with the response that you've given, and enough time has been given to you. I hope you will have the courage to hear my questions also now.
I said that please find out how did Humayun Kabir muster so much of muscle power over there. With what money? See, this is not happening without money. The people over there, the goons he has arranged, it's all, so one has to find out where exactly he's getting all the finances from. Who were those people who were aiding Humayun Kabir's dream of bringing in Babri Masjid? Why don't the people talk it over out there? Why Humayun Kabir went, say, 40 kilometers apart to bring up his dream come true? So whose land was that? Who were the people who were associated with Humayun Kabir? So why is it all the central agencies are still under the control of the BJP? So why can't they find it out? It is a long time now. It's long time.
All right, so TMC doing what it does best, deflecting the blame. But on that note, we're slipping in a very short break. Rohan Gupta, Shivankar Bhattacharya and Nikhil Jain, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Viewers, we're slipping in a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you all the updates coming in from the election states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. In fact, as Republic now catches open poll rigging on its camera in West Bengal, we'll continue getting you all the updates on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed.
No, I'm happy that my constituency, the most higher authority of the state is voting. But definitely Anna Nadapadiyar will be the Chief Minister. And I wished my Chief Minister because I am the candidate here. But we want to change. Whoever may be the voter, they will vote for a women voice. Because women voices are very less in the assembly. So strong voices should be raised in the assembly. I will be one among a person, women, who will be raised the voices of voiceless women in Tamil Nadu.
There's also a question that Vijay is contesting the elections this time in all 234 constituencies. Do you think Vijay's factor would be taken into being, which it will be able to defeat both the DMK and the AIDMK's vote share?
It will take some impact, but the impact will not be so effective to change the political scenario in Tamil Nadu. The fight is between NDA and India Alliance.
ND and BJP were extremely confident. We have done our hard work. We have covered the yachts. We have met the people. We have sought their love. We have sought their votes. So I'm extremely confident. Today, the polling day, they will vote in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience, and people have turned out in large numbers as per the early trends. So I am supremely confident that people will make the right choice today. And Coimbatore South, you have seen how the polling has deteriorated. Yesterday, the candidate has staged a dharna. BJP has participated in that dharna. District President has participated. And we stand with the candidate, what he has sought yesterday. Election Commission and their wisdom has decided to go out with the polling. Right now, the onus is on the people. I hope they turn out in large numbers, vote as per their conscience and make the right choice. Thank you, madam.
One SIR impact, if you could give an...
SIR impact will have a general, if you look at the arithmetic, it might have an impact on 2.5-3% on the polling percentage rise. Any percentage rise beyond 3%, in my opinion, is going to be the general enthusiasm for the voting. So Tamil Nadu generally votes very high. Sometimes we have clocked 80% also. This time also you will see a very good increase in polling percentage.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic's special coverage on elections in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Now, my colleague Shavan also joins me. Shavan, we are looking at fairly high voter turnout till about 11 a.m. 41% in Bengal, while about 38% in Tamil Nadu. And if you compare both the states, we are looking at calm in Tamil Nadu compared to violence breaking out in several pockets in West Bengal.
Well, Bengal is no stranger to political violence, and that's exactly what we are witnessing this elections too, as Bengal goes to polls. That's the first phase of polling that's taking place. 152 seats up for grabs, 3.6 crore voters. And the big debate also about the SIR deletion that has taken place. On the ground, Republic Media Network with the largest presence in the state of West Bengal. Every seat has now been counted, where we have reporters on the ground, and from Tamil Nadu, from heart of Tamil Nadu, where we are basically reporting. We'll get you all the latest details. But up first, let's take a look at the headlines. We're checking at this hour.
बताइए भैया, प्लीज चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब कुछ बोल भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं? तो वो चल जा क्या कह रहे हैं? वो चल जान बोलना हम जाए अपना जगह तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड? अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें कैमरा बोलना ना बंद करें ना कैमरा। ठीक है चलो अब तो बोला क्या था?
Public View captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons try to run off camera during a live broadcast.
बताइए भैया, प्लीज चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब कुछ बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तो वो चल जा
क्या कह रहे हैं?
वो चल जान बोलना हम
जाए
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा
Political goons target Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assault reporters for exposing poll rigging.
Well, in fact, let's try and see if we can hear what Shuvendu Adhikari is saying. This after reports of violence have now been reported from various parts of Bengal. In fact, in Coach Bihar as well as in Murshidabad, where we're given to understand that violence has taken place. Ishit, I'm not too sure whether we can hear what Shuvendu is saying right now.
Right, of course, we'll try and get the reaction from the leader of opposition in West Bengal. But right now, we are looking at several pockets in West Bengal now witnessing violence. There have been clashes reported between TMC and BJP workers, TMC versus Humayun Kabir's party workers as well. And specifically Murshidabad, this is where Republic's crew was also attacked while trying to cover. And in fact, on our camera, now we have caught an incident of poll rigging as well. So we are looking at violence taking place in Bengal despite heaviest security deployment.
Well, in fact, we do have some details now coming in of the voter turnout till 11 o'clock this morning. And some of the key constituencies where the Election Commission has now put out, before we play out, that's the voters claim stuck. People claim that there's no response from the administration. This is with regards to the breaking coming in from Tamil Nadu. In fact, earlier this morning, you've had a request that was made by TVK Chief Vijay asking for the polling timings to be increased. In fact, that is the letter that he has also written to the Election Commission after reports basically came in of certain delay that was experienced in some of the constituencies. We'll try and see if we can go across to Sharda as well as Aishwarya, who's getting us the latest details. I'm also told that the voter turnout, the breakup of the voter turnout from Tamil Nadu has also come in as we take our viewers through some of the key constituencies from where the voter turnout has come in. It seems that there's been brisk voting that has been reported from various places, but in some areas, these visuals are coming in from Chennai. Not very sure as to why there is this jam that you basically see, where people are stranded there. We're trying to find out the reason why the people are stuck there, whether at all this has got to do with any malfunctioning in one of the polling booths or there is some other reason that's not known at this point in time, Ishita. But this is from Chennai, where some complaints have actually come in.
Right, of course. And our colleague Shada is there on the ground. She's been closely tracking all the election updates. Shada, over to you. Please explain to us, why has been there a delay in this? Why are voters stuck for last 12 hours?
Well, there's a lot of delay in the voters coming to the polling booths. Starting from last night, buses have been delayed. There are multiple complaints telling that the transport department did not plan for the elections properly, pointing out that the DMK, in their own doing, allegations come from the TVK leaders saying that the DMK did not plan for the people to travel from Chennai to other suburban cities in the state of Tamil Nadu. Another question that comes is when the polling booths where, though the mock polling did happen in the morning, there were certain technical issues which went on for a while, which also delayed the polling in multiple areas. This is why the TVK leader Vijay has sent a letter to the Election Commission of India stating that the polling time should be extended by 2 hours, and also requesting the people to make sure that they go and vote. The TVK leader has sent a letter. Now, the DMK is claiming that it was not their own doing, that every order came under the Election Commission of India and it was planned properly, but it is the execution that did not happen because the Transport Minister was not there along with his team, is what the DMK is claiming.
Well, Ishita, I'll just quickly take our viewers through the breakup of the voter turnout data that has just been put out. In fact, this is coming in from the Namakkal constituency, which has topped the voter turnout and stands at about 45%. The lowest really coming in from Chennai, that's about 35% till about 11 o'clock this morning. Once again, we're going across to Bengal, where it seems yet again, as you can see right now, these images that are coming in from Murshidabad, clear clashes that are taking place between two groups right now. A group there you have being mercilessly being beaten up, not very sure they belong to which political party right now. From the screens that are coming in,
जल्दी आइए यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ हुआ है अरे तू धिक्कार করেছিস আমার সঙ্গে ক্লোজ কর বিদেশি লোক সামনে Achun! कैमरे का तार जुड़ा हुआ है 2 नंबर पोर्ट पे दिया है हैंड क्लियर कर लिया जाच्छे हाथ में चुप हाथ का वीडियो कर दिया मैंने क्लोज कर भाई कैमरा का काट हुमायूं कबीर साथी हम कर दिया चल लाठी चल
सर 4 नंबर पोर्ट पे लगा हुआ है बीएमसी सर। কোনোদিনই টাইমে কিছু পায় না আমাদের এনে নাই সালা না এনে कभी नहीं मिलता साले को तुम लोग जितना डीजल अच्छा करके दो সেই রাস্তা হুমায়ুন কবির তিনি এখান থেকে সমাধির গাড়িতে চাপ 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 আগে চাপ আরে এইটা না রে ভাই এই গাড়িতে চাপ নিরাপত্তার দায়িত্ব বাবা তুই গাড়ি চেপে ভিজুয়ালটাকে ঠিক কর
नहीं निकल सकता। These images now coming in from Murshidabad. Tense situation there. As you can see, a car being vandalized. Not very sure if this belongs to the Election Commission there, but from the logo it does appear that it was an Election Commission vehicle. We're waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Election Commission, but classic to what we have seen in Bengal elections. Violence. And this time, it seems that there is increased violence that has taken place, particularly in Murshidabad. That's also the place from where the maximum SR deletions have actually taken place. Is this a sign of nervousness there? In fact, let's just cut across to some of the latest images now coming in. Union Minister Shuvendu Majumdar is also joining us with this broadcast. Mr. Majumdar, while we speak to you, massive violence has been reported from Murshidabad. It's on the expected lines, but is this a side of nervousness on the ground? Because it seems that there is direct clashes taking place. And the Trinamool Congress has been alleging that these are BJP supporters also.
No, see, the clashes have been reported from the Murshidabad only till now. And Murshidabad district has a legacy of violence, not from the now or last 5 or 10 years. It has a long legacy of violence, and that's why. And I think Election Commission must be aware of the fact, and that's why they have deployed so many central forces there. And the thing is that the Trinamool Karyakartas, they have started, and the first clash happened between the Trinamool and AJUP, that is the party of Humayun Kabir. So BJP is just a spectator in that. So we don't have our base in those areas, especially Nauda and these other Domkol. All these areas are mostly Muslim-dominated areas. So BJP has very less strength in those areas. So whatever happening there, it is in between the AJUP party and the Trinamool Congress.
You're also responsible because, Shuvendu Majumdar, I want to also show you, perhaps in the next couple of seconds, I want to go show you a visual that was captured by Republic TV's Harsha. She was on her way to a polling booth. I'm just going to get the exact name of the polling booth where she had gone. And what she witnessed was shocking. And I'm narrating exactly what one of the persons had to say there. This side, Trinamool Congress, that side Humayun Kabir. The question here is, will someone take cognizance of what's really happening right now? And what exactly is the Election Commission also doing right now, given the fact that you have paramilitary forces being deployed? And I want you, Shukanto Majumdar, as a union minister, take cognizance of what's really happening. Our reporter gets beaten up, our camera person gets beaten up, not a single response that has actually come in. A reporter is putting her life in danger right now, Mr. Minister, and this is what's happening in the state of West Bengal.
Now, see, the condition of Murshidabad, especially the incident happened with the Humayun Kabir, it is really shameful, and the TMC workers attacked him, and even the reporters of Republic, they were beaten, and it is really a shameful incident happened, and the Election Commission should take the cognizance, and the hooligans, those are involved in this attack, should be arrested immediately, and they should be kept inside the bar for the rest of the election procedure, up to counting. They should be inside the inside the jail.
Mr. Majumdar, I just want you to take a look at it. I'm just telling our producer to just pull out those visuals that came in from our camera feed of Harsha. Meanwhile, I'm going to move to another question till the time you take a look at this, because this is quite, unprecedented. We have seen this happening. All of us who have covered the state of West Bengal, we have in our career, we have seen this kind of violence really taking place. But what's the reason? What's the real reason why Murshidabad is seeing this uptick in the violence? And what are the reports are you getting? Because you must be also getting your first-hand reports from the polling agents, your own agents. What is the situation right now on the ground? Now take a look at this, Mr. Minister. This is the image that came in. This is the footage that has come in from Murshidabad, caught on Republic camera. So no other allegations. Take a look at this. And I'll get Harsha is going to join us. You hear from what Harsha has to say. Harsha, Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar is, the moment Harsha is there, tell us, Mr. Minister, take a look at this. The whole sequence.
जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल की गाड़ियां हैं वो भीतर जा करके जो पूरे इलाका है उस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कराने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है। खुद हुमायूं कबीर जो एजेयूपी के नेता हैं, जो कि खुद दमकोल से चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, वो इस वक्त यहाँ पे वहीं पर अंदर मौजूद है।
We'll try and there's another footage. Can we just play that footage also? The moment where she's speaking to one of those voters who are coming out, and he said that this side is Trinamool Congress, that side is Humayun Kabir, and someone is actually preventing Harsha from even carrying out that. This is the footage. Let's take a look at this. Is the footage where she's being prevented from reporting.
ये तस्वीरें आप देखिए, सारी गाड़ियां उसी इलाके से बाहर आती हुई, ये सारी गाड़ियां उसी इलाके से बाहर आती हुई, ये पुलिस की और फोर्सेस जो है वो हिंसा वाले इलाके की तरफ पहुंचती हुई हमारे द्वारा खुद भी सीआरपीएफ को कॉल करके ये इन्फॉर्म किया गया था कि यहाँ तक एक फेयर रिपोर्टिंग तक नहीं किसी भी तरीके से करने दी जा रही है। और ये अब तस्वीर है यहाँ पे सीधा उस 50 से 100 मीटर की दूरी की, जहां से हम रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं, जहां पे सबसे पहले शुरुआत में हिंसा भड़की और पूरे बूथ को जिस तरीके से कैप्चर किया गया। और ये तस्वीरें फिलहाल कैमरे पर हैं कि यहाँ पे कोशिश करके जो क्राउड है उसको डिस्पर्स कराया गया है, पुलिस द्वारा क्राउड को डिस्पर्स कराया गया है कि यहाँ पे सुचारू रूप से वोटिंग हो सके। हम
Mr. Majumdar, this is because this is a long feed, so I'm cutting across. I know you're a busy person today, but it's important because our reporter has been attacked. And a reporter, Mr. Shukanto Majumdar, is being told that you can't go near the polling booth. If I can't go to the polling booth and report what is happening, then God help us.
So this is the kind of democracy that has been gifted by the Mamata Banerjee. And these people go to Delhi and along with Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav.
These are live visuals, Mr. Shukanto Majumdar. They're coming from Murshidabad. Just take a look at it. Just see what is happening.
Yes, I have seen it. I have seen it in the morning. And the kind of, democracy that I was talking about, it has been gifted by the Mamata Banerjee. And these people, when they go to Delhi, they, along with Mamata Banerjee, along with Rahul Gandhi ji, Akhilesh Yadav ji, they talk about democracy. These visuals showing that at least the TMC, they don't have, our opposition, they don't have any moral right to talk about democracy. This is the Nanga Nach of democracy and the breach of democracy is happening on the road, and this is done by the TMC workers, TMC portfolio holders.
What about Humayun Kabir, Shukanto Majumdar, because the allegation that has been levelled against the Bharatiya Janata Party is that he's your B team and he's the one who's actually doing this. When he's reached Murshidabad, tensions have gripped the area. So the allegation is also against the Bharatiya Janata Party of feeding Humayun Kabir.
It has been cleared by Honorable HM Sir of Home Minister of this country that we are not ready to sit with such a people who are making Abri Masjid in this country. Rather, we would prefer to sit in the opposition for 20 years. It has been said by the Honorable Home Minister Sri Amit Shah ji, and this is our official stand. But we believe in democracy. We may differ with the Humayun Kabir, we may differ with CPM, we may differ with ISF, we may differ with TMC, but they all have the right to participate in the democratic function of democratic.
Are you all going to move the election commission? Are you all moving the election commission right now? Because large-scale violence has already been reported. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Majumdar, it is also coming in from Cooch Behar. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cooch Behar, Murshidabad, places.
Till now, I have also received the incidents of violence from the Cooch Behar and from this Murshidabad district. Even in the last night also, one bomb has been charged in the Dome Court. We may differ with the Humayun Kabir in our ideology, in our stand, but we believe that in democracy, he has also the right, as the Mamata Banerjee has.
Okay.
So he is a contesting candidate. He can move anywhere in his constituency.
Okay.
Who is this worker, TMC worker, who they don't have any right to differ? It may be Humayun Kabir or any other candidate. Okay. No one can differ any candidate from visiting his or her constituency.
Mr. Majumdar, I'll just request you, because I have my colleague, a brilliant reporter, Harsha, who is there in Murshidabad, and Harsha perhaps can narrate directly to you what she witnessed and what is happening right now on the ground. Harsha, with us, we have Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar. What is it that you saw? Which polling booth was it? And why were they stopping you from reporting?
We have protested, we have complained.
I'm not too sure if she can hear me.
Hello? Huh?
Harsha, can you... It's a little patchy. Mr. Majumdar, it's a little patchy, the network here. I'm going to get her in the next 10-15 seconds. But, you know, it's only heart-wrenching to see this. My colleague here, Ishita, when she saw these images coming in, the only question that came to her mind was also this, that is this really possible? In a country like ours, where we have been celebrating democracy, we talk about, you know, the fact that we elect our government. This is what is actually happening, and Harsha is there. Harsha, Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar is with us. Why don't you tell us what exactly happened, at what time, outside which polling booth, and when you spoke to several people there, what is it that they have to tell?
Sukanta sir, hello, this side Harsha. We have spoken often during the West Bengal election campaign as well. But this time when I am reporting here since morning in Murshidabad, what we witnessed in Murshidabad's Nauda area, after driving 30 kilometers from after 30 kilometers driving from Beldanga area, is that violence. We were here reporting from this Nauda place polling booth, and here we saw how the cadre of the Humayun Kabir और किस तरीके से जो TMC की गूंज से उनमें आपस में झड़प हुई, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग नहीं करने दी गई, यहाँ पे हमारे विजय को हमें डराया गया, धमकाया गया, हाथ में हॉकी स्टिक, लाठी, डंडा, क्या कुछ नहीं. So Mr. Majumdar, what visual we saw of violence was the continuous full of intimidation. And Mr. Majumdar, we remember how it was being said continuously by the machinery that elections will be fear-free, intimidation-free. But that today we in Republic didn't witness. What we witnessed majorly was how scary the situation on ground is. I had to personally call CRPF IG Mr. Shalabh Mathur to ensure that I am safe here. So what do you have to say about the current situation here?
Really, it is shameful for the country as well as for the state, because we claim that we are the largest democracy of this world as well as the oldest one. So, in a country like us, all the states, they have actually come out of this kind of violence, especially during the election, even before the election and after the election. It is really shameful for us, especially the people belonging to the Bengal and the political person, especially like us, belonging to the Bengal, because Bengal is still facing this kind of violence both before the election, during the election, as well as after the election. Even you have seen the post-poll violence that happened after 2021. This is not at all good for the democracy, and I believe we should come out as a whole, as a Bengali, as a resident of state of West Bengal. I believe that all the political parties should try to come out of this legacy. It is not acceptable in democracy, and the kind of visuals those are coming on the Republic, really, it will create a fear psychosis among the people, among the voters. So I would like to urge the Election Commission, I would like to urge the CRPF and the other central forces to take cognizance of this, and they should be ruthless to controlling this kind of rioting mobs.
Right, of course.
Mr. Majumdar, the violence started at around 10 o'clock. It took almost 2.5 hours for the forces also, for the personnel also standing here to ensure that there is a violence free so that people can vote peacefully here. It took 2.5 hours. You imagine I was standing just 50 meters away from this location, but now you see the visual. There are so many officers, there are so many security personnel who are deployed here right now, but 2.5 hours it took. So the fear psychosis is in the mind of the voters. How will they come and cast their vote if the situation remains the same? It's not only in Murshidabad, there are several places in Murshidabad, Malda, Medinapur, everywhere there are the visuals of violence which is coming out, and it was ensured to voters that there will be no violence. It was stated by BJP, घर से निकलिए, वोट करिए, कुछ नहीं होगा. ऐसी स्थिति में Mr. Majumdar,
if you compare the incidents, I would like to say that it is little bit less in comparison to the previous record. Only few districts, especially Kuch Bihar, Murshidabad, this kind of incidents are happening, and some other sporadic incidents have been reported in some part of the state of West Bengal. I believe that the Election Commission will take the cognizance, and the people will be able to cast their vote, and also the voting percentage is also showing that the people are coming out and they are voting for the parivartan, that is for the change. And this time change will happen.
thank you, Mr. Majumdar, for giving an insight into what actually is needed this election, because right now what we see is that people are coming out to vote, but they're scared also because of the parties who are the major dominance here in the Murshidabad area. Thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
Right, of course, that was our colleague Harsha, who was, attacked earlier in Murshidabad when she was reporting from near a poll booth. And of course, that was Union Minister Shrikanta Majumdar also speaking to the public on the kind of violence that's now unfolding, getting you live visuals right now from Murshidabad. And this is where violence has been reported since the morning. Several incidents of, violence at poll booth, rigging, as well as, poll booth attempt at capturing a poll booth has also been reported. Now, Shavan, we are looking at deployment, heavy security deployment in West Bengal. There's a ratio about 1 CAPF personnel to just about 140 voters. And despite that, this is what we are witnessing. Imagine what could have unfolded in the state had this much security deployment not been there, because we had seen a lot of criticism coming in about fortifying Bengal on the day of election. But this is what has come to light.
Well, in fact, the Trinamool Congress has directly attacked the Election Commission, saying that there is an attempt that has been made by the Election Commission to fight the elections in a manner. The reason being is that they've essentially brought in paramilitary forces, and as you pointed out, if you look at the ratio of paramilitary forces, then of course there is a considerable increase this time. In fact, now that this election is actually happening in two phases, and the focus is largely in some of those sensitive areas from where our colleague Harsha has also been reporting. Just take a look at these images now coming in from various parts of Murshidabad. In fact, it is considered to be one of the most sensitive districts, border districts that you're looking at. And allegations that have been leveled by the Bharatiya Janata Party is of large-scale infiltration, and infiltration has largely been institutionalized is what the Bharatiya Janata Party has been saying. Radhika Khera of the BJP is also going to join us in a short while from now. Let me get it a quick word first from Harsha to get a sense of what's the situation like on the ground, and then I'll go across to Radhika for a comment about what's really happening in West Bengal. Harsha, what's the situation like now? Because these images that are coming in from the news agency indicates that the situation is still quite volatile.
Sean, I'll ask my camera person Atnu to just pan the camera towards the right now situation so that we can give more insight. And actually this was the area which was completely geared out. There were almost 200 to 500 miscreants here. You imagine 200 to 500 miscreants here not letting voting happen. Humayun Kabir was sitting here in the middle of the vote, not letting the vote being casted fairly. There were the TMC goons who were sitting here. Almost it took 2.5 hours for police and the security personnel to vacate, to cordon off this entire area. We were standing 50 meters from this particular location. Right now what we see majorly is that police and security personnel have been deployed here. They did lathi charge on the crowd to disperse them because those miscreants were not ready to go. But what we saw was a very scary visual, Shawan. For any outsider who comes here, the situation, the present situation looks very scary because the violence still prevails in the state of West Bengal. And no one will be amazed if we talk that there will be no violence in the state of West Bengal. It's stated that Murshidabad has a history of violence, and that we ourselves have witnessed in Panchayat posts. But this time it was stated machinery, the security personnel, the CAPF, more than 2.5 lakh in each phase. आप समझिए 2.5 लाख से ज्यादा जो पर्सनल है उनको डिप्लॉय किया गया है दोनों चरणों के लिए पश्चिम बंगाल में. फिर भी जो मौजूदा जो स्थिति है ग्राउंड पर, वो उसकी स्थिति ये है कि वायलेंस की जो तस्वीरें हैं वो हर जगह से आ रही हैं. चाहे मालदा की बात करें, चाहे मुर्शिदा की बात करें, चाहे या फिर मेदिनापुर इलाके की बात करें. और यहाँ पर जो टीएमसी का एग्रेशन है खास करके मुस्लिम बाहुल इलाकों में, वो बेहद हैरान करने वाला है. वो जो एग्रेशन हुमायूं कबीर के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ लड़ाई करके बाहर निकल रहा है, या फिर बूथ कैप्चरिंग करके, या फिर पूरे बूथ पर ग्रेनेड बम को फेंक करके. लेकिन तस्वीरें यहाँ मुर्शिदाबाद की, जहाँ लगभग 2.5 घंटे के बाद जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य हुई है. सुबह 10 बजे के करीब यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड बम फेंका गया था. उसके बाद यहाँ पे टीएमसी और जो एजीयूपी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उनमें क्लैशेस हुए, उनमें कन्फ्रंटेशन हुआ, जिसके बाद यहाँ पे फोर्सेस का डिप्लॉयमेंट किया गया. लेकिन फोर्सेस को लगभग 2.5 घंटा लगा इस पूरे इलाके को सामान्य करने में. अगर अभी भी तस्वीरें देखेंगे, सारे सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड है श्रवण, ताकि यहाँ पे स्थिति तनावपूर्ण ना रहे और सुचारू रूप से जो वोटिंग की प्रक्रिया है वो दोबारा से शुरू हो सके. लेकिन ये फिलहाल तस्वीरें, क्योंकि लाठी चार्ज करना पड़ा लोगों पर ताकि जो क्राउड है उसको डिस्पर्स किया जाए और जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य की जाए. बैक टू यू.
Harsha, has the Election Commission taken cognizance of the situation on the ground and perhaps increased the deployment? Because it seems that several parts of Murshidabad from where violence has actually been reported, several assembly constituencies from where these complaints are coming in. Have you got any consolidated report of where exactly is it happening, and who are these people? Who are these people? Because Trinamool Congress has washed their hands off.
Shavan, we have gotten to note that the CEC Gyanesh Kumar himself has spoken to West Bengal CEO Manoj Agarwal. Not only him, but the heads of the security personnel and the heads of the different forces. He himself is monitoring situation, and also till now what we know is that more than 25 the case has been filed against more than 25 to 30 unknown miscreants who led this violent situation occur and take place here. We saw DM and collector have here arriving here. What we've got to know is that they have to submit an entire report. The collector, SP, both have to submit entire report on how violence transpired in Nauda region, even in the presence of the CRPF, and why didn't they mobilize the forces, the security personnel in the vulnerable and the sensitive area? And also they have to submit report that did the police of this area take in custody the troublemakers who were supposed to be taken in the custody by the police officials before the polling takes place. If that has not been done, they have to submit an entire report of that as well. So the CEC has taken cognizance of the entire incident which has taken place here, and the case has been registered for now against the unknown miscreants who were responsible for creating unrest in the Murshidabad Nauda area. Shawan.
Harsha, I'll request you to stay on with us. I'll get a quick word from Radhika here of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Radhika, reports are now coming in from various parts of Murshidabad where the JUP and the Trinamool Congress workers have engaged in stone pelting, and the kind of violence that has been caught on camera. In fact, our reporter Harsha was reporting for us was also caught in the crossfire there. She was prevented from at least moving closer towards the polling booth. That's the situation that we are really witnessing right now. Trinamool Congress says that you are also equally responsible for it.
Good afternoon to everyone. What we are witnessing today in Bengal isn't a festival of democracy. It is a funeral of democracy which is orchestrated by the TMC under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, your reporter was attacked. I saw visuals of a mic being snatched, they tried to vandalize the vehicle. It's just not an assault on the media as well. It's a desperate attempt by Mamata Banerjee to blindfold the nation. Because this is not random violence. It is a calculated TMC-sponsored strategy to terrorize voters and force them to stay indoors because she knows she's losing. Mamata Banerjee is scared of a peaceful vote because the writing is on the wall. She knows the ground is slipping beneath her feet. And when a dictator senses defeat, they resort to only language that they know, that is violence. If you have candidates like Chandan Mondal I believe from Moina, where he tried to influence people and he tried to force people to go and vote for him. And there he was, chased off by Aam Janata. Then you have reports coming from Rani Nagar, Malda, Murshidabad, from all over where TMC is trying to, force people to not vote if their local leaders know that they are not TMC voters. They're trying to bribe people by distributing food and there's different kinds of things. And even from a school, I believe there's some reports coming from certain schools where they've tried to make their camps over there. So it is a very sad situation. This is what Mamata Banerjee is known for. But right now, one thing is very clear, that it is the people also in West Bengal who are responding, and they are chasing away their goons and their leaders who are trying to suppress their voices. She should contest the election fair and square if she's so, concerned about Bengal. And you remember those visuals when there was a raid on the IPAC office, we saw Mamata Banerjee was holding onto those papers with her life. It was not that those papers had lists like she claims of their voters of their candidates. It was definitely this plan that was probably there, the blueprints of these plans as to how they're supposed to create havoc and create all gundagardi. That is why she was scared, because her entire plan would come out in the open. Otherwise, why would any chief minister or any party leader give their probable candidate list to any company which is setting up a strategy? So this was the strategy that they were so afraid that could come out in the public. It's a very sad situation, but the Election Commission, I'm sure, is committed to ensuring that if there is a free and fair election.
Definitely. Radhika, and in fact, I can attest to some of what, the claims that you're making. 64% of all poll violence has been attributed to the TMC. In fact, we also saw, a former TMC member, Humayun Kabir, the AJUP leader, clashing with TMC also in Murshidabad. But also, the central government, before polls began, put on ground CAPF and CRPF personnel. And this entire beefing up was done. Over thousands of Jawans deployed across West Bengal, and this was the largest deployment that was seen. But even then, we continue seeing, cases of violence erupt all across Bengal. Pre-poll violence happening on the polling day itself. There was, a massive report that came out last evening also. But where do you think that this is falling short? It's one question to ask whether it's the BJP causing it or the TMC, but also the larger question of the voters, sort of paying the price of whatever's happening. Their franchise is getting stalled, their safety is in question, and that is when security forces have been deployed by the central government. So what's your take on that also, Radhika?
central government, along with the election commission, is making sure that people are not denied their right to vote freely. And it is not just limited to violence. There are reports that have come from various booths where the TMC, for example, booth 171 of Assembly 246 Raghunathpur, ink has been smeared over the lotus symbol on the EVM to hide it from the voters. We saw even in the last Lok Sabha elections, multiple EVM machines. We saw that the TMC goons had gone inside and stuck, white strips over the BJP candidates. So it is clearly the TMC which is resorting to this. The Bharatiya Janata Party has always been against violence. You can see our track record. There has never been any history of the Bharatiya Janata Party resorting to this. But like you said, TMC has a record and they have been doing it. Unfortunately, this was something that we were all looking at. We knew, which is why, yesterday also there was a hue and cry. There were debates. I was on your channel as well. That the TMC was objecting to the fact that even the Congress was why is there a regulation? Why should people not be allowed on bikes? Why are they controlling this? This is exactly because everybody knew that Mamata Banerjee is losing. In fact, she knew herself and that she would resort to the last straw, कि किसी तरह से मैं बनी रहूं and resort to this violence. Just imagine if this amount of CRPF personnel and security would not have been there, what would have been the situation of West Bengal? This is after so much security. And I am sure our central forces are well equipped and they are going to handle this. The reports that are coming and everything will come under control, because it is very important for our democracy to function properly and for every voter and every citizen to have that faith in democracy that they can go without any fear, without any problem and go and cast their vote. Like I said, it is just TMC's attempt to scare people. Ye visuals TV pe aayenge, there will be WhatsApp videos that will circulate.
Right, Radhika.
And then people, it's a practical thing. You and I would not go out and vote if we would see something like that happening in our state. It's a very practical situation. Yeah. Someone who is not aligned to TMC would not go out and vote, which is the exact attempt she is trying to make so that she does not lose the election. But thankfully, people are not getting scared and are not staying at home. They are still going out and bearing them on the
They are, yes, that's true. But at what cost? Because Radhika, continue being with us. In fact, thank you for the lowdown that you're bringing to the broadcast right now. But also, look at the visuals on your screen. Security forces clashing with the voters. Voters not listening to their own security forces that have been deployed for their safety. And in fact, who really is to blame here? Political goons, political violence that Bengal has been marred with. Bengal has a nefarious reputation of pre-poll, during polling days and even post-poll violence. And this is another testament that things do not improve. We are in 2026. This began in 2008 with the left rule. CPM went down, TMC took over, and the violence got intensified, and it's still ongoing. So this time around, Shravan, really the choice is, who is Bengal going to vote for, but what is Bengal looking to vote for? Because these visuals on your screens, in such heavy security, clashes still erupting across areas. Murshidabad is heavily cordoned off by security forces, yet the visuals are they're extremely nefarious. Also, we can play the ambient sound of these visuals. We have been speaking over them, we have been analyzing and breaking down, trying to understand what's happening. But
polling agent tara bibi oy shala tara oy shala এত বড় সাহস polling agent tara bi আমার জায়গা বার করে নিয়ে শালা polling agent tara আছে এত বড় সাহস polling agent বের করে দিচ্ছে ওই ধরে নিয়ে কোন শালাকে ধরে নিয়ে শালা এত বড় সাহস ওরে বাচ্চা পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাই দিবে এত বড় সাহস দাদা এখানে কি হয়েছিল পোলিং এজেন্টে ঢুকতে দেয়নি দাঁড়াচ্ছে এত বড় সাহস কি মনে করেছে শুধুমাত্র তৃণমূলে পোলিং এজেন্ট আছে এত বড় সাহস আরে পোলিং এজেন্ট দিতে দিবে না কেন
In fact, viewers, these are fresh visuals that come in from Kumarganj in West Bengal. Now, you can see TMC goons. This is outside a polling booth. You can see police officers, also police constables, trying to regain, ground over this violence. But TMC goons chasing out the BJP workers near polling booth and polling stations. This is from Kumarganj. Murshidabad is under fire. Constant clashes erupting. At least 5 cases of violence of different degrees have been repeated. In fact, let's listen into these visuals once more to understand what's unfolding in Kumarganj.
দাদা এখানে কি হয়েছিল? পোলিং এজেন্ট তারা বিক্রি ওই শালা তারা ওই শালা এত বড় সাহস পোলিং এজেন্ট তারা বি আমার জায়গা পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাইছে এত বড় সাহস পোলিং এজেন্ট বের করে দিচ্ছে ধরে নিয়ে কোন শালাকে ধরে নিয়ে শালা এত বড় সাহস ওরে বাচ্চা পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাই দিবে এত বড় সাহস দাদা এখানে কি হয়েছিল? পোলিং এজেন্টে ঢুকতে রেডি দাঁড়াচ্ছে এত বড় সাহস কি মনে করেছে শুধুমাত্র তৃণমূলে পোলিং এজেন্ট আছে
that are coming in from Kumarganj in West Bengal. Remember, multiple cases of violence on a polling day, the first phase of polling, 23rd of April today, and Bengal is already noted about 5+ cases of violence. In fact, Radhika Khera, the national spokesperson for the BJP, continues being with us on the broadcast. Radhika, you saw the visuals on our screens. These are BJP workers that are being chased down by TMC goons right outside a polling booth. And not only is this an electoral crime, but this is again, like we discussed, after heavy deployment of troops, and yet poll violence, political violence in Bengal continues. What are your first comments on this? These are BJP workers who are being, taken out of polling booths. In fact, Amit Shah, just a few days back, the Home Minister also said that over 100 BJP workers have been killed since 2019 to 2021 in Bengal. So what do you have to say about this, Radhika?
Absolutely. Whether these visuals from Kumarganj or the fact that TMC has continuously attacked and killed our workers. Bharatiya Janata Party has lost elections multiple times. Whether we can say the most recent, the previous, not this time, Bala, the previous, for example, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, we lost those elections. But we never went and killed or even attacked workers from the Congress or any other party for that matter. You have never seen anyone resorting to such kind of violence. And Mamata Banerjee's government has been ensuring safety of their TMC workers, and we've been seeing how they have been killing and how they have been torturing BJP workers. If Mamata Banerjee has such a good report card on ground and she has done such good work in terms of women's security, job availability for the youth, or development and industrialization in West Bengal, she would not have needed to resort to such violence. And it is not just limited to the violence that we are seeing on the screen. There is even report that has come in from booth number 235 of Siliguri, where proxy voting has also taken place. A few girls went over there to cast their vote, first-time voters, and they got to know that their vote has already been cast. So this is the kind of, and the Bharatiya Janata Party is now going to complain to the Election Commission regarding this. But this is the kind of, things that the TMC is resorting to: proxy voting, violence,
Radhika,
not letting
hold
other
on
party
for a minute.
workers.
We're cutting across to Prime Minister Modi quickly.
हिंसा कम से कम हुई है, वरना हर हफ्ता किसी को फांसी पर लटका देते थे और बोल देते थे आत्महत्या कर दी। अनेक प्रकार से गुंडा राज चलता था। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने लोकतंत्र की फिर से एक बार बंगाल की धरती पर प्रतिष्ठा की है। शांतिपूर्ण मतदान करवाने में इलेक्शन कमीशन की ये सफलता, ये बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है। मैं यहां के सरकारी कर्मचारियों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं कि वे भी इस बार शांतिपूर्ण मतदान में बहुत जिम्मेवारी पूर्वक अपनी भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। और अब तक की जो मुझे जानकारी मिली है, मतदान भी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहा है। साथियों, नादिया ये भक्ति की धरती है, शक्ति, क्रांति और संस्कृति की ये धरती है। और आज इस धरती पर मैं परिवर्तन की आंधी देख रहा हूं। ये परिवर्तन की आंधी है। कृष्णा नगर में आज भय पर भरोसे की विजय का विश्वास दिख रहा है। ये उत्साह, ये उमंग, ये जोश, ये भरोसे का है। भय जा रहा है, भरोसा आगे बढ़ रहा है। बरसों से जिनकी आवाज को दबाकर रखा गया था, वो अब एक सुर में बोल रहे हैं, गांव गांव बोल रहे हैं, गली गली बोल रहे हैं, स्त्री पुरुष सब बोल रहे हैं, युवा बुजुर्ग सब बोल रहे हैं। एक ही आवाज, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले असम, केरलम और पुडुचेरी में भी मतदान संपन्न हुआ है। वहां भी रिकॉर्ड मतदान हुआ है। पहले भी हमने देखा है, देश में जहां जहां भारी मतदान हुआ है, वहां बीजेपी को प्रचंड विजय मिली है, प्रचंड विजय मिली है। बेटे गिर जाओगे, बैठो बेटा, परमात्मा आपको सुखी रखे। बैठो बेटा, गिर जाओगी। अरे आपके हाथ में जो कमल है ना, वो खिलने वाला है। बैठो बेटा, कहीं ऐसा है, आप बैठिए अपनी जगह पे, कहीं चोट लग जाएगी। साथियों, जहां जहां यह स्थिति बनी, विजय प्राप्त हुआ है। इसलिए बीजेपी एनडीए की विजय का परचम पूरी शक्ति से लहराना है। ये लहराने वाला है। कमल खिलना तय है। 4 मई को बंगाल में भी बीजेपी की विजय का जश्न होगा। मिठाई भी बटेगी और जालमुरी भी बांटी जाएगी। वैसे मैंने सुना है कि जालमुरी ने भी कुछ लोगों को जन्नाटेदार झटका दिया है। जालमुरी मैंने खाई, लेकिन जाल टीएमसी को लगी है। साथियों, यहां तो टीएमसी के विधायकों मंत्रियों, लोकल नेताओं और इनके सिंडिकेट के खिलाफ इतना गुस्सा है कि कई जिलों में टीएमसी का खाता तक नहीं खुलेगा। मैं बिल्कुल विश्वास से कहता हूं, मैंने इस बार बंगाल में बहुत दौरा किया है और जो उत्साह देखा है, माताओं बहनों में जो जुनून देखा है, और इसलिए तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चितो, तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चित। साथियों, 15 साल पहले वाम के विरुद्ध जनता ने बिगुल फूंका था। आज तृणमूल के जंगल राज के विरुद्ध बंगाल की जनता हर गली मोहल्ले में शंख फूंक रही है। जनता जनार्दन मैदान में है। मैं देख रहा हूं, ये चुनाव हम लोग नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, न मोदी लड़ रहा है, न मेरे साथी लड़ रहे हैं। इस बार बंगाल का चुनाव बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन लड़ रही है। चुनाव का नेतृत्व बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन के हाथ में है। मैं जहां भी जा रहा हूं, लोग एक ही बात कहते हैं कि अब बहुत हो गया, इनफ इज इनफ, और नॉय अनेक होलो, और नॉय। 15 साल बाद ये साफ साफ दिख रहा है, बंगाल के किसान खेत से लेकर मंडी तक हर भय से मुक्ति के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के सरकारी कर्मचारी टीएमसी के भय से बाहर निकलने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के डॉक्टर भय से मुक्त होकर एक बेहतर सिस्टम के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। यहां के वकील सच्चा न्याय दिलाने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। शिक्षक भय मुक्त स्कूल, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए मतदान कर रहे हैं। दुकानदार, रिक्शा वाले, टैक्सी वाले टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट से मुक्ति के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं। और बंगाल की पुलिस भी गुंडों से आदेश लेने के बजाय जनता की सेवा के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं। यानी बंगाल में हर क्षेत्र, हर वर्ग अब बीजेपी के भरोसे को एक मौका देना चाहता है। हर कोई कह रहा है भय आउट, भय 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 भरोसा भरोसा बीजेपी को बीजेपी को बीजेपी को। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की पहचान है झूठ बोलो, झांसा दो। 15 साल के इनके हर वादे आधे अधूरे हैं। आप इनके महाझूठ देख लीजिए। इन्होंने हर ब्लॉक में मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाने की घोषणा की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? बंगाल में सैकड़ों स्कूल बंद हो गए। साथियों, टीएमसी ने घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का वादा किया था। हर घर नल तो नहीं पहुंचा, लेकिन जल भराव का गंदा पानी आपके घर द्वार तक जरूर आ गया। साथियों, टीएमसी ने 10 लाख एमएसएमईज और हजारों बड़े उद्योग लगाने का वायदा किया था, लेकिन बीते सालों में यहां हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई, जूट मिलों में ताले लगा दिए गए। साथियों, यहां आप सभी को अस्पताल से जुड़ी कितनी सारी परेशानियां हैं। टीएमसी की दुर्नीति ऐसी है कि इन्होंने कल्याणी एम्स के लिए भी कदम कदम पर रुकावटें डाली, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार ने इसके बावजूद एम्स पूरा किया और आज ये एम्स आपको अपनी सेवाएं दे रहा है। लेकिन साथियों, तृणमूल के दुबुलिया के टीबी अस्पताल के साथ क्या किया, ये आप सभी जानते हैं। हर चुनाव में इस अस्पताल को लेकर बड़े बड़े वादे किए जाते हैं, लेकिन आज तक वो वादे पूरे नहीं हुए। साथियों, टीएमसी का लूट का मॉडल यहां की नगरपालिका में सबने देखा है। ये शहर बेहाल है, सड़कें, ड्रेनेज, नदी से होने वाला कटाव, यानी चारों तरफ परेशानियां ही परेशानियां हैं। लेकिन टीएमसी के लोग सिर्फ लूटने में ही बिजी है। साथियों, कृष्णा नगर की पहचान यहां की नदियों से है। जलंगी नदी, जिसे हम प्यार से खोरे कहते हैं, आज बहुत बड़ी स्थिति में पहुंच गई है। अंजना नदी को तो लैंड माफिया ने चुरा ही लिया है। निर्मम सरकार में नदियां भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। साथियों, टीएमसी का ये महाजंगल राज अब नहीं चलेगा। এই সব চলবে না। এই সব कानून अत्याचारियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों का पूरा हिसाब करेगा। जिसने आपको लूटा है उसको लौटाना पड़ेगा। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं, मोदी का मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास। और निर्मम सरकार कहती है, करती है, घुसपैठियों का साथ, घुसपैठियों का विकास। तृणमूल के लोग घुसपैठियों को फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने की दुकानें चलाते हैं, घुसपैठ कराते हैं, यहां उनको झुग्गियों में बसाते हैं। टीएमसी की ऐसी हर दुकान को बंद करना जरूरी है। सीमा तभी सुरक्षित रहती है जब पुलिस सेना, बीएसएफ और नागरिक, ये सभी मिलकर काम करते हैं। 4 मई के बाद बंगाल में भी सुरक्षा की नई गारंटी शुरू होने वाली है। साथियों, मैं श्री हरिचांद ठाकुर, श्री गुरुचांद ठाकुर और बोरो मां को प्रणाम करते हुए एक भरोसा देने यहां आया हूं। हमारे किसी भी मतुआ परिवार, नामशूद्र परिवार, शरणार्थी परिवार को तृणमूल से भयभीत होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको कोई हाथ भी नहीं लगा सकता है। जो भी शरणार्थी है, जो भी धर्म के आधार पर हुई प्रताड़ना के कारण, मुसीबतों के कारण, अपने धर्म के प्रति स्वाभिमान के कारण भारत आए हैं, मोदी उनके साथ खड़ा है। बंगाल में बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही सीएए के तहत नागरिकता देने का काम और तेज होगा। आपको हर वो कागज मिलेगा, हर उस योजना का लाभ मिलेगा जो किसी भी भारतीय को मिलता है। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हमारी बहनों बेटियों को उठाना पड़ा है। हंसखाली में एक नाबालिग बेटी के साथ गैंगरेप और हत्या, ये टीएमसी के भय वाले मॉडल का ही उदाहरण है। यहां बेटियों की तस्करी की घटनाएं भी लगातार बढ़ रही है। इस भय से बंगाल की बेटियों को मुक्ति चाहिए। साथियों, टीएमसी बंगाल की बहनों का सच्चा सशक्तिकरण कभी भी नहीं कर सकती। इसका उदाहरण आपने पिछले हफ्ते संसद में भी देखा है। बीजेपी संसद और विधानसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण को लागू करना चाहती है। संसद में इस पर चर्चा हुई, लेकिन टीएमसी नहीं चाहती कि बंगाल की बहनों को ज्यादा सीटें मिले। इसलिए इन्होंने कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर संसद में कानून को रोक दिया। बंगाल की हर महिला टीएमसी को इस अपराध की सजा जरूर देगी। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले मैंने बंगाल के लोगों को 6 गारंटी दी थी। आज मैं बंगाल की बहनों को 10 गारंटी देता हूं। पहली गारंटी, बंगाल में बहन बेटियों पर अत्याचार करने वालों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगी। हर ब्लॉक में महिला थाने बनेंगे और सड़क पर सुरक्षा के लिए विशेष दस्ते बनाए जाएंगे। दूसरी गारंटी, बंगाल पुलिस में बेटियों की बड़े पैमाने पर भर्ती की जाएगी। तीसरी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी के मातृशक्ति भरोसा कार्ड से 1 साल में 36,000 रुपये सीधे महिलाओं के बैंक खाते में भेजे जाएंगे। चौथी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार बेटियों को ग्रेजुएशन के लिए 50,000 रुपये की मदद देगी। पांचवी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार गर्भवती माताओं को 21,000 रुपये तक की आर्थिक सहायता देगी। छठी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार शिशुओं के बेहतर पोषण के लिए 36,000 रुपये अतिरिक्त देने वाली है। सातवीं गारंटी, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना के जरिए बेटियों का भविष्य सुरक्षित किया जाएगा। किसी भी योजना में जितना ब्याज नहीं मिलता है, इतना ब्याज ये सुकन्या योजना में मिलेगा। आठवीं गारंटी, महिलाओं को स्वरोजगार के लिए 20 लाख रुपए तक का मुद्रा लोन दिया जाएगा और उसकी गारंटी मोदी देगा, मोदी देगा। साथ ही लाखों बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाने के लिए भी मदद दी जाएगी। 9वीं गारंटी, बंगाल की करोड़ों बहनों बेटियों को आयुष्मान योजना के तहत 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज मिलेगा। सर्वाइकल कैंसर का मुफ्त टीका और सिकल सेल की मुफ्त जांच भी बेटियों को मिलेगी। 10वीं गारंटी, पीएम आवास योजना के तहत बंगाल के गरीब परिवारों की बहनों के नाम पर घर की रजिस्ट्री होगी, मालकिन का हक बहनों को मिलेगा। घर बनाने के लिए 1.5 लाख रुपए सीधे बैंक खाते में जमा किए जाएंगे। और साथियों, ये मोदी की 10 गारंटी और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, यहां कृष्णानगर के घुरनी के कलाकार का दर्द किसी से छिपा नहीं है। जिनकी कला की पूरी दुनिया कायल है, जो अपनी कला से मिट्टी में प्राण फूंक देते हैं, उनके बनाए मिट्टी के पुतले आज आंसू बहा रहे हैं, रो रहे हैं। और यहां की निर्मम सरकार ने उन्हें क्या दिया? टीएमसी सरकार ने उनके जीवन को बेजान बना दिया है। अपने ऐसे ही भाई बहनों के लिए हमने पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू करके उन्हें आर्थिक मदद देने का अभियान चलाया है। लेकिन यहां की सरकार विश्वकर्मा योजना को बंगाल में लागू नहीं होने दे रही। साथियों, मोदी 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के जरिए लोकल को वोकल और वोकल को ग्लोबल बनाने का प्रयास कर रहा है। वहीं निर्मम सरकार ने पूरे बंगाल में एक ही काम किया है, 15 साल में एक ही काम, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन सिंडिकेट। ये सिंडिकेट बनाने का उद्योग और सिंडिकेट के द्वारा बंगाल को लूटने का कारोबार। साथियों, इस धरती के बारे में कहा जाता है, धोनो धन्नो पुष्पे भोरा अमादेरी बसुंधरा। ये सिर्फ गीत के बोल नहीं है, ये बीजेपी का संकल्प है। बीजेपी सही मायने में बंगाल को समृद्धि का प्रदेश बनाना चाहती है। हमारे आलू किसान, हमारे धान किसान और हमारे जूट किसान, जूट श्रमिक, मैं सभी को भरोसा देता हूं कि आपकी हर समस्या का ईमानदारी से समाधान किया जाएगा। साथियों, कृष्णा नगर में ही खेड़ी साहब की वो कोठियां थी जहां हमारे किसान भाइयों को नील की खेती के लिए जंजीरों से बांधकर कोड़े मारे जाते थे। और मैं आज कृष्णा नगर में देख रहा हूं, जैसे हमारे पूर्वजों ने गुलामी की जंजीरें तोड़ी थी, वैसे ही बंगाल की जनता निर्मम सरकार की बनाई भय की बेड़ियों को तोड़कर फेंकने जा रही है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, डबल इंजन सरकार डबल तेजी से बंगाल का विकास करेगी। इसके लिए इन सभी साथियों को हर बूथ पर विजयी बनाना होगा। बनाएंगे, हर बूथ पर जाएंगे, एक एक मतदाता को समझाएंगे, मतदान कराएंगे, बूथ को जीतेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर इतनी विशाल संख्या में आने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। दोनों मुट्ठी बंद करके मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, we just heard Prime Minister Modi there in Nadia, and putting out both these pictures on the left-hand side, violence in Murshidabad, which took place a short while back. This is violence on polling day. And Prime Minister Modi speaking there saying that the TMC makes fake promises and loots Bengal. Prime Minister Modi saying it's time that double-engine Sarkar comes into West Bengal. Okay, let's take a short break, viewers. We'll be right back. Polling is continuing in West Bengal, the first phase of elections being marred by violence in Murshidabad. And Republic's crew has been targeted while reporting, while they were doing their job. We'll get to all this and much more coming right up. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG-29 love its speed and quick turns. With the new missile, the plane stays agile but hits harder and from safer distance. In modern wars full of electronic jamming and surprise attacks, this extra edge can decide who wins. The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missile.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma, and we are continuing our election coverage in the two poll-bound states, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. But as predicted, violence erupted in West Bengal. Multiple areas, Murshidabad, Cooch Behar, Siliguri, stone pelting, police lathi charge. People, in fact, carrying out massive violence in the state. But we'll just start with the headlines first. From Kumarganj to Murshidabad to Cooch Behar, violence spreads across West Bengal as polling starts. AJUP leader Humayun Kabir's car vandalized in Murshidabad in West Bengal.
बताइए भैया, प्लीज चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब कुछ बोल भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं? तुम चल जा, क्या कह रहे हैं? तुम चल जान बोल रहा जाए अपना जगह तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड? अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चलो बंद करें कैमरा बोल रहा ना।
Republic crew captures footage of poll rigging in West Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons try to turn off camera during a live broadcast.
पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना? नहीं होगा। आप इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए। अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा मत छूइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे।
Political goons target Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assaults reporters for exposing poll rigging. Republic TV accesses exclusive visuals that allegedly show TMC workers attacking CPM workers and capturing the booths. With Tamil Nadu all set to vote, will a special intensive revision SIR of electoral rolls impact voter turnout is the question. And now viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where DMK councillor in fact attacks TVK functionaries after they exposed DMK's cash distribution scheme. The female councillor for ward number 10 in Harur in Salem, representing the DMK, attempted to attack TVK functionaries with an iron rod after they exposed the party's cash distribution scheme. Meanwhile, other DMK members also issued death threats. So this is the big news that we have, where DMK councillor in fact carried out physical assault towards TVK functionaries. And we are getting you the visuals from Salem in Tamil Nadu, where DMK workers attacked TVK functionaries. This was reportedly over cash distribution that was taking place from the side of DMK, which was taken cognizance of by TVK. And after that, a physical confrontation taking place. You can see the workers, in fact, manhandling each other in this video that we are getting you from Salem in Tamil Nadu. So remember, the violence is not only breaking out in the state of West Bengal, but also we are seeing similar sort of visuals emerging from Tamil Nadu in Salem. Remember, not the first time that workers are being caught distributing cash to collect votes ahead of the polling. Remember, the polling started at 7 a.m. and after that, we are seeing these visuals. So essentially, at the very end of the election polling, also we are seeing cash distribution taking place as per reports by DMK workers. And after that, TVK exposes this conspiracy, this plot by DMK distributing cash. And after that, when TVK confronted, you have these visuals emerging from Salem in Tamil Nadu, where DMK councillor, in fact, was attacking TVK functionaries after this expose by TVK. We are getting you the visuals from ground. We have, in fact, a ground presence as well in Tamil Nadu. I would like to go across to my colleague Sharda to get us more inputs on this. Sharda, what really happened? We have seen similar sort of information emerging a couple of days ahead of the election polling. But now we are again hearing that DMK was caught by TVK workers when they were distributing cash in this particular constituency. What is the latest that you have?
In Salem today, in the Harur constituency, today on the day of polling, DMK councillor was caught by the TVK members while distributing cash to the people of the constituency. This arises after the TVK also confronted them, telling that they should not give money. As you mentioned, even 10 days back, DMK members were caught giving money to the people, and the TVK had then also caught people from which multiple times the EC has been holding DMK accountable, saying that there have been allegations against the DMK leaders, DMK councillors, DMK functionaries who have been distributing money to the people in the various different constituencies. So this particular video we received from Harur, where the TVK functionaries were harmed by the DMK councillors, while they confronted the DMK councillor, asking them for what they are giving the money on the day of elections, while DMK's councillor has been constantly hitting them in the video, saying that they should not interfere and that they should be silent for what they have seen, while TVK has the cadres and the TVK particular constituency candidate also made sure that this comes into the light of the ECI, made sure that a complaint was also registered. However, the DMK leaders did not agree to go amicably and also started hitting the TVK members while they were giving cash to the people.
All right, thank you so much, Sharda. We'll continue to track what is going to happen, whether Election Commission will take cognizance of this or not. But now we were shifting our focus to more news from Tamil Nadu, where BJP leader Kuppusamy Annamalai, in fact, has spoken exclusively to Republic TV, saying that the SIR, Special Intensive Revision, will impact about 3 to 4%. And he also added that it would impact the Tamil Nadu elections in a positive manner. Take a listen to this conversation.
ND and BJP were extremely confident. We have done our hard work. We have covered the yachts. We have met the people. We have sought their love. We have sought their votes. So I'm extremely confident. Today, the polling day, they will vote in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience, and people have turned out in large numbers as per the early trends. So I'm supremely confident that people will make the right choice today. And Coimbatore South, you have seen how the polling has deteriorated. Yesterday, the candidate has staged a dharna. BJP has participated in that dharna. District President has participated. And we stand with the candidate, what he has sought yesterday. Election Commission and their wisdom has decided to go out with the polling. Right now, the onus is on the people. I hope they turn out in large numbers, vote as per their conscience, and make the right choice. Thank you, madam.
One SIR impact, if you could give an...
SIR impact will have a general, if you look at the arithmetic, it might have an impact on 2.5-3% on the polling percentage rise. Any percentage rise beyond 3%, in my opinion, is going to be the general enthusiasm for the voting. So Tamil Nadu generally votes very high. Sometimes we have clocked 80% also. This time also you will see a very good increase in polling percentage.
And now another breaking news that we're getting from Tamil Nadu is that Vengaivayal, residents of Pudukkottai district in Tamil Nadu, has boycotted the elections this time around. They are raising black flags at the village entrance in the show of protest. Now, from the DMK alliance to the newly formed TVK of actor Vijay, they are alleging that no party has approached them for votes or even campaigned in their village. So this is a big news from Pudukkottai, where essentially this is the first time around that we're hearing this sort of an update where residents are boycotting polls because nobody has visited their village to in fact ask for their votes. So essentially they are saying that no party in fact cares for what their issues are. This is a breaking that we are getting you from Pudukkottai district in Tamil Nadu, where the residents of the village are alleging that no party in fact has approached them to know about their issues, and that's the reason they are raising black flags and boycotting the polls this time around. A big news. Remember, Pudukkottai is also very well known for the agriculture there. So, of course, the farming community must be involved in this protest, where the villagers have called for a complete boycott of elections this time around, saying that no party has visited their village to seek vote. And now, viewers, shifting our focus to West Bengal now, where West Bengal leader of opposition and BJP leader from Nandigram and Bhabanipur, Shuvendu Adhikari, has claimed that there will be change in West Bengal. He also asserted that if a change does not take place this time, Sanatan in Bengal will be finished. While commenting positively on the Election Commission of India, he highlighted the prevalence of rogue elements and goons in the state.
जो हमारी दीदी बहनें रो रहा है, जो इस बार परिवर्तन नहीं होगा तो बंगाल का सनातन खत्म हो जाएगा। ना माहौल ठीक है, कंट्रोल है, इलेक्शन कमीशन इज डूइंग वेरी बेटर, लेकिन कुछ कुछ तो है, चोर डाकत तो है अभी भी।
More than 16,000 margin, second time it is 49,000 margin. This time definitely we are expecting more margins because we have done a lot of things. Almost more than 450 crores of what are the welfare schemes we have done. The third time, first time more than 16,000 margin, second time it is 49,000 margin. This time definitely we are expecting more margins because we have done a lot of things. Almost more than 450 crores of what are the welfare schemes we have done.
And now, viewers, Tamil Nadu Minister and DMK candidate from Tiruvemburam constituency, Anbil Mahesh, is confident of winning by a large margin, saying that he has fulfilled his promises to his constituencies. He said he created some landmarks by building model schools, Olympic Academy, and over 450 crore rupees of welfare schemes implemented. He also expressed confidence on the alliance parties, adding everyone has worked hard for the canvassing. Take a listen.
The third time, first time more than 16,000 margin, second time it is 49,000 margin. This time definitely we are expecting more margins because we have done a lot of things. Almost more than 450 crores of what are the welfare schemes we have done.
And now, viewers, also let's shift our focus to more news. BJP candidate from Kharagpur Sadar, West Bengal, Dilip Ghosh, has stated that BJP has a strong influence in North and South Bengal, the constituencies that are going to polls, in fact, in the first phase today. Speaking to reporters, Dilip Ghosh added that he will win more than 100 seats in these constituencies and the path to victory for the BJP party will be clear from here. Take a listen.
ज़्यादातर बीजेपी का प्रभाव क्षेत्र है उत्तर और दक्षिण बंगाल में है ये, और बीजेपी इसमें मुझे लगता है कि 100 के ऊपर सीट जीतेगी। मोटा मोटी जीतने का एक प्रकार रास्ता साफ हो जाएगा यहाँ से।
And viewers, as two major states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, are voting today, polling day violence in West Bengal has spread across the state. The political goons in Murshidabad even went on and attacked Republic crew amid poll violence. Rigging was caught on the camera. Republic TV reporters were physically attacked while reporting in Murshidabad during phase 1 polling today. Remember, it's only the phase 1 of polling, and political goons in the state of West Bengal have targeted the crew members of Republic TV during a live broadcast and also tried to switch off the camera as Republic TV aired visuals of large-scale rigging and multiple booth capturing incidents. In fact, violence peaked despite heavy security deployment. We are getting you the visuals of those. A crude bomb was also hurled at a polling booth in Nadu in Murshidabad, while TMC workers also clashed with AJUP's Humayun Kabir. Separate clashes also broke out between BJP and TMC workers, and they were also reported from Siliguri. So whether you have Murshidabad or Siliguri, you have violence erupting in multiple areas, in multiple locations in West Bengal as polling is taking place. Remember, this is just the first phase of polling that's taking place in West Bengal. The second phase is still remaining, but massive violence taking place. We have seen the visuals, and these are the visuals that we are getting you from Murshidabad, where you can see a heavy deployment of security personnel, but still the people clashed with each other, threw stones at each other. Police had to resort to lathi charge, in fact, to tackle the situation in Murshidabad. You can see the verbal spat also taking place between security officials and the people on ground. Remember, you have two warring parties, in fact, Humayun Kabir and TMC, coming at loggerheads head. In fact, here you have the visuals of people attacking Humayun Kabir's car, in fact, vandalizing it, shattering the windows of the car and the shield. And these are the visuals, more visuals of lathi charge and people hurling stones and bombs, and security personnel, in fact, trying to tackle the situation. And I have my colleague Harsha, in fact, confronting the protesters. Let's take a look to that.
अच्छा एक सेकंड अच्छा आराम से अच्छा
बंद कीजिए बंद नहीं लगेगा
अच्छा ठीक है
जाइए
बात तो बताइए
जाने के लिए बोला ना अभी
भैया
आपको बोला ना आपको बात सुनिए
भैया हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं
जाइए अब जाइए उधर जाइए
भैया मैं कह रही हूँ भैया हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं उन्होंने बुलाया है
नहीं जाना है अभी जाइए मैम जाइए आप जाइए बाद में आइए आप बाद में आपको ये करो विनती करो आप जाइए
मैं भी आपसे विनती कर रही हूँ बहुत दूर से आई हूँ
ठीक है अब करने के लिए कोई मना नहीं
यहाँ से कर लेने दीजिए
नहीं अभी नहीं है अभी नहीं करने के
कितना
जाइए ना मैम अब बैठिए ना
मैं आपसे ये कह रही हूँ कि मैं बस हुमायूं कबीर का इंटरव्यू करके आ जाऊंगी
नहीं होगा जाने के लिए नहीं होगा वहाँ कोई जाने का रास्ता ही नहीं है आगे में देखिए ना आप कोई मीडिया वाला नहीं है
अभी सब करके गए होंगे ना सर
আছে কত হুমায়ুন কবির আছে কত ওই দিকে আছে বুঝছেন তো এদিকে নাই আপনারা
so right now what we see here the place where exactly where the frame अच्छा भैया एक बात बता दीजिए ये क्या है ये आप लोग क्या लेके जा रहे हैं so what we तो ये आप हॉकी स्टिक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं बंद कर दिया वो बंद कर मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ हॉकी मैं आपने बंद कर दिया हॉकी स्टिक क्यों कहाँ नहीं चल रहा है सर ये बंद है आपने जनरली पूछी हॉकी स्टिक कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं
नहीं जा रहा है इधर ही घर से लेके जा रहा है घर में लेके जा रहा है
लेकिन मैं आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना
अच्छा आपने
आप इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए अरे बंद कर अरे कैमरा मत छूइए कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे
আপনি চলে যান আপনি কেন নিষেধ করে শুনছেন না কেন আপনাদেরকে নিষেধ আপনারা বুঝছেন না কেন আরে পিছে আছে थोड़ा पीछे आ जाओ यहां से
अनहोनी घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार हमें रोक रहा था, कोशिश कर रहा था। हमने कैमरे में उसकी साउंड बाइट लेने की कोशिश की लेकिन हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। तो ये तस्वीर है यहाँ पे। लगातार हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हम जूम करके दिखा पाए तो। अगर आप देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार वार्निंग दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए यहाँ से। लगातार देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार 4 लोग आए हैं और लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बंद करें, हम जाएं यहाँ से। और ये स्थिति मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की जहाँ पे हम रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पे
मुंबई इंग्लिश
वही जगह है नौदा की
चले गए भाई।
চলে যাবো এটা পুরো
চলে গেলে ভালো হয় আমি মানে যতটা আপনাকে বললাম বন্ধটা করেন চলে যান
कैंडिडेट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है और ये मुर्शिदाबाद में वो इलाका है, मुर्शिदाबाद का वो इलाका है। बताइए भैया,
प्लीज चल जान আপনাকে আমি खराब कुछ बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जा,
क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जान बोललाम
जाए
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है?
जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें, ए बंद करें कैमरा बोललाम ना, बंद करें ना कैमरा।
ঠিক আছে চলো চলো
सबसे बोला ना
So what we see here is that यहाँ पे लोग अरे
বন্ধ করে দিই চলো বন্ধ করে দিই বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি তাহলে বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি না বন্ধ আমার পেটার ফাঁক দাদা বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি আমি বললে বন্ধ করে দিলাম
So Shavan record. Shavan, I can hear you. So the group of people came. They did.
And so viewers, you saw there how Republic TV was in fact blocked from reporting in now they are in fact in West Bengal. But don't go anywhere, we have more news coming up on the other side of the screen. Republic TV crew captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons try to turn off camera during a live broadcast.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Character, the taste of success.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on
And now viewers, I would like to show you the conversation that my colleague Harsha had with the Superintendent of Police in Murshidabad. Take a listen.
Was additional SP not here? Was the force not here? And the police did not take action.
Sir, 2.5 hours.
What are you trying to imply? Police did not take the action.
I am not implying anything. I am just asking you that it took 2.5 hours for the police officials, for the personnel to disperse the crowd. The situation was very aggressive, however here.
We were monitoring the situation. I am in charge of the entire district and we will take action, legal action.
So one more thing, has any case been registered against the miscreants who were responsible to create unrest here?
Of course the case will be registered.
Will be registered. So till now, any information around how this entire violence erupted, who started it?
Let us handle the situation. I'll give you the feedback.
So the case will also be registered against the candidates because Humayun Kabir himself was here.
Let me take the feedback. Let me handle the situation. We'll give you the feedback afterwards. Right?
And now viewers, time to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, we have more coverage from the elections in West Bengal. A highly tense face-off erupts between TMC and Humayun Kabir's party workers in Murshidabad following a crude bomb attack. Security forces intervened.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर गोली इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्ती स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, it's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with us, Shravan and my colleague Shivangi. We're going to take you through all the updates that are coming in from the two key states, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Till about 1 o'clock this afternoon, 62% voting that has taken place, but polls in Bengal marred with violence, Shivangi.
That's right. So, poll day violence being seen in Murshidabad, particularly, Shravan, and this is something not new at all. In West Bengal, we see pre-poll violence, violence on polling day and post-poll violence. Tamil Nadu voting percentage is coming out at 56.81% so far. We'll get our viewers all the latest as voting continues in Tamil Nadu in the first phase in West Bengal. But the headlines first. Let's get started. From Kumarganj to Murshidabad to Cooch Behar, violence spreads across Bengal as polling starts.
AGUP leader Humayun Kabir's car vandalized in Murshidabad.
Please चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब कुछ बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जा
क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जान बोल रहा हम
जाए
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड?
अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं चल बंद करें कैमरा बोल रहा ना.
Public crew captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons try to turn off the camera during a live broadcast.
पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना।
नहीं होगा।
अब इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए। अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा मत छूइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे।
Political goons target Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assaults reporters for exposing poll rigging.
Republic accesses exclusive visuals that allegedly show TMC workers attacking CPM workers and capturing booths.
With Tamil Nadu set to vote, will SIR of electoral rolls impact voter turnout? Well, starting this edition with all the live updates coming in from West Bengal. 62% voting has taken place till about 1 o'clock this afternoon. In fact, reports of violence have been reported from various parts, particularly coming in from Murshidabad, and the direct attack coming in from Humayun Kabir a short while back, where he is alleged that Trinamool Congress goons have been behind it. Proxy voting has also taken place. A voter has in fact informed that the vote has already been cast, and BJP in fact has taken up this matter to the Election Commission. In fact, till about 11 o'clock this morning, Election Commission of India has already received about 260 complaints, and they have been submitted before the Election Commission's office. Additional about 375 more complaints have been lodged through the EC application. This is the C-Vigil application that has been started by the Election Commission. So we have about 375 additional complaints already coming in, particularly from West Bengal. We are waiting for that update coming in from Tamil Nadu too. But as of now, stray incidents being reported from Tamil Nadu. But in Bengal, a major allegation has now been levelled by one of the voters there. This has now been amplified by the BJP, saying that they're going to take up this matter before the Election Commission of India. Shivangi, they say that a proxy vote has already taken place, voter claiming that a vote has already been cast. In fact, let's listen in to what the voter had to say a short while back.
मैं यार मेरे बच्चे वोट देने आए थे, तो मेरा तो हो गया वोट। मेरे बच्चे का बोलता है कोई वोट देके चला गया, बस यही। फिर मैंने
मतलब आपका बेटी का वोट दूसरा किसी ने कैसे डाल दिया, क्या पता चला?
अभी तो उन लोग को ही मालूम है ना। तो हमने जाके पूछा जे क्या दिया कि गया, मेरे सामने तो आया है। तो बोला जे डीएलओ को फोन करो। डीएलओ को फोन किया, वो लोग बोला मेरे अंडर में नहीं है, हम लोग के अंडर में नहीं है।
उसके बाद आपके बेटी की वोट जो है दूसरे लोगों ने दूसरे दे दिया, फॉल्स वोट डाल दिया, कैसे ये संभव हुआ?
अभी फॉल्स है कि क्या है तो उनको मालूम है, हमको तो मालूम नहीं।
वही ना पूछ रहा हूँ, आपके साथ ऐसा होना चाहिए था?
नहीं होना चाहिए था, किसी और के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए। साइड दीजिए प्लीज।
All right, so this is the update we're getting for our viewers. You know, face off there. We see that another controversy has erupted where this woman voter has claimed that her vote had already been cast before she could exercise her franchise. So this is a proxy voting case which is coming in from Siliguri. So proxy voting has taken place. A voter was informed her vote has already been casted, and the BJP is taking this to the Election Commission as soon as possible. So many concerns being raised there. And you know, Shravan, this is also raising concerns about impersonation and electoral malpractice. This is a huge electoral malpractice that we are seeing.
One will certainly have to wait and watch whether Election Commission of India actually takes cognizance of the matter, and there is a probe that is basically ordered. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who has been tracking this very closely. One complaint now coming in, whether it is a stray incident or there is a large-scale issue that has now been raised, is something that we'll have to wait and watch. Harsha, what more details are you picking up in terms of whether at all there have been more violence that has been reported? Because a short while back, the Trinamool Congress have also raised concerns about a clash that has taken place in Birbhum.
Yes, Birbhum clash, Shravan, was not that large-scale clash. It was a localized clash which was dispersed within few minutes by the security personnel. The bigger clashes and the violence which was reported earlier was in the Malda, Murshidabad, and the Midnapur area, which we showed on our camera how lathi charge took place. The clashes were just 2 hours. But if you talk about proxy voting, Shravan, proxy voting news have just come from one constituency, Assembly constituency, that's in Siliguri, was one of the polling booths where a person has reported that when he went to cast his vote, his vote was already casted. He got to know that someone else has casted his vote. So that's one proxy voting issue which has come in the notice of the polling officer. And also the BJP candidate from that very area has informed the election observers about this entire issue, and it's been looked into exactly who did the impersonation and why it was by the voter ID card or Aadhaar card was matched with the picture of that person or not. So this will be investigated, and therefore CCTV camera becomes very much important. So the CCTV camera of the polling booth is being investigated to look into how this proxy voting happened. But there's one issue which has come to light of proxy voting, Shravan. Till now, no other proxy voting news in its first phase. But yes, violence in several pockets. The Malta was the protest which happened. We saw Dumkol yesterday night. The protest which occurred at around 8:30 last night between TMC and the left leaders. This morning in Murshidabad for 2.5 hours, where AJUP leader Humayun Kabir himself sat on protest because there was a clash between TMC and AJUP Karyakartas, and also there was some sort of booth capturing which was being tried to be done by TMC group. To stop that, Humayun Kabir himself sat on protest, and that's the reason why entire area was cleared out by the minorities. It's a huge number, and personnel have to arrive from different locations to disperse the crowd there in Nauda. But right now the situation is normal in Nauda, so as in Beetham and in Malda as well, from one state ward, where protest took place because of the EVM malfunction. So right now, small news of violence coming in of the protest, majorly because of the EVM or the clashes between the TMC workers themselves. In Siliguri, what happened was that two groups of TMC, they clashed among themselves. So that's the kind of split also which we understand is happening in the state of West Bengal in the first phase of election. Back to you.
We just spoke to our sister network a short while back, and he's spoken about the large-scale violence that has taken place. Harsha, before I let you go, just a quick response with regards to what's the current situation like in Murshidabad, because as per the Election Commission of India, they've already received multiple complaints, roughly about 260 till about this morning. What's the current situation like? And I believe you've also spoken to the Superintendent of Police there?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Sachin Makkar, who is the SP of Murshidabad. He was very sure that the legal action will be taken. He did a round to the areas from where the ghosts came out. He accepted one thing on camera, Shravan, that yes, the goons had hockey stick, they had lathis in their hand, they in fact had swords also in their hand. So the situation was not normal. The situation was full of intimidation, and the fear psychosis was created in the locals out there to vote in favor of TMC. And he went on by saying that the matter will be registered. Already he has received complaints regarding several, so more than 50, the case against more than 50 miscreants will be registered in the Murshidabad Nauda police piece, what he stated to us in an exclusive conversation. But what he stated was that there was just a violence which was dispersed by police officials in supposedly few minutes. He didn't agree to the fact that we were ourselves reporting there from last 1 hour, and we didn't see any dispersion of the protesters from that particular location. And he didn't also accept that the situation is of intimidation. He stated that the people are getting aggressive here, and to calm them down, the persons are deployed, but we can't use lathi charge heavily. We only have to use them because they were very aggressive. They were not ready to disperse from the area, and that was the reason why the lathi charge was used. But yes, he accepted that legal action will be taken and case will be registered against unknown miscreants. Back to you.
All right. All right, we're getting, thank you Harsha for getting us all those details. So already we see, Shravan, that there are 2,450 companies of central paramilitary forces which have been deployed to prevent poll violence. However, because the EC already preempted that there will be poll violence. In fact, my colleague Harsha has been on the ground and is going ahead and speaking to various officials. Harsha was also captured the footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as goons tried to run off with the camera during a live broadcast. So we have all of that. Let's go ahead and play it out.
Additional SP not here. Was the force not here? And the police did not take action.
Sir, 2.5 hours.
What are you trying to imply? The police did not take the action.
I am not implying anything. I am just asking you that it took 2.5 hours for the police officials, for the personnel to disperse the crowd. The situation was very aggressive, however here.
We were monitoring the situation. I am in charge of the entire district. And we will take action, legal action.
So one more thing, has any case been registered against the miscreants who were responsible to create unrest here?
Of course the case will be registered.
Will be registered. So till now, any information around how this entire violence erupted, who started it?
Let us handle the situation. I'll give you the feedback.
The case will also be registered against the candidates because Humayun Kabir himself was here.
Let me take the feedback. Let me handle the situation. We'll give you the feedback afterwards. Right?
अनहोनी घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार हमें रोक रहा था, कोशिश कर रहा था। हमने कैमरे में उसकी साउंड बाइट लेने की कोशिश की लेकिन हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। तो ये तस्वीरें हैं यहाँ पे। लगातार हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हम जूम करके दिखा पाए तो। अगर आप देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार वार्निंग दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए यहाँ से। लगातार देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार 4 लोग आए हैं और लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बंद करें, हम जाएं यहाँ से। और ये स्थिति मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की जहाँ पे हम रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पे
मुंबई
চলে গেলে ভালো হয়, চলে যাবো, এটা চলে গেলে ভালো হয়। আমি যতটা আপনাকে বললাম बंदोटा करें,
कैंडिडेट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है और ये मुर्शिदाबाद में वो इलाका है, मुर्शिदाबाद का वो इलाका है। बताइए भैया,
प्लीज चल जान अपना के हमें खराब कुछ बोल।
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जा,
क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जान बोलना
जाए
अपना जगह।
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है।
जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें, बंद करें कैमरा, बोलना ना बंद करना कैमरा। ठीक है चलो चलो। सब तरह बोला चाहिए।
So what we see here is that यहाँ पे लोग अरे
বন্ধ করে দিই, চলো বন্ধ করে দিই, বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি, বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি, তাহলে বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি, বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি না, বন্ধ আমার পেটের ফাঁক দাদা, বন্ধ করে দিয়েছি, আমি বললে বন্ধ করে দিলাম।
Shuven, record. Shuven, I can hear you. So the group of people. अच्छा एक सेकंड अच्छा आराम से। अच्छा
बंद कीजिए, बंद
अच्छा ठीक है,
जाइए
बात तो बताइए।
जाने के लिए बोला ना अभी
भैया,
बोला ना बोला ना, बात सुनिए।
भैया हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं।
जाइए अब जाइए उधर जाइए।
भैया मैं कह रही हूँ हुमायूं भैया हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने बुलाया है।
नहीं जाना है, अभी जाइए मैम, जाइए आप जाइए, बाद में आइए आप, बाद में आपको ये करो, विनती करो, आप जाइए।
मैं भी आपसे विनती कर रही हूँ,
नहीं
बहुत दूर से आई हूँ।
ठीक है, अब करने के लिए कोई मना नहीं
यहाँ से कर लेने दीजिए।
नहीं अभी नहीं है, अभी नहीं करने के लिए।
कितना
जाइए ना मैम, आप बैठिए ना।
मैं आपसे ये कह रही हूँ कि मैं बस हुमायूं कबीर का इंटरव्यू करके आ जाऊंगी।
नहीं होगा, जाने के लिए नहीं होगा, वहाँ कोई जाने का रास्ता ही नहीं है आगे में। देखिए ना, अब कोई मीडिया वाला नहीं है।
अभी सब करके गए होंगे ना सर?
আছে কত হুমায়ুন কবির আছে কত? ওই দিকে আছে, বুঝলেন তো, এদিকে নাই। আপনারা
what we see here the place where exactly where the frame। अच्छा भैया एक बात बता दीजिए, ये क्या है? ये आप लोग क्या लेके जा रहे हैं? so what we तो ये आप हॉकी स्टिक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं?
बंद कर
दिया, वो बंद कर। मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ हॉकी, मैं आप में बंद कर दिया।
ठीक है आपने जनरली पूछे हॉकी कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं?
नहीं जा रहा है, इधर घर से लेके जा रहा है, घर में लेके जा रहा है।
लेकिन मैं आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना।
नहीं होगा। अच्छा आपने
आप इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए। अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा मत छूइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे।
আপনি চলে যান না, আপনি কেন নিষেধ করে শুনছেন না কেন? আপনাদেরকে নিষেধ করে আপনারা বুঝছেন না কেন? আরে পিছিয়ে আছে, তোরা পিছিয়ে আছে, यहाँ से गए।
Well, in fact, what has been established from this sequence that has been recorded by my colleague Harsha from Murshidabad is the fact that at least one of the groups, whether it is the Trinamool Congress or the JUP, is something that is a matter of investigation. But hockey sticks were essentially being taken to the polling booth. What was it being used for? In fact, my colleague Harsha has also been able to document the fact that just close to the polling booth, people were not even allowed to enter. A question that she's also posed the Murshidabad Superintendent of Police, but he says that he will take stock of the situation and provide us with the feedback. The biggest challenger in Bengal, Shuvendu Adhikari, the leader of the opposition, has also responded to the large-scale violence that has been reported from the first phase of polling. 62% of voting has already taken place. Alipurdwar happens to be one of the major constituencies where the highest number of voting has taken place till about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Listen in to what Shuvendu Adhikari had to say.
शुवेंदु अधिकारी जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, आप तमाम पोलिंग बूथ पर भी जा रहे हैं। नंदीग्राम की बात करें तो सर यहाँ पे फिलहाल क्या माहौल है?
1 बजे तक 66% पोलिंग हुआ। अब तक जो ग्राउंड से आया है मेरा पास वो 74-5% चल रहा है। मेरा उम्मीद है कम से कम 90% के आसपास इस बार पोलिंग हो जाएगा और ख़ास करके हिंदू खुल के आ रहा है। मुसलमान वोट तो पिछले चुनाव सब चुनाव में मोर देन 90% पोलिंग होता है। उनका बूथ में तो टीएमसी के अलावा किसी का एजेंट नहीं था। अभी देख रहा है बीजेपी को भी कुछ एजेंट मिला है मुस्लिम बूथ में और IAF CPM का भी एजेंट है। ये अच्छा संकेत है। हमारी हिंदू माँ, दीदी, बहन, बेटी और सनातन समाज और अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ, एडुकेटेड यूथ्स, ये जो उनका इंटरेस्ट नहीं था वोट के लिए, इस बार पूरा खुल के वोट कर रहा है। ये पूरा हमारी अगल बगल में जितना कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है सबसे एवरेज 1 बजे तक 63-64, नंदो कुमार भी हाईएस्ट 66, मेरा 65% प्लस। लेकिन मेरा नंदीग्राम में 2 बजने वाला है, यहाँ और भी जाम कर गया, 73-4% चला गया। ये अच्छा संकेत है, ये तो चेंज की ओर जा रहा है। एक तो SIR का बाद पोलिंग ज़्यादा होना ही था। SIR में वोटर लिस्ट क्लीन हो गया, पोलिंग ज़्यादा होना था, लेकिन उसका बाद भी जो माइग्रेंट लेबर्स है अपने हायर एजुकेशन के लिए बाहर में रहता है, वर्किंग पीपल है, रेल में काम करता है, दूसरा प्रदेश में काम करता है, जिनका चुनाव में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, जो रहता है क्या होगा जाकर 3,000-4,000 रुपया रेल भाड़ा चला जाएगा, 10,000 रुपया प्लेन भाड़ा चला जाएगा, 3 दिन हमारी CL लेना पड़ेगा। लेकिन इस बार संकेत बहुत अच्छा है, वोट करना पड़ेगा। टू सेव वेस्ट बंगाल, टू सेव वेस्ट बंगाल, इट्स ए नेशनल सिक्योरिटी का क्वेश्चन है। बंगाल में सुरक्षा खत्म हो गया है, घुसपैठिया आ गया है, यहाँ जमात की एंट्री हो गया है, बंगाल बांग्लादेश बनने वाला है, इसलिए बचाओ बंगाल को, ये जो बचाओ सनातन को।
सर, इसके साथ ही बात करें तो मुर्शिदाबाद में सर अभी देखिए बवाल हो गया, TMC और अगर हम बात करें हुमायूं कबीर की तो 2 पक्ष हो गए आपस में। यहाँ तक कि सर रिपब्लिक भारत की रिपोर्टर के साथ जो है बदतमीजी की गई है, कैमरा बंद करवाया गया है, गाड़ी में तोड़फोड़ करने की कोशिश की गई।
ये टारगेट तो रिपब्लिक भी है, सब मीडिया है। जो मीडिया बंगाल में उनके पक्ष में करता है उसको भी पीटता है। कुछ दिन पहले आपका बेलडांगा में ये हमारी एक बहन पत्रकार जी 24 घंटा का, जी 24 घंटा बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी का ज़्यादा पब्लिसिटी देता है। ये खुल के, मैं तो जो बोलता हूँ खुल के बोलता हूँ।
आप बेबाक अंदाज के लिए जाने भी जाते हैं सर।
खुल के बोलता हूँ, मैं कोई किसी को वेलिंग नहीं करता। और मुझे मेरा पिक्चर छपो, मुझे दिखाओ, ये सब बात भी नहीं बोलता हूँ। मैं ज़मीन में काम करता हूँ, मेरा काम आपको पिक्चर में आता है, इसलिए उसका 24 घंटा का बहन के ऊपर भी अत्याचार हुआ, ये करता है। ये सब जो गैर कानूनी मदरसा है ना, गवर्नमेंट मदरसा नहीं, इसके प्रोडक्ट है। ये जैसे मोनू चौक बोल के एक बूथ है, बूथ नंबर 29, पिछले बार मुझे घुसने नहीं दिया। बहुत सारा बूथ था, मैं अब तक 40 बूथ टॉप कर लिया। उसमें 25 बूथ ऐसे था जिसमें 21 में मेरा नो एंट्री था। इस बार तोड़ दिया मैंने। बंकिम मोड़ को, हमारी भूता मोड़ को, नाक चिराचार से राजाराम चक से लेकर दीनबंधुपुर से लेकर मोनू चक तक मैं आने का बाद ये जो पत्रकार अगल बगल में है सब सम्मान्य है, मेरा सबका साथ फ्रेंडशिप है, लेकिन इसको किसको एजेंडा होता है। ये लोग वहाँ जाकर उनको थोड़ा मेरा सामने नहीं, वो उसमें एक छोटा लड़का जिनका नाम भी नहीं है वोटर लिस्ट में, वो बताया शुभेंदु को आने बोलो, काट दूंगा। सामने नहीं बोला, इतना साहस नहीं है। ये जो माइंडसेट है ना, एक खाजेरी माद्रासा का माइंडसेट है।
धमकियां भी सर
नहीं, कम्युनल, उनको तो ब्रेन वॉश करता है। जो इलीगल सब मदरसा है ना, खाजेरी मदरसा बोलता है, जहाँ से बांग्लादेश के अंसारुल बांग्ला का 7 से कुछ दिन पहले पकड़ा। मैं गवर्नमेंट एडेड मदरसा का बात नहीं बोलता हूँ, वहाँ तो गवर्नमेंट का अप्रूवल भी है, आपका मॉडर्न एजुकेशन भी पढ़ाता है। लेकिन यहाँ गवर्नमेंट मदरसा 5 है तो खाजेरी मदरसा 50 है। वहाँ का माइंडसेट जो है, वो माइंडसेट में ही मुर्शिदाबाद में आपको पीटा है आज। ये माइंडसेट वहाँ से एकदम प्यूरिफाइड करके मैन्युफैक्चर करके छोड़ता है। हेमंत जी का स्टाइल यहाँ 4 तारीख का बाद एप्लीकेशन होगा, आसाम का स्टाइल।
And Shavan, that was the LOP BJP Shuvendu Adhikari. And interesting fact, back in 2021, he defeated CM Banerjee in 2021. He's now contesting again from Nandigram. He is the incumbent MLA there. A very interesting fight.
Well, in fact, as we continue our live coverage, Republic Media Network, only network to be covering every seat. In fact, breaking news also now coming in. We'll be going across in a short while from now. You have Agnimitra Paul's car that has been vandalized, large-scale violence that has been reported from various parts of North Bengal. We'll be covering that very closely coming up in a short while from now.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, हर सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
के लिए और ममता को भी हटाएगी। दोनों मेरा इरादा है, दोनों मेरा मकसद है।
लेकिन ये चुनाव आप मानते हैं 2021 के मुकाबले बहुत अलग है, क्योंकि सुकांता मजूमदार खुद कह रहे थे
Well, my colleague Harsha is speaking to AGUP Chief Humayun Kabir. In fact, the Trinamool Congress has alleged that large-scale violence that has actually taken place at Murshidabad has essentially been because of Humayun Kabir. In fact, the clash that was basically caught on camera by my colleague Harsha was at that very place where Humayun Kabir had just reached, and that's where Trinamool Congress and AGUP cadres, they continued with the clashes. In fact, there is an increased patrolling that's taken place. Trinamool Congress, in fact, Ishita has been saying that this man that you see on your screens is, after all, the B team of Bharatiya Janata Party. This comes in the backdrop of a sting operation that was basically done. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah was quite clear. They are willing to sit in the opposition. In fact, let's try and see if we can hear it. We'll try and play this out. We seem to be having some audio problem, but I believe my colleague, our colleague Harsha is essentially speaking about the large-scale violence that has been reported from Murshidabad. Murshidabad also happens to be the place where the maximum number of deletion of SIR has taken place.
And also we have seen some counter allegations coming in from Humayun Kabir's party, AGUP cadres as well, who are now alleging that this violence was caused by TMC cadres. Let's take a listen.
It's come.
और काफी सारे कैंडिडेट्स भी इनके इस वक्त लड़ रहे हैं। हुमायूं जी, जिस तरीके से अभी आप थोड़ी देर पहले नौदा में थे, हम भी वहां पर पहुंचे थे, जो हिंसक तस्वीर हम लोगों ने देखी, आप खुद वहां प्रदर्शन में बैठ गए थे, क्या आपको लग रहा है कि बूथ कैप्चरिंग की कोशिश हो रही थी टीएमसी के गुंडों द्वारा?
तो रात भर गुंडागिरी किया। नौदा का लोकल पुलिस का ओसी छोड़ के सारे 8 ऑफिसर वो टीएमसी को दलाली कर रहा है, और उनको जो ड्यूटी में डिप्लॉय करा एडिशनल एसपी हेडक्वार्टर मजीद खान, वो भी तृणमूल को साथ परचेज हो गया।
The audio back, but right now, Shravan, it was Humayun Kabir alleging not just that TMC is engaging in violence, but also putting the blame on the local police. He says that the officials there
लगातार ये बात शुरू से कही जा रही थी कि भय मुक्त ये चुनाव होगा, इंटिमिडेशन फ्री ये चुनाव होगा, लेकिन कई जगहों पे हिंसा की तस्वीरें दिखी। मालदा में दिखी, बीरभूम में दिखी, मुर्शिदाबाद में दिखी। आपको लगता है क्या कि वोट स्प्लिट हो रहे हैं या फिर टीएमसी कार्यकर्ता बहुत एग्रेसिव?
वो टीएमसी को, लोगों को टीएमसी को वोट नहीं डाल रहा है। वो टीएमसी जबरदस्ती करके कुछ सीट रिकवरी करने का कोशिश करेगा, लेकिन वो होगा नहीं। टीएमसी खत्म हो जाएगा, टीएमसी कुर्सी में नहीं आएगा।
हुमायूं जी, राहुल गांधी ने तो अभी
Well, in fact, Humayun Kabir, two big takeaways from this latest interview of Humayun Kabir to my colleague Harsha. One says that there is no question of the Trinamool Congress coming back to power. Direct allegation of rigging, poll rigging is what he is basically hinting at this stage. Now, this is exactly at a time when Humayun Kabir had gone to one of the polling booths in Nagaon, where I'm given to understand where Harsha was also reporting from this morning, and caught on camera were hockey sticks being taken to the polling booth. And that's a question that we've posed to the Murshidabad Superintendent of Police. No answers really coming in from there. But will Humayun Kabir really cut into what many would say that it's the X factor in the West Bengal polls right now? Because for the Trinamool Congress, losing or coming back to North Bengal and hoping to regain their stronghold would be extremely important, because if they lose out the seats from here in North Bengal, it's going to be a straightaway advantage for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right, and also what Prime Minister Modi had earlier said, he had predicted a clean sweep for BJP in this election. And viewers, now moving on to another breaking news development we're getting from West Bengal. Clashes have now been reported during voting in Asansol. Attack on BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul's convoy. In fact, stones were pelted on BJP candidate's vehicle near booth number 135 in Rehmatnagar, and it was the rear windshield of the car which was broken due to the stones being pelted. No injuries were reported in this incident, and complaint has now been filed at Hirapur police station. Now, it was a BJP's candidate which came under attack. It was the convoy, the car, in fact, which was vandalized by goons. And booth number 135 is where the violence incidents have been reported. Let's also listen into the reaction we're getting from ground.
नगर में आए थे, ये माइनॉरिटी इलाका है, और एक बिल्डिंग जो बहुत सारा बूथ है, वहाँ से निकल के हम दूसरा बिल्डिंग जब जा रहे थे, तो दूसरा बिल्डिंग में हम गए, फिर हम सुपरवाइज भी किए। जब वापस आ रहे थे, गाड़ी में उठे और गाड़ी चलना शुरू किया, तब भी ये बड़ा सा पत्थर आके पीछे का जो कांच है वो पूरा फोड़ दिया।
इतनी भारी संख्या में केंद्रीय बल के जवान वहाँ थे, उसके बावजूद भी इस तरह की घटना
नहीं। आप कोई अगर ऊपर से मार दे तो आपको कैसे मालूम चलेगा? हमारा गाड़ी चलना शुरू कर दिया, सेंट्रल फोर्स तो बिल्डिंग के बाहर खड़ा है और मेरा गाड़ी चलना शुरू कर दिया। हम लोग दूसरी जगह जा रहे हैं,
इसके पहले भी आपकी गाड़ी पे हमला किया गया,
तो ये बार बार किया जा रहा है। आप समझ रहे हैं कि ये क्यों किया जा रहा है और कौन कर रहे हैं?
किसने कराया?
माइनॉरिटी इलाका में कौन कराएगा? टीएमसी के साथ माइनॉरिटी का अच्छा संबंध है, और टीएमसी नहीं चाहते हैं कि भाजपा टीएमसी का जो लगता है उन लोग का प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमान, उसमें हम लोग दखल अंदाजी करे, तो ये बार बार ये होता है। लेकिन मुसलमान भाई बहन अभी वो भी मोदी सरकार को चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग को भी पता है कि उन लोग को कुछ नहीं मिला है, तो पत्थर मार के अग्निमित्र पाल को रुका नहीं जा सकता है। हम फिर से जाएंगे और सेंट्रल फोर्स देखे क्या करते हैं, उनको देखा।
All right, that was BJP's candidate's reaction on the kind of attack that was carried out on her convoy. In fact, we're getting visuals of her car, how stones were pelted by some goons as she was just about to exit booth number 135, and now violence has been in fact reported all across Bengal. We have seen visuals coming in from Murshidabad, from Malda, and now Asansol as well, where BJP candidate has come under attack. Now remember, this comes on the polling day. Already the voting turnout is high. It's about 60% in the state of West Bengal. And let's again listen in to the reaction we're getting in from the BJP candidate as her convoy was attacked.
नगर में आए थे, ये माइनॉरिटी इलाका है, और एक बिल्डिंग जो बहुत सारा बूथ है, वहाँ से निकल के हम दूसरा बिल्डिंग जब जा रहे थे, तो दूसरा बिल्डिंग में हम गए, फिर हम सुपरवाइज भी किए। जब वापस आ रहे थे गाड़ी में उठे और गाड़ी चलना शुरू किया, तब भी ये बड़ा सा पत्थर आके पीछे का जो कांच है वो पूरा फोड़ दिया।
इतनी भारी संख्या में केंद्रीय बल के जवान वहाँ थे, उसके बावजूद भी इस तरह की घटना
नहीं। अब कोई अगर ऊपर से मार दे तो आपको कैसे मालूम चलेगा? हमारा गाड़ी चलना शुरू कर दिया। सेंट्रल फोर्स तो बिल्डिंग के बाहर खड़े हैं और मेरा गाड़ी चलना शुरू कर दिया। हम लोग दूसरी जगह जा रहे हैं।
इसके पहले भी आपकी गाड़ी पे हमला किया गया।
तो ये बार बार किया जा रहा है। आप समझ रहे हैं कि ये क्यों किया जा रहा है और कौन कर रहे हैं?
किसने कराया?
माइनॉरिटी इलाका में कौन कराएगा? टीएमसी के साथ माइनॉरिटी का अच्छा संबंध है और टीएमसी नहीं चाहते हैं कि भाजपा टीएमसी का जो लगता है उन लोग का प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमान, उसमें हम लोग दखल अंदाजी करे। तो ये बार बार ये होता है। लेकिन मुसलमान भाई बहन अभी वो भी मोदी सरकार को चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग को भी पता है कि उन लोग को कुछ नहीं मिला है। तो पत्थर मार के अग्निमित्र पॉल को बाद रुका नहीं जा सकता है। हम फिर से जाएंगे और सेंट्रल फोर्स देखे क्या करते हैं, उनको देखें।
And also, let's discuss numbers. In West Bengal, we have seen the voting turnout is about 60%, and it's just about 2:30 p.m. So we'll get the latest numbers by 3 p.m. as well. But when you talk about 60%, what do you think this indicates? A high voter turnout?
In fact, there is a breakup that the Election Commission has put out. Interestingly, as far as Malda is concerned, 58%, the highest really coming in from Alipurduar, that's about 60%, followed by Bankura 64%, Birbhum 63%, Coach Bihar 60%, Dakshin Dinajpur is roughly about 60%, if I'm not wrong. Darjeeling 59%, Jalpaiguri 60%, Purulia is about 59%. So the lowest really right now is coming in from Purulia. Malda is certainly seeing about a brisk voting that is taking place, about 58%. But the reason why you're essentially looking at this growing violence right now in Murshidabad in particular, because remember, it's going to be a key constituencies. These are key constituencies in Malda that has gone to polling in the first phase, and that's going to perhaps determine what really happens to the prospects of Trinamool Congress in this elections.
Right, of course, we'll have to see how these numbers pan up for both the sides. And now, viewers, election violence and disruptions have remained a constant in the state even before voting began. Today, in fact, violence broke out in multiple parts of Murshidabad. And earlier this morning, we have seen, how voting was halted due to malfunctioning of EVMs. Now, reports of booth capturing have also emerged from certain parts. And further, a crude bomb was also hurled at a crowd in Nauda area. This has injured multiple people, in fact. These here, in fact, let's go across to live visuals we're getting in.
Well, in fact, these are the live visuals now coming in from Asansol Agnimitra Paul, who just came out.
এবার আপনারা খুঁজে বার করুন কোথায় আছে শেকু আর শাবির, আমি তো সেটাও বলে দিলাম।
মোবাইলটা এক সাইডে মোবাইল কি হয়েছিল আজকে
তৃণমূলের শেকু আর শাবির আমার গাড়িতে
এ ভাই মোবাইলটা বের কর
যাবার সময় তো এখান থেকে বেরোচ্ছি, তখন আমাকে আবার আমাকে গাড়ির কাজটাকে ভেঙে দিল। এভাবে তো চলতে পারে না। তৃণমূল কি চাইছেন? তাপস বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কি চাইছেন? 10 বছর তো কাজ করেননি কোনো। সৎ 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 বলে মানুষকে বিভ্রান্ত করেছেন। 21টা প্রশ্ন করেছিলাম, আপনি দুর্নীতি করেছেন, তার উত্তর দিতে পারেন। আজকে সেই আপনার শেকু আর শাবির ক্রিমিনালকে দিয়ে পাথর মারাচ্ছেন। আপনাদের পোষা ক্রিমিনাল, আপনারা তো ক্রিমিনাল পোষেন। মমতা ব্যানার্জি তো বলেছেন না, আমরা ক্রিমিনালকে
Kolkata, in fact, Amit Shah there. Interestingly, just when the first phase of the campaigning for the first phase ended, you've had a late-night meeting that took place in Kolkata where he's addressed all the party workers. And it turns out Union Home Minister Amit Shah would be in Kolkata till about the 27th. So that's the final push that is now being made by Amit Shah. Multiple road rallies that has been done by Amit Shah. And the message that he wants to send across, number one, with regards to infiltration. Secondly, with regards to what would be the model that would be implemented, particularly the fact that government schemes have not been implemented. They've been blocked by Mamata Banerjee. that hurdle is going to be out, is what he says on 4th of May. As far as who is exactly going to be the leader, if at all BJP is voted to power, he's made that very clear that it's Shuvendu Adhikari who takes it forward. But clearly, the booth management that you're essentially looking at, which is going to be extremely critical in these elections. And for the BJP, North Bengal is extremely critical. Areas that you're talking about, Murshidabad, Nadia, Birbhum and Hooghly, these are places that Amit Shah personally has also been looking into in terms of the campaigning, the number of campaigning that has actually taken place. There is a drastic increase there. He has also responded to the deletions that has taken place in the SIR. These are the first visuals coming in after the party meeting that has happened earlier today, and personally monitoring every development. So typical to BJP's style of functioning, where you've had the top leadership camping in there. You've had all the senior leaders coming in, but there is also a change in the way the campaigning has been done. The way they have basically selected their star campaigners. For instance, Smriti Irani, who speaks fluently in Bengali, has been targeting Mamata Banerjee because the narrative that Trinamool Congress has been trying to put across is that these are outsiders.
Yes.
That has been well countered. This is coming in from the BJP war room, where he's had that meeting with the party workers. That entire system that you see right now in place, countering what many would have seen social media narratives, that is being done on a real-time basis, where you would see that countering really coming in from several of the party workers there. There are other party workers who have come in from other states too, but the face right now, if you really see, there is a marked difference than what we saw in the previous elections. The way the BJP is basically targeting, saying that, look here, the question here is not about outsiders, regional identity, something that's been taken care of. And the fact that, for the BJP right now, they are largely targeting the fact that development has taken a backseat under Mamata Banerjee. So that is exactly what they're trying to target as far as phase 1 elections are concerned. Even as phase 1 is underway, phase 2 campaigning has already begun.
In fact, we are looking at this turning into a very personal fight as far as BJP is concerned. We have seen, all the senior leaders, whether it's Prime Minister Modi, whether it's Home Minister Amit Shah, all of them hitting the campaign trail. They have been attacking TMC, as you mentioned, on several election planks, including infiltration, including the issue of development. And now we are looking at Home Minister Amit Shah personally, monitoring all the developments that are coming in on the first phase of polling, as well as, strategizing for what happens next. We are looking at the second phase to take place on April 29th. So, the strategy also being discussed for what's yet to come, the second phase, as well as monitoring all the developments that are coming to light today as Bengal votes in the first phase. Now, these are visuals of a Home Minister is interacting with the party workers from BJP's war room in Kolkata. In fact, he's monitoring all the developments because we have seen, several incidents of violence also coming to light. BJP leaders specifically coming under attack. So this is something I'm sure Home Minister must be taking into account, getting all the information about the recent developments and as well as strategizing for what comes next. How will the party plan its campaigning further before the second phase of election takes place on April 29th. So, lots of action right now in BJP's war room as Home Minister Amit Shah interacts with workers on the ground, Shavan.
Well, in fact, this time the prediction that has been made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah has been a clear majority. In fact, he basically refers to the fact that Bharatiya Janata Party at some point in time had only 2 seats. Yes. From there, the jump that they've seen about over 70 seats is a considerable, it's a significant change in the way they've done that. And the wave that you're essentially talking about, the Bharatiya Janata Party has largely relied upon the fact that Trinamool Congress hasn't been able to deliver what they call it development model. The development model has completely collapsed. In fact, when Amit Shah in the last rally, when he spoke about saying that today Kolkata essentially represents a slum, and that hasn't really gone down well with the Trinamool Congress latching on to it. But having said that, the message that he's essentially sending, what basically Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow, that is exactly what they want to basically revive today, saying that that is exactly how Bengal was seen for several years, but that has collapsed. First, because of the Communist Party and their leadership. Thereafter, it was taken up by Trinamool Congress. It is the same modus operandi, not very different than what we saw as far as the Communist Party is concerned. The Bharatiya Janata Party essentially now is hoping that what may really resonate amongst the voters is the model that has worked in other states too. But at the same time, they're quite sensitive this time that they do not hurt the cultural identity. And that is the reason why you would have had several candidates, BJP candidates, star campaigners talking about addressing the issues of being outsiders. Another question about non-vegetarian food became another talking point of this
and you
elections.
Had Anurag Thakur.
Amit Shah, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also addressed the same thing. Anurag Thakur, that images that came in, and in fact, not just that, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has also campaigned in several parts of North Bengal. Of course, he wants to be the mascot as far as someone who's stopping infiltration, someone who wants an end to it, and he's been trying to say this multiple times that if there are states that are going to be affected because of infiltration, that is Assam and West Bengal.
Right, of course. And, this is the line of attack that Prime Minister Modi also reiterated in his address. Just a short while ago, he was addressing a mega rally and he said that under TMC, Bengal has been lagging in development as far as entire India is concerned. We have seen, India leaping on the path of becoming a Viksit Bharat, but Bengal continues to lag behind. He also attacked TMC on the issue of women's safety. He said we have seen incidents of rape, murders rising against women when it comes to TMC rule. Women do not feel safe under Mamata Banerjee's government. In fact, Prime Minister Modi also promised a new wave of security on 4th of May when BJP, when and if, of course, BJP comes to power. He also said they will be implementing all the central schemes that has been blocked by TMC. Now, there are several benefits that can be taken up by the people of Bengal, but they have been blocked by TMC, according to Prime Minister. And once the BJP comes to power, they will be implementing all the central schemes, whether it is Mudra Yojana, whether it's Ayushman Yojana, all the healthcare schemes as far as women are concerned will be implemented in Bengal. Now, they also talked about giving citizenship to refugees, implementing UCC in Bengal. And these are, some of the Prime Minister's guarantees that he has given to Bengal if BJP comes to power. But the big question is, we are looking at high voter turnout. So, Shravan, does that indicate a high anti-incumbency, or does that indicate, a change that people want to see in Bengal? Or is it also because of the kind of security deployment that we have seen?
Well, the SIR certainly would play a critical role here, because if you go by the main challenger in the state of West Bengal, Shuvendu Adhikari, he says that the election is done and dusted after the SIR. There is a reason why he says that, because it is the revisioning of the electoral rules, and for the longest time, one allegation that has been leveled against Trinamool Congress is that they've been soft towards infiltration. Several who have come in, Bangladeshi immigrants who have come in and settled, particularly in places where we saw the violence taking place, Murshidabad, Malda being some of those places where it's going to be quite decisive. It's going to be quite critical right now for the Trinamool Congress also to hoping that they'll be able to retain some of the seats in Murshidabad. Let's get a quick check of what's really happening on the ground, because for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, in terms of the voter turnout in Bengal, it's over 62% voter turnout that has taken place. But also, this comes with a lot of violence that has been reported, particularly in Murshidabad. I'm also given to understand that apart from Nadu in Murshidabad, even in Birbhum, there have been some clashes that have taken place. 2 people have been injured. Election Commission, in fact, has said that they've received about 260 complaints, 350 additional complaints have all come in. What's the situation like on the ground, Harsha? Because every polling booth that you're basically going to, there is some report of the other coming in. You spoke to Humayun Kabir. Humayun Kabir is demanding the resignation or suspension of the additional SP.
Yes, Shravan, we spoke to Humayun Kabir, and Humayun Kabir stated that the TMC goons were able to gather the entire crowd, and they were able to enter inside the polling booth and tried to capture the booth because of the because of the ASP, additional SP Majid, who was deployed at that particular area. He was called by the voters nearby to ensure that the crowd gets dispersed.
These are polling agents who have been attacked. Just take a look at this. For all our viewers who are tuning in right now, unprecedented images really coming in of polling agents who have been targeted. Perhaps not new for the state of West Bengal, which is no stranger to violence right from the time that we have seen, be it during the communist times or for that matter even when Trinamool Congress came to power. In fact, now the Bharatiya Janata Party has said that this is the same tactics that was employed by the CPM-led left front, taken over by the Trinamool Congress. This morning it seems that several polling agents have been targeted. There is another visual that came in earlier today where we saw a polling agent of the Bharatiya Janata Party being attacked. He was asked to leave from the polling booth, and in fact there was an attempt. There were some political goons who were basically running behind him. Let's listen.
বারবার অভিযোগ করছে যে ওই বুথটা জ্যাম করছে তৃণমূলের ছেলেরা, ভোট দিতে অসুবিধা হচ্ছে সাধারণ পাবলিকের। তো আমরা সাঁইথিয়া থানার আইসিকেও ফোন করি, বিডিওকেও ফোন করি, তারপর আমি নিজে ওখানে যাই। এবার ওখানে দেখে ওখান থেকে ফেরার পথে পোলিং বুথ থেকে 150 মিটার দূরে।
All right, viewers, now slipping into a very short break, and coming up on the other side, all the updates are coming to light from West Bengal as a Republic crew gets attacked by several goons while reporting on elections. We'll get you all the updates on the other side.
Today at 6 p.m. on the Verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj, we'll take a close look at the violence that's ensuing across West Bengal amid polling. In fact, also, we will shift focus to Tamil Nadu that has gone to poll. Voters have exercised their franchise. And how will a triangular battle pan out between the TVK, the DMK and AIADMK? This and a lot more on the Verdict 2026 tonight at 6 p.m. with me, Gesu Bharadwaj.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the
भारत माता की। अब मैं भाषण शुरू करने से पहले इस चुनाव में जो हमारे कैंडिडेट हैं और आप लोग अपना वोट देकर जिनको एमएलए बनाने वाले हो, मैं उन सब से आग्रह करता हूं उम्मीदवारों को, वे उम्मीदवार थोड़े आगे आ जाए, खड़े हो जाए। जितने उम्मीदवार हैं वो जरा आगे आ जाए, बहुत आगे मत जाइए भाई। मेरे साथ बोले भारत माता की। मैं इनके पास जाकर के आता हूं, बाद में आराम से आपसे बात करता हूं। जय मां गंगा, जय मां गंगा, जय कपिल मुनि। आप सबाई भालो आছেন। आज काशी और गंगा के इस सेवक को फिर से गंगा सागर आने का सौभाग्य मिला है। मैं इस पुण्य भूमि से मां गंगा को प्रणाम करता हूं। यहां मथुरापुर के अलावा डायमंड हार्बर, जयनगर और दूसरी जगह से भी उत्साही नागरिक भाई बहन आए हैं। आपने यहां आकर अपना फैसला भी सुना दिया है। आपने ये तय कर दिया है कि 4 मई को केवल परिणाम नहीं, परिवर्तन आएगा। टीएमसी का भय हारेगा। बीजेपी का भरोसा, बीजेपी का भरोसा, बीजेपी का भरोसा, बीजेपी का भरोसा। मुझे अभी हमारे मित्र राकेश जी बता रहे थे कि सुबह 9-10 बजे से लोग आ गए हैं। इतना उत्साह, और मैं देख रहा हूं जितने लोग अंदर हैं उससे ज्यादा लोग धूप में तप रहे हैं। यह अद्भुत दृश्य है। ये उत्साह, ये उमंग और माताओं बहनों की हाजिरी, नौजवानों की हाजिरी, चारों तरफ से एक ही आवाज आ रही है। गांव से, शहर से, गली से, मोहल्ले से माताएं बोले, नौजवान बोले, हर कोई कह रहा है पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार। बंगाल में परिवर्तन की आंधी चल रही है। आज पहले चरण की वोटिंग में जिस तरह बंगाल की महिलाओं ने, बंगाल के युवाओं ने टीएमसी के खिलाफ मोर्चा खोल दिया है, वो आज पूरा देश देख रहा है। बंगाल में हो रहा बम्पर मतदान ये साफ साफ दिखा रहा है कि भय हार रहा है और भरोसे की जीत पक्की है। ठीक 10 दिन बाद जब वोटों की गिनती होगी तो मुझे विश्वास है हर तरफ कमल ही कमल खिला होगा। मैं बंगाल के लोगों से कहूंगा, खास करके मेरे जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स हैं उनको कहूंगा, बंगाल की निर्मम सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का यही समय है, सही समय है। साथियों, इस विशाल जनसमूह में भी इतनी बड़ी संख्या में मेरी माताएं बहनें हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आई है। आपकी उपस्थिति टीएमसी की नींद उड़ाने वाली है। ये आपका प्यार मेरे सर आंखों पर, मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। बंगाल में इस बार परिवर्तन की कमाल बंगाल की बहनों ने ही संभाल रखी है, क्योंकि निर्मम सरकार की सबसे बड़ी अगर कोई शिकार रही है तो ये हमारी महिलाएं रही है, हमारी बेटियां रही है। आए दिन बलात्कार, आरजीकर और संदेश खाली जैसी घटनाएं बलात्कारियों और गुंडों को टीएमसी का खुला संरक्षण हमारी बहन बेटियों को जिस प्रकार से परेशान किया गया है, ये मेरी बहनें, मेरी बेटियां, बंगाल की एक एक बेटी वो कभी नहीं भूल सकती। साथियों, तृणमूल और इन सारे दलों का महिला विरोधी चेहरा एक बार फिर खुलकर सामने आ गया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले संसद में जो कुछ हुआ आपने देखा है। भाई, ये चित्र कोई बच्चा लेके आया है, ले लो जरा। वो पीछे भी डिस्टर्ब कर रहा है, मुझे भी डिस्टर्ब कर रहा है। बेटा, मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं, आप इतना बढ़िया चित्र बना के ले आए हैं। ये छोटी बच्ची साथ में है, उसके चेहरे पर जो उत्साह है बड़ा गजब का है। इतनी प्यारी बच्ची है ये, वाह। उसके चेहरे पर जो उमंग है वो बड़ा अद्भुत है। थैंक यू बेटा, थैंक यू। अगर तुम्हारा नाम होगा तो मैं नाम चिट्ठी तुम्हारा नाम लिखूंगा। बहुत प्यारी बच्ची है। साथियों, बीजेपी सरकार 2029 के लोकसभा चुनाव से महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण का प्रस्ताव लेकर संसद में आई थी, लेकिन टीएमसी ने इसके खिलाफ वोटिंग की। टीएमसी ने बंगाल की महिलाओं का हक छीन लिया। माताओं बहनों, बंगाल मां दुर्गा को पूजने वालों की धरती है। टीएमसी ने यहां महिलाओं के सम्मान को जो ठेस पहुंचाई है, उनके ऊपर जो अत्याचार हुए हैं, आपका एक वोट इसका हिसाब करेगा। अब अन्याय नहीं सहना है, बहुत हो चुका। 15 साल तक जुल्म करते रहे, अब नहीं चलेगा। आर এখন বদল চাই, এখন बदल चाहिए। साथियों, बंगाल ने 3 दशक तक लेप वालों का कुशासन सहा था। इसलिए बंगाल की जनता ने टीएमसी को मौका दिया, लेप वालों को हटाया। एक बार नहीं, 3-3 बार 15 साल तक मौका दिया। भाइयों बहनों, एक और केंद्र में बीजेपी के 11 साल का कार्यकाल है, दूसरी ओर बंगाल में टीएमसी के 15 साल है। हमने 11 साल में देश के हर गांव में बिजली पहुंचा दी। हमने 11 साल में 4 करोड़ गरीबों को पीएम आवास दिया। हमने 11 साल में गरीबों के घर में 12 करोड़ से ज्यादा शौचालय बनवाए। हमने 11 साल में 55 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों के बैंक में जनधन खाते खुलवाए। हमने 11 साल में 3 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाया। 40 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों के आयुष्मान कार्ड बनवाकर मुफ्त इलाज की गारंटी दी। करीब 10 करोड़ किसानों को पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि योजना से जोड़ा। 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। साथियों, ये लिस्ट इतनी लंबी है, अगर मैं गिनाना शुरू करूं ना तो शाम हो जाएगी, लेकिन बीजेपी के कामों की गिनती पूरी नहीं होगी। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, 15 साल में टीएमसी ने बंगाल को क्या दिया? केवल झूठे वादे और धोखा। बाढ़ से निपटने के लिए टीएमसी ने घाटल मास्टर प्लान लाने का वादा किया था। क्या मिला? धोखा। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक मेगा फूड पार्क बनाने की घोषणा हुई थी। क्या मिला? धोखा। टीएमसी ने 2000 बड़ी इंडस्ट्री लगाने की बात कही थी। क्या मिला? धोखा। साथियों, टीएमसी के झूठे वादे, उन वादों का सबसे बड़ा भुक्तभोगी ये हमारे मथुरापुर के लोग हैं। या पूरा देश से लाखों लोग गंगा सागर आते हैं, लेकिन आज भी यहां के लोगों को फेरी पर निर्भर रहना पड़ता है। आज भी गंगा सागर तक एक पक्का पुल नहीं है। हर बार चुनाव के समय वादा और चुनाव के बाद गायब। टीएमसी वर्षों से इसी फॉर्मूले पर चल रही है। साथियों, नदी के किनारे तटबंध का भी हाल बहुत बुरा है। हर साल यहां बाढ़ आती है, लोगों के घर उजड़ जाते हैं, खेतों में पानी घुसने से फसल बर्बाद हो जाती है, लेकिन निर्मम सरकार को आपकी तकलीफ से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। भाइयों बहनों, यहां टीएमसी सरकार खुद तो कोई काम करती नहीं है, केंद्र सरकार के हर काम में भी रोड़े अटकाती रहती है। बाढ़ और तूफान से राहत के लिए केंद्र सरकार ने हजारों करोड़ रुपए भेजे थे। आप में से किसी के पास भी एक कानी पाई पहुंची नहीं है, एक रुपया पहुंचा नहीं है। टीएमसी तो केंद्र सरकार का भी पैसा खा जाती है। साथियों, बंगाल से ये आफत तभी हटेगी जब यहां बीजेपी का सीएम होगा, और पीएम तो आपने बीजेपी का बना दिया है। पीएम सीएम एक साथे उन्नयन होवे दिने राते। साथियों, बंगाल की निर्मम सरकार को सिर्फ अपने हितों की चिंता है, उसे आपके सुख दुख से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। इसका एक उदाहरण है मथुरापुर का भंग मेला। हमारे मथुरापुर के कारीगरों ने कबाड़ से कंचन बनाने का अभियान चला रखा है, लेकिन भंग मेले को राज्य सरकार से वो सपोर्ट नहीं मिला जो मिलना चाहिए था। ये मेला राज्य सरकार की प्रशासनिक विफलता का सबसे बड़ा सबूत है। साथियों, बीजेपी का संकल्प है मथुरापुर के इस भंग मेले को हम स्वच्छ भारत मिशन का एक गौरव बनाएंगे। हम इस मेले के कारीगरों को डिजिटल स्किल देंगे, उन्हें सेफ्टी गियर देंगे और मेला स्थान को एक व्यवस्थित मार्केट हब बनाएंगे। साथियों, बंगाल की विरासत और बंगाल का सामर्थ्य पूरी दुनिया जानती है, लेकिन इस सामर्थ्य पर टीएमसी कुंडली मारकर बैठ गई है। यहां बिना करप्शन के कोई काम नहीं होता। हर काम में टीएमसी को कटबनी चाहिए। हर जगह टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट के लोग बैठे हैं। नौकरी चाहिए तो भर्ती परीक्षा में करप्शन होता है। नौकरी किसको मिलेगी? टीएमसी वाले पैसा खाकर तय करते हैं। साथियों, बंगाल में अगर किसी को जमीन खरीदनी होती है तो उसमें भी बीच में, अगर किसी को जमीन भी खरीदनी होती है तो उसमें भी बीच में दादा मस्तान को पैसा देना पड़ता है। दादा मस्तान के गुंडा टैक्स से गरीब और मिडिल क्लास सबसे ज्यादा परेशान है। घर बनाने में भी सिंडिकेट की मंजूरी लगती है। दोस्तों, अब आगे जगह नहीं है। आप जहां हैं वहीं रुकिए। आपका ये प्यार, आपके आशीर्वाद ये मेरी बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। अब आगे जगह नहीं है, कहां जाओगे? प्लीज जहां है वहां से मुझे सुनिए। आपका प्यार, आपके आशीर्वाद ये मेरे सर आंखों पर है। साथियों, राशन लेना हो तो भी कटमनी देनी पड़ती है। यहां तक कि खेत में किसान मेहनत करता है, पसीना बहाता है, लेकिन मथुरापुर मंडी में टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट बैठा है, वहां उसको कटमनी देनी पड़ती है। भाइयों बहनों, 15 साल के इस सिंडिकेट सिस्टम की एक्सपायरी डेट आ गई है। वो एक्सपायरी डेट आप लिख करके रखिए, वो तारीख है 4 मई। मैं टीएमसी के गुंडों से भी कहना चाहता हूं, 4 मई ये टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट और महाजंगल राज की एक्सपायरी डेट है। 4 मई के बाद इस लूट का पूरा हिसाब होगा और काटमानिर खेला चोलबेना, काटमानिर खेला माफियादेर मेला। साथियों, मथुरापुर और ये क्षेत्र समुद्र किनारे बसा है। समुद्र से जुड़ी कितनी असीम संभावनाएं इस क्षेत्र के पास है, लेकिन टीएमसी सरकार की वजह से यहां का मछुआरा समाज परेशानियों से घिरा हुआ है। यहां कोल्ड स्टोरेज की अच्छी सुविधाएं नहीं है। हमारे मछुआरा भाई बहन इतनी मेहनत करते हैं, उन्हें जो आय हो सकती है वो नहीं मिलती है, क्योंकि समंदर में टीएमसी की प्राथमिकता ही दूसरी है। यहां समंदर के जरिए तस्करी और स्मगलिंग के कारोबार चल रहे हैं। गोल्ड की तस्करी, ड्रग्स की तस्करी, अवैध हथियारों की तस्करी। टीएमसी सरकार ऐसे सभी अपराधों को संरक्षण देने लगी है। इससे इस क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा, यहां के बच्चों का भविष्य दांव पर लग गया है। साथियों, भाजपा सरकार में समंदर सुरक्षित भी बनेगा और बंगाल की समृद्धि का स्रोत भी बनेगा। ये बीजेपी सरकार ही है जिसने केंद्र में पहली बार मत्स्य पालन के लिए अलग से मंत्रालय बनाया। हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी को आगे बढ़ाने में लगे हैं। हमने मछली पालन से जुड़े भाई बहनों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा से जोड़ा है। समंदर में जाने वाले हमारे मछुआरा भाई बहनों का जीवन सुरक्षित रहे, उन्हें मछली पकड़ने के लिए बेहतर जानकारी मिले, इसके लिए हम आधुनिक तकनीक का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। बंगाल में भी भाजपा ने अपने संकल्प पत्र में फिश एक्सपोर्टिंग हब बनाने का ऐलान किया है। साथियों, बंगाल में भाजपा की सरकार बनते ही मछुआरों की समस्याओं पर फोकस किया जाएगा। हमारा प्रयास है कि काकद्वीप का मछुआरा सिर्फ स्थानीय बाजार तक सीमित न रहे, उसकी मछली बड़े शहरों तक पहुंचे, देश के बाहर भी जाए। इससे यहां के हर परिवार की आय बढ़ेगी। युवाओं
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, बंटवारा हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced...
At 6 p.m. on the verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj, we'll take a close look at the violence that's ensuing across West Bengal amid polling. In fact, also, we will shift focus to Tamil Nadu that has gone to poll. Voters have exercised their franchise. And how will a triangular battle pan out between the TVK, the DMK and AIADMK? This and a lot more on the verdict 2026 tonight at 6 p.m. with me, Gesu Bharadwaj.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्ती स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radar.
Amid polling in Bengal, political lagoons attack Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assault reporters for exposing poll rigging. All the updates are lined up on the other side from the election states of West Bengal and Tamil Nadu.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट। क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for
पाठक जी, सुजय विश्वास जी, उज्जवल हजारी जी, कमल मुखर्जी जी, और आज जिनको जिताने के लिए मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ऐसी हमारी प्रत्याशी बालागढ़ की बहन सुमना सरकार जी। अरे जोर से ताली बजाओ सुमना के लिए, और जोर से बजाओ जरा। और आज बालागढ़ हुगली की सभा में आए हुए प्यारे भाइयों बहनों माताओं और मेरे जिगर के टुकड़े जैसे युवा मित्रों, आप सभी को मेरा राम राम नमस्कार। भाइयों बहनों, आज प्रथम चरण का मतदान लगभग हो चुका है और ये मेरा पूरे बंगाल में 30वां कार्यक्रम है। चुनाव का परिणाम बालागढ़ वालों जानना है क्या? जरा जोर से बोलो, चुनाव का परिणाम जानना है? तुम मेरी बात मानकर चलना। 5 तारीख को दीदी का सुपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बंगाल में बनने जा रही है और हमारी युवा बहन सुमना सरकार यहां से विधायक बनकर बंगाल में जा रही है। मैं जब बालागढ़ आया हूं तब माता सिद्धेश्वरी मंदिर, आनंदमयी काली मंदिर, बूढ़ो शिव मंदिर, श्री विश्वहरी माता मंदिर, धर्मराज महादेव मंदिर और गुप्त वृंदावन मंदिर को प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं। मैं महान नेता और धर्म उपदेशक श्री हरिचंद ठाकुर, श्री गुरुचंद ठाकुर और बोरो माँ को भी प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, आज मैं आया हूं वो जगह
ये पवित्र भूमि बंगाल टाइगर आशुतोष मुखर्जी की भूमि है। आशुतोष मुखर्जी की भूमि। आशुतोष जी के सुपुत्र श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, जिन्होंने हमारी पार्टी की स्थापना की और जिन्होंने कश्मीर में से धारा 370 हटाने के लिए अपना बलिदान दे दिया। आज मैं बंगाल टाइगर आशुतोष मुखर्जी साहब और महान नेता श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। इसी जिले में आशुतोष मुखर्जी का मकान है, घर है। भाजपा सरकार बनने के बाद 15 करोड़ खर्च कर आशुतोष जी और श्यामा प्रसाद जी का भव्य स्मारक बालागढ़ में बनाया जाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, ये बंगाल का जो चुनाव है उसमें 29 तारीख को आपको कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाना है। दबाएंगे ना? अरे दीदी लोग बोलो, दबाएंगे ना? मगर बटन इस सुमना बहन को विधायक बनाने के लिए नहीं दबाना है। भाजपा सरकार बनाने के लिए बटन नहीं दबाना है। बटन दबाना है बंगाल को घुसपैठियों से मुक्त करने के लिए बटन दबाना। मुझे बताओ बालागढ़ वालों, ये बंगाल की भूमि पर से घुसपैठियों को निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? दीदी लोग भी बताए, निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? क्या दीदी निकालेगी? जरा जोर से बोलो, दीदी निकालेगी? भाईपो निकालेंगे? अरे सुमना को विधायक बना दो, हम चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों को निकालने का काम। और भाइयों बहनों, एक घुसपैठिए हमारे बंगाल के युवाओं की नौकरी खा रहे हैं, गरीबों का राशन खा रहे हैं और देश को असुरक्षित करने का काम करती हैं। 5 तारीख के बाद बंगाल में एक भी व्यक्ति घुसपैठ नहीं कर पाएगा। ये भाजपा का वादा है। और जो घुस गए हैं उनको सिर्फ मतदाता सूची से नहीं, वोटर लिस्ट से नहीं, उनको बंगाल की भूमि से निकालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, हमारे बालागढ़ का नाव उद्योग एक जमाने में पूरे क्षेत्र के अंदर रोजगारी देता था। ये ममता की सिंडिकेट के कारण नाव उद्योग बंद हो गया है। 41 कारखाने ममता दीदी ने बंद कराए। मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, सुकना सरकार को एमएलए बना दो, इस सारे नाव बनाने के कारखाने हम फिर से एक बार शुरू कर देंगे। भाइयों, मुझे बताओ भाई, सिंडिकेट से आप परेशान हो या नहीं हो? अरे जोर से बोलो, हो या नहीं हो? बालू लेना है, सिंडिकेट को कट मनी देना पड़ता है ना। ईंट लेनी है, सिंडिकेट को कट मनी देना पड़ता है ना। सीमेंट लेना है तो भाईपो टैक्स देना पड़ता है ना। अब चिंता मत करना, ममता को टाटा बाय बाय करो। आप ममता को टाटा बाय बाय करो, सिंडिकेट वालों को उल्टा लटका कर सीधा करने का हम काम। भाइयों बहनों, अवैध बालू खनन, मिट्टी की तस्करी, गौ माता की तस्करी करने वालों के लिए बंगाल की भूमि पर कोई जगह नहीं बचेगी, कोई जगह नहीं बचेगी। भाइयों बहनों, आप लोगों को मैं एक बात बता दूं, कुछ दिन पहले ममता के गुंडे कहते थे कि आप प्रचार कर लो, हम वोट ही नहीं डालने देंगे। डर लगता है ना दीदी लोग, गुंडाओं का डर लगता है क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, लगता है या नहीं लगता है भाई? डरना मत। मैं आज दीदी के गुंडों को कहकर जाता हूं, कान खोल कर सुन लो, 29 तारीख को एक भी मतदाता को उंगली भी लगाई तो आपकी जगह बंगाल की खाड़ी में होगी, बंगाल की खाड़ी में। चुनाव आयोग ने सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था करी है, किसी को डरने की जरूरत नहीं है, किसी को डरने की जरूरत नहीं। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए था या नहीं बनना चाहिए था? जरा जोर से बोलो, बनना चाहिए था या नहीं बनना चाहिए था? पहले मुगलों ने रोका, फिर अंग्रेजों ने रोका, फिर कांग्रेस और टीएमसी ने रोका। 19 में आपने मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। मोदी जी ने राम मंदिर बनाकर जय श्री राम। अब मोदी जी ने राम मंदिर बनाया, अरे ममता दीदी इसके चेले चपाटे हुमायूं से बाबरी मस्जिद बनाना चाहती। ममता दीदी कान खोलकर सुन लो, ये बंगाल भारत की भूमि है। जब तक भाजपा का एक भी कार्यकर्ता जिंदा है, हम बंगाल की भूमि पर बाबरी मस्जिद नहीं बनाने देंगे, नहीं बनाने। भाइयों बहनों, ये ममता दीदी का समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। वो भाईपो को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहती। बनाना चाहिए क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो दीदी लोग, बनाना चाहिए। भाइयों बहनों, बंगाल का मुख्यमंत्री बंगाल की मिट्टी का बेटा बनेगा, बंगाली मीडियम में पढ़ा हुआ बेटा बनेगा और बंगाली बोलने वाला ही बंगाल का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
मगर दीदी खुश मत हो जाओ, वो भाईपो नहीं है, वो भाजपा का ही कार्यकर्ता बंगाल का अगला मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ जरा, आलू किसानों को आलू का दाम मिल रहा है क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, मिल रहा है? धान का दाम मिल रहा है? हमारी सरकार बनते ही आलू किसानों का आलू बिहार, झारखंड और उड़ीसा भेजकर उसको 25 रुपया से ज्यादा दाम मिले, ऐसी व्यवस्था भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। ये दीदी लोग इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए हैं, दीदी लोग भाजपा सरकार बना दो, हर महीना आपके अकाउंट में 3,000 रुपया भाजपा सरकार भेज देगी। अरे युवा कब का नारा लगा रहे हैं, सभी बेरोजगार युवाओं के अकाउंट में भी 3,000 रुपया भाजपा सरकार भेजने का काम करेगी। किसानों की किसान सम्मान निधि 6,000 से बढ़ाकर 9,000 करेंगे। 21,000 रुपया हर सगर्भा बहन, गर्भवती माता के अकाउंट में उसके बच्चे के लिए डालने का काम हम करेंगे। और दीदी लोग 5 तारीख के बाद कोई भी सरकारी बस में दीदी लोगों को टिकट लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपका ट्रैवलिंग फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, मुफ्त में करा लिया जाएगा। अंत में मुझे बताओ भाई, कश्मीर जो है हमारा है या नहीं है? ऐसे नहीं भाई, ये श्यामा प्रसाद जी का जिला है। कश्मीर हमारा है या नहीं है? धारा 370 हटानी चाहिए थी या नहीं हटानी चाहिए? ये दीदी कांग्रेस, कम्युनिस्ट सबने पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को बिरयानी खिलाई, बिरयानी। अब मोदी जी आए, उरी में हमला हुआ, मोदी जी ने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया। पुलवामा में हमला हुआ, एयर स्ट्राइक किया। और पहलगांव में हमला हुआ, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर कर घर में घुसकर आतंकवादियों का सफाया।
All right, viewers, we are back. And we just heard Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister there, and he made a very clear message, saying very clearly that infiltrators will be driven out of West Bengal, something that the BJP has been talking about repeatedly there. I want to go across to our guest who's joining us live, Mr. Ratan Sharda, political analyst, joining us live from Mumbai. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Sharda, on Republic TV. And the voting is still on in West Bengal. And it's primarily the North Bengal area. So BJP won 59 out of 152 seats. TMC won 93 in 2021, especially in North Bengal area. And just seeing what you have seen right now, huge voting percentage, how confident do you think the BJP is of gaining ground in West Bengal? Could you unmute yourself, Mr. Sharda?
Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, I must thank Republic TV, compliment them for standing up to the goon behavior of TMC and the way you have been bullied, that you have been attacked, and still have stood the ground. Such a media is what will bring the change in India, and not the media that goes to the so-called secular liberal crowd. So compliments to you. Coming to the scenario today in Bengal, I think the phase one is very critical for BJP. It's the phase where it can score most and will score most. Secondly, I see a very, very strong sense of purpose in this the election campaign this time by BJP. There are people who understand Bengal, who understand Bengal culture. I see a very solid harmony between the local leadership, the local cadre, and the central leadership's backup. The central leadership's total commitment to protection of the voter and the cadre is going to drive this particular thing. The high, very, very high voting percentage is unprecedented. The level of very, very coordinated effort by BJP is unprecedented. At the same time, the violence and the gundagardi of TMC is there to see for everybody. It doesn't want to follow law. It doesn't want to follow courts. It is just there because it has been able to create a vote bank, a sustained vote bank which doesn't want development, which only wants some freebies and some favoritism, who wants an open field for infiltration, illegal immigration. So these are the people on the face of which TMC has been treating Hindus very shabbily, and the law and order goes to dogs. The border security, the people's welfare, all these issues are cropped up. I was reading one of the articles by next TMC spokesperson, Suparna Moitra. They may keep on talking about Bengali Asmita, Bahirgato, etc. But people on the field, people on the tea stalls, people on the chalks are talking about unemployment, about gundagardi, about all this corruption there, and lack of any governance. So these are the issues which BJP has caught on very well. I think this is the reason BJP has the best possible chance this time, and BJP also recognizes it. Everybody is there facing every kind of threat, and even as you have shown, even the poll booth workers have been attacked. But people, I think, have given up their fear. That fear was the key to TMC's last time's victory and last time's last-minute failure of BJP. And secondly, as I said, gelling with the local issues very well and raising the issues which actually affect people compared to the synthetic topics that these people raised, TMC raised. I think that is going to tilt it in the favor of BJP. Still an open game, but it will depend on how today goes. If today goes well for BJP, the level of voting shows it might, then BJP is through.
Yes, Mr. Sharda, let's talk a little bit more about SIR. So SIR has reduced electorates in the state of West Bengal by almost 12%. And we have seen the entire drama around SIR. We have seen how Mamata Banerjee, the statement she has made against SIR. What role do you think the SIR now will play in the results?
I think the very reason the voting percent has gone up because the bogus voters, the fake voters have been removed. It is not the voters who have been removed. The people who are not there, displaced, disappeared, or gone somewhere else. So those people are the key people who have lost their voting, and that is the reason you might find that the voting is very high. That is one thing. Secondly, SIR doesn't guarantee that only a particular kind of voters have been removed. Nobody knows about it because if you look at when I see the video that you show about people going to SIR and trying to get their identity back, I see equal more number of Hindus and Muslims. So I am not yet sure whether this has been done in the way that TMC cries about. Definitely, if there are voters who are not identified well, if they are taken care of, the voting numbers have gone down, but genuine voters have come up. And we have seen that happening in Bihar also. We have seen it happening in other states. But this is an exercise which is a must. You cannot have a dead electoral roll for years together, which is never refreshed. How can you have that? People die, people are born. You cannot have only new voters registered, but old voters not removed. If they are not genuine, they are not displaced, they are alive, then they should be there. If there is a mistake, it has to be corrected. Probably though some mistakes will be there. But overall, I don't think it's an exercise which has been targeted. I think exercise is very clear, and definitely those people who didn't have papers, who were there using fake identities, will have to go. When those 4 or 5% mistakes, that 4 or 5% of those people, there's 91 lakh people, may turn out to be genuine, and they will come back to the rolls, I believe. So there is nothing to worry.
Yes,
but
Mr.
that doesn't
Sharma.
really guarantee BJP's win. It is genuine voters who are there that guarantee BJP's win.
All right, we see a very high percentage there. You know, the figures are on at the screen of the voting percentage, and record turnout till 3 p.m. Mr. Sharda. Speaking a little bit more about security concerns and the violence we have seen specifically in Murshidabad. Now, that was something that the Election Commission was afraid of, because this is a pattern, let's be honest. This is a pattern in West Bengal: pre-poll violence, violence on day of polls, and post-poll violence. So 2,450 companies of central paramilitary forces were sent to prevent poll violence. However, once again, we saw a lot of poll violence in West Bengal today.
I think, unfortunately, the electoral field of Bengal is blood-soaked. When the first communists used the same muscle power to rig the elections, stop the voters who didn't vote for them, then those cadres were pulled in by TMC, and they used the same tactics to defeat communists. But they never left that particular idea. The same cadre used the same idea. The party got corrupted with the idea of muscle power and rigging the elections, and they succeeded for some elections. But ultimately, that is the reason why so much of force was required. The mistake done last time was not to be repeated this time. Election Commission is very strong. Everybody has tried to show Election Commission in a poor light. But I think Amit Shah's very clear-cut warning, they will not allow any anti-national or violent behavior in the elections. I think that has gone home, and that is the reason fear is removed. That is the reason you see people standing up and are ready to be counted.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sharda, for joining us here. Mr. Ratan Sharda, political analyst, joining us here, helping us understand and give a perspective to the current situation, which is the voting in West Bengal. Thank you for so much for joining us, Mr. Sharda. Taking a short break here on Republic TV. We'll be right back. So voting continues. Huge voter turnout already by 3 p.m. in West Bengal. And Republic Cruise has also captured the footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons try to run off during a live broadcast and try to handle our cameras.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s.
Today at 6 p.m. on The Verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bhardwaj, we'll take a close look at the violence that's ensuing across West Bengal amid polling. In fact, also, we will shift focus to Tamil Nadu that has gone to poll. Voters have exercised their franchise. And how will a triangular battle pan out between the TVK, the DMK and AIADMK? This and a lot more on The Verdict 2026 tonight at 6 p.m. with me, Gesu Bhardwaj.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Bengal records huge turnout, 78.77% votes cast till 3 p.m. Mega turnout in Tamil Nadu as well, 70% voting in Tamil Nadu. PM says TMC looted Bengal for years as he addresses public rallies.
बताइए भैया
प्लीज चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब कुछ बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं।
तुम चल जा
क्या कह रहे हैं।
तुम चल जान बोलना
जाए
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड।
अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें कैमरा बोलना ना।
Republic crew captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons tried to turn off the camera during the live broadcast.
क्या उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना।
नहीं होगा। अच्छा आपने
अब इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए। अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा मत छूइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे।
Political goons attack Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assault reporters for exposing poll rigging. With Tamil Nadu polling, will the special intensive revision of electoral rules impact voter turnout? Viewers, good evening. We are getting the latest coming in. So polling is continuing across Tamil Nadu with around 70% of voters casting their ballots by 3 p.m. Officials said the process remains largely peaceful with only a few reports of technical glitches in voting machines and inadequate facilities for differently able voters. State's electorate of 5.73 crore is voting across 75,064 polling stations, 4,023 candidates contesting for seats in the 234-member assembly. So the big factors, DMK alliance versus the AIA-DMK-led NDA, the fight for 234 assembly seats, at least 5 crore registered voters, and TVK. The TVK making its debut with Vijay. So another third factor playing out there. We have some reactions coming in. Let's go ahead and listen to them.
नाडु में एडपाडी पलानीस्वामी जी हमारे 4 मई को नए मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और मुझे खुशी है कि जो प्रयत्न गत 2-2.5 वर्षों में हमने तमिलनाडु में किया, जहाँ पे मुझे विशेष काम दिया गया था, उसका आज के वोटिंग के परसेंटेज देख के आज संतुष्टि होती है। तमिलनाडु में एडपाडी पलानीस्वामी जी हमारे 4 मई को नए मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और मुझे खुशी है कि जो प्रयत्न गत 2-2.5 वर्षों में हमने तमिलनाडु में किया, जहाँ पे मुझे विशेष काम दिया गया था, उसका आज के वोटिंग के परसेंटेज देख के आज संतुष्टि होती है।
All right, I'm being joined by Shardha live from Chennai and Ashwarya live from Coimbatore. Let's go to you, Shardha, first. So let's look at the numbers that we had. The first numbers of the voting trends, 70%. This is a pretty good number, and we see the voting is continuing. We have seen the DMK alliance versus the AIA-DMK-led NDA. And of course, we have one more factor, the TVK, the Vijay factor. So 70% voting so far. Over to you, Shardha.
Right, Shivangi, is the first elections after the SIR has happened. So now, as you mentioned, 70% is over. We have 2 more hours left for polling, and it's likely that Tamil Nadu will cross 90% mark. As you mentioned, the SIR process was huge for Tamil Nadu, and now getting 90% of the voters after the SIR brings a good number of voters. Among the 5.43 crores, the number of voters that have been voting today are huge, very huge in numbers when compared to the last election, which almost gives us an increase of 60 lakh voters from 2021 this time. Also, there are 14 new voters. The first time voters are risen up to 14 lakhs. And coming up to the parties that are in alliance in the state of Tamil Nadu, we have the DMK-led alliance, which is the Social Progressive Alliance that they call themselves as, which with the Congress, which is with the Congress, the VCK, the DMDK, the MK, and all these parties have fought together in the last few days for the seat sharing and the power sharing. However, with the elections very close, the DMK made sure that they were fighting against the BJP on the whole and not the AIA-DMK or the NDA. It was only the BJP that was their target, whereas on the other hand, we have Vijay's party TVK, which went in all 223 constituencies. Only in one constituency we do have a candidate, so in all 233 constituencies, Vijay's party is going solo. And the huge factor that this time we have to take into account is, will Vijay's party make a dent in the AIA-DMK and the DMK's vote bank? The question that remains is whether the 25% that is going to be taking from the vote share, whether it's going to be from the traditional parties and whether it's going to be from the DMK or the AIA-DMK still remains the question, and the answer for it we'll get only after a couple of days, especially on May 4th when the results is out. We'll know whether it is the AIA-DMK that took the downfall with the TVK, and on the other hand, the NDA alliance, which is led by the AIA-DMK, who is very strong that they'll win in at least 170 constituencies all on their own. And the question that remains with the NDA is if the AIA-DMK ADMK is powerful enough to take on both the DMK and the TVK. Meanwhile, all the three-cornered fight that Tamil Nadu is facing today, with 70% voter turnout, at just 3 p.m. today, there's 2 more hours left for voting. Likely that all the voting would be completed before the 100% is expected by the Election Commission of India before 6 p.m. Whereas the DMK, ADMK and the TVK, even on the ground today, are working very hard for it. Especially the booth agents of all the three parties have made sure that their presence is being shown everywhere. And even today morning, we saw Tamilsai Soundararajan, who's the BJP candidate, a former BJP leader, went to a constituency, made sure she spoke to people, asked them to vote, whereas Edapadi's claim to the people whether they have to, his appeal was to that they have to go and make, cast their vote no matter who they vote for, but exercise their rights as a citizen of the state. And that is what the political leaders have been asking the people. The important question that remains in 2026 is whether this election would be very tough for the DMK and the AIADMK, the two bastions of the Dravidian.
Aishwarya is also joining us from Coimbatore. Aishwarya, we've seen, like Sharda's telling us, polling is continuing across Tamil Nadu. 70% of voters have cast their votes in ballots by 3 p.m. That's a large number. We're seeing a determined fight being given to the DMK and the AIADMK by Vijay's party and also by NTK's party. At Coimbatore, we've also seen several celebrities come out and vote. What are you picking up from the key issues that could have been there that told the people, and the people had that in their mind when they were voting?
Definitely, the Coimbatore has also reached the 70% mark, where all the 10 constituencies up to 3 p.m. have reported 70% voter turnout until now. This is interestingly, if you could see, there are large...
You for one moment, because as earlier, we're now getting breaking news that's coming in. This is from Birbhum in West Bengal, where we're now being told that there has been a concern in security. We're now being told that these are visuals in West Bengal that are coming in, where security has been attacked. Not once, not twice, but it's almost as if these elections have become synonymous with some sort of violence that has broken out in Birbhum and in West Bengal. Remember, Birbhum is the place in West Bengal where elections were being keenly contested by the BJP and by the TMC. West Bengal elections also saw massive voter turnout in Birbhum, but it's clear now what we are picking up, that despite the huge turnout in Bengal, there has been violence. I want to go across to Harsha to get the latest. Harsha, massive voter turnout in Birbhum as the first phase of polling began across the state. However, we're now picking up that there's violence and they've been attacked. Give us more details.
Yes, so Birbhum early in the, around 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, there was a violence in Birbhum, which was reported in one of the ward, where there was a clash between the two sides of the TMC workers only. But this time, the attack has been made at security personnel, and we have got to know these are the TMC goons who try to attack the security personnel, because continuously there is an attempt which is being made by the TMC leaders to have to make a proxy voting. We saw one happening in Siliguri, and in most of the polling booths, what these Karyakartas of TMC are trying, they are trying to impersonate as someone else, and they are trying to do a proxy voting. And one case was reported, but at more places, the observers and people are complaining that they haven't voted. There's someone else who's voting, impersonating as them. And in this case also, there are several TMC leaders who tried to go inside. They tried to, and they were trying to proxy the voting. At that time, security personnel at the booth polling station stopped them, and that time the clash took place. They attacked the security personnel who were deployed at that particular polling station. We have noted that most of these cases came to the notice of the Election Commission officer as well. The CEC is in direct touch with all the forces and the CEO of West Bengal. More and more cases are also being registered, and everything, whatever is happening in each and every booth is closely being monitored also from Delhi, because we very well know that CCTV cameras have been put up across all the polling stations in the 152 assembly constituencies which are where the polling is happening today. Back to you.
Now, Harsha, you're giving us details about how there's been a huge turnout in Bengal, but also even then, Birbhum, we're seeing an attack that's broken out, and this time there's violence. We're also being told the BJP is confident of a win. There's been a huge turnout in Bengal, but this is not the first or the second time we are seeing violence. This violence by miscreants who are allegedly with the TMC party has already caused and been a sore point in these elections when it comes to the TMC, Harsha.
Yes, Rhythm, and you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed because when you talk about violence to people this time, they are comparing it to 2021 and they go back to 2021 and they say that, madam, if you compare it to 2021, the violence is much less. The violence is extremely reduced. Only 4-5 small cases of violence is being reported. That's not too high. Humayun Kabir stated that. BJP leaders have stated that. So violence is if a polling is happening in West Bengal, Rhythm, that means violence has to happen. So one has to be very normal about the violence happening especially in the Malda, Murshidabad, in the North Bengal region. And that's very surprising that when Election Commission says that election has to be fear-free, intimidation-free, but what on ground they are witnessing and reporting is that most of the places, most of these sensitive areas, even after the security personnel are deployed, violence is being reported. Proxy voting is trying to be made. The clashes are happening between different political party miscreants. The clashes are happening. Confrontation are taking place. People are not able to go and vote outside, but still many have voted. The voting percentage till 1 p.m. Rhythm was 62.19%. This time West Bengal is approximately going to cross at least 82 to 85% of voting, which is expected by the sources of Election Commission. Massive voting is taking place in all the constituencies, each and every.
Okay, I just want you, Harsha, to stay with us as we're getting more breaking news that's coming in. This time it's coming in from Dinajpur area, where we're now being told the BJP candidate has been attacked. In the district south, Dinapur area, Kumargunj BJP candidate Shuvendu Sarkar attacked by the TMC political goons, and we're now being told that this is the big news. These are the shots that's coming in. These are the shots that's coming in. Political goons attack the BJP MLA Shuvendu Sarkar. The BJP candidate has been attacked. This is the shots that are coming in from district south, Dinajpur area, Kumargunj. It is shocking that this is not the first or the second time, but now we're being told, and I'm going to tell you more details about how he's been attacked. Apparently, he's also been punched. We were also doing the story of other areas where among sporadic incidents of violence were there in phase 1. Now we're being told that TMC goons attacked BJP officers and workers and also in other areas, and Shuvendu Sarkar was chased, he was punched as West Bengal poll results were being taken, and we were seeing the first phase of polling. Harsha continues to be with us. Harsha, give us more details.
Yes, this is the South Dakshin Dinajpur area, then where the BJP candidate who was taking round at different polling stations, when he went there, the TMC goons, the miscreants which are being stated that they are linked to the TMC, they are the TMC Karakatas, they are linked with TMC. They came, they attacked the BJP candidate, and also not only this, they punched him not only towards the face but also from behind, from back as well. He has got many injuries, which is being stated. The entire situation there got very violent because once the TMC miscreant started attacking the BJP candidate, more and more locals gathered.
And Harsha, as you are speaking, I'm only interrupting you for one moment to tell you that BJP's polling agent have also been attacked by political goons. This is the breaking news coming in. This is at Lavpur. BJP's polling agent has been brutally attacked by goons. Now, not the first or the second time, but like we said, several times we are seeing clashes that are being seen in Arsenal, an attack on BJP candidate. Now we're just speaking about Harsha, talking about in South Dinajpur, how the area of Kumargunj, Shuvendu Sarkar had been attacked. And now, shocking news coming in of BJP's polling agents being attacked, Harsha, in Lavpur by political goons. What details do you have about this brutal attack by the goons on the BJP's polling agent?
Since morning rhythm, at least 7 to 8 polling agents of BJP have been attacked, and this was the first time when during elections the polling agents of the principal opposition party is being attacked. This has been seen as a deliberate attempt from the side of the TMC linked groups, who every time try to, in a desperate attempt, get very aggressive and attack in a means to gather more and more votes from the locals. And there's a fear psychosis rhythm which is created largely, and this is the particular fear psychosis we were talking about, that how continuously the election commission machinery, the parties are talking about that no one has to be afraid of TMC, no one has to be afraid of intimidation, just come out and cast your vote. But people are still afraid, people are still scared, because of issues like we are reporting and we are showing on our channel. Since morning, I went to Murshidabad, Nadu area, I was threatened, we were not allowed to report, people came, and it was a very scary situation. Similarly, in Birbhum, what happened? In Malda, the protests happened. And everywhere, the protesters, the TMC groups are directly attacking. They have no fear of CRPF. They have no fear of the... They have no fear of the police officials. They have no fear of anyone, Rajat. And that's the state of the desperation of TMC, because here, as the highest number of voting is taking place in each and every constituency of North Bengal, and this highest voting percentage could give a lot of information about whether this is against the anti-incumbency or it is in favor of change. What's the correct reason, what's the right reason to say that why such heavy voting is happening? But yes, Election Commission already stated that this time the voting percentage will surely go high, and that's what we have witnessed here in the first phase also. Till 1 p.m. it was 62.19%. Back to you.
All right, I'm also going to tell you, Harsha, stay with us as we're getting more breaking news. This time we're telling you clashes during voting in Arsenal have been there. There's been an attack on the BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul's convoy. Stone pelting on BJP candidate's vehicle was also there near the booth number 135 in Rahmat Nagar. The rear windshield of the car is broken. There are no injuries, but a complaint has now been filed in the Hirapur police station. It's a shame that once again elections in West Bengal are seeing violence, and post-poll violence is also being reported from across the state of West Bengal. I'm going to first show you the reactions that are coming in of the BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul, and then we go back to Harsha.
ऐसा टेम्परिंग का खबर आएगा तो तुरंत वहां पर रीपोलिंग होगा। ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, ये भी बड़ा प्रश्न है, और अगर इसमें सुधार लाना चाहती है तो तुरंत बंद करना चाहिए, क्योंकि वोटर्स आज वोट देगा, फिर 2 दिन के बाद आएगा, ये वोटर्स को भी सपोर्ट करना होता है। तो सब मिलाकर कुल मिलाकर मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि इस बार का जो वोटिंग है इसका परसेंटेज ज़्यादा होने वाला है। मेरे हिसाब से 90% 90 के आसपास, 90 के आसपास इस बार की जो वोटिंग परसेंटेज है वो जाने वाला है।
लगता है इतना परसेंटेज अभी तक 79 पॉइंट समथिंग हो गया है, ये भी कुछ एक मैसेज निकल कर आ रहा था।
नहीं, मैं सुबह जब निकला तब भी मैंने यही बोला कि 90 के ऊपर जाएगा परसेंटेज, क्योंकि घोस्ट वोटर नहीं है और ये जो वोट हो रहा है ये प्योर वोटिंग हो रहा है। कई छोटा मोटा घटना की खबर आए हैं और उसमें भी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने तुरंत काम किया।
नगर में आए थे, ये माइनॉरिटी इलाका है और एक बिल्डिंग जो बहुत सारा बूथ है, वहाँ से निकल के हम दूसरा बिल्डिंग जब जा रहे थे तो दूसरा बिल्डिंग में हम गए, फिर हम सुपरवाइज भी किए। जब वापस आ रहे थे गाड़ी में उठे और गाड़ी चलना शुरू किया, तब भी ये बड़ा सा पत्थर आके पीछे का जो कांच है वो पूरा फोड़ दिया।
इतनी भारी संख्या में केंद्रीय बल के जवान वहाँ थे, उसके बावजूद भी इस तरह की घटना
नहीं। आप कोई अगर ऊपर से मार दे तो आपको कैसे मालूम चलेगा? हमारा गाड़ी चलना शुरू कर दिया, सेंट्रल फोर्स तो बिल्डिंग के बाहर खड़ा है और मेरा गाड़ी चलना शुरू कर दिया। हम लोग दूसरे जगह जा रहे हैं,
इसके पहले भी आपकी गाड़ी पे हमला किया गया,
तो ये बार किया जा रहा है। आप समझ रहे हैं कि ये क्यों किया जा रहा है और कौन कर रहे हैं?
किसने कराया?
माइनॉरिटी इलाका में कौन कराएगा? टीएमसी के साथ माइनॉरिटी का अच्छा संबंध है और टीएमसी नहीं चाहते हैं कि भाजपा टीएमसी का जो लगता है उन लोग का प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमान, उसमें हम लोग दखल अंदाजी करे, तो ये बार ये होता है। लेकिन मुसलमान भाई बहन अभी वो भी मोदी सरकार को चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग को भी पता है कि उन लोग को कुछ नहीं मिला है। तो पत्थर मार के अग्निमित्र पोल को रुका नहीं जा सकता है। हम फिर से जाएंगे और सेंट्रल फोर्स देखे क्या करते हैं, उनको देखकर।
शुवेंदु अधिकारी जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, आप तमाम पोलिंग बूथ पर भी जा रहे हैं। नंदीग्राम की बात करें तो सर यहाँ पे फिलहाल क्या माहौल है?
1 बजे तक 66% पोलिंग हुआ। अब तक जो ग्राउंड से आया है मेरा पास वो 74-5% चल रहा है। मेरा उम्मीद है कम से कम 90% के आसपास इस बार पोलिंग हो जाएगा और ख़ास करके हिंदू खुल के आ रहा है। मुसलमान वोट तो पिछले सब चुनाव में मोर देन 90% पोलिंग होता है। उनका बूथ में तो टीएमसी के अलावा किसी का एजेंट नहीं था। अभी देख रहा है बीजेपी को भी कुछ एजेंट मिला है मुस्लिम बूथ में और IAF CPM का भी एजेंट है। ये अच्छा संकेत है। हमारी हिंदू माँ, दीदी, बहन, बेटी और सनातन समाज और अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ, एडुकेटेड यूथ्स, ये जो उनका इंटरेस्ट नहीं था वोट के लिए, इस बार पूरा खुल के वोट कर रहा है। ये पूरा हमारी अगल बगल में जितना कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है सबसे एवरेज 1 बजे तक 63-64, नंदो कुमार भी हाईएस्ट 66, मेरा 65% प्लस। लेकिन मेरा नंदीग्राम में 2 बजने वाला है, यहाँ और भी जाम कर गया, 73-4% चला गया। ये अच्छा संकेत है, ये तो चेंज की ओर जा रहा है। एक तो SIR का बाद पोलिंग ज़्यादा होना ही था। SIR में वोटर लिस्ट क्लीन हो गया, पोलिंग ज़्यादा होना था, लेकिन उसका बाद भी जो माइग्रेंट लेबर्स है, अपने हायर एजुकेशन के लिए बाहर में रहता है, वर्किंग पीपल है, रेल में काम करता है, दूसरा प्रदेश में काम करता है, जिनका चुनाव में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, जो रहता है क्या होगा, जाकर 3,000-4,000 रुपया रेल भाड़ा चला जाएगा, 10,000 रुपया प्लेन भाड़ा चला जाएगा।
अच्छा एक सेकंड, अच्छा आराम से, अच्छा बंद कीजिए, अच्छा ठीक है बंद कर, अच्छा ठीक है भैया, बात तो बताइए। बोला ना अभी भैया, बोला ना भैया, हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं भैया। मैं कह रही हूँ हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने बुलाया है।
नहीं जाना है, अब जाइए मैम, जाइए आप, जाइए बाद में, आप बाद में आपको ये करो, विनती करो, आप जाइए।
मैं भी आपसे विनती, नहीं से आई हूँ।
ठीक है, अब करने के लिए कोई मना नहीं,
यहाँ से कर लेने दीजिए भैया।
अभी नहीं है, अभी नहीं करने का।
कितना
बैठिए ना।
मैं आपसे ये कह रही हूँ कि मैं बस हुमायूं कबीर का इंटरव्यू करके आ जाऊंगी। ये
नहीं होगा, जाने के लिए नहीं होगा, वहाँ कोई जाने का रास्ता ही नहीं है आगे में। देखिए ना, अब कोई मीडिया वाला नहीं है वहाँ पर।
अभी सब करके गए होंगे ना सर। अच्छा भैया एक बात बता दी, ये क्या है, ये आप लोग क्या लेके जा रहे हैं? सो व्हाट वी, आप हॉकी स्टिक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं? आप बंद कर दिया, वो बंद कर, मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ हॉकी, मैं आप में बंद कर दिया, हॉकी स्टिक क्यों, कहाँ नहीं चल रहा है सर, ये बंद है। ठीक है, अभी जनरली पूछ रही हूँ हॉकी स्टिक कहाँ नहीं जा रहा है,
इधर घर से लेके जा रहा है, घर में लेके जा रहा है।
अनहोनी घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार हमें रोक रहा था, कोशिश कर रहा था। हमने कैमरे में उसकी साउंड बाइट लेने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। तो ये तस्वीरें हैं यहाँ पे। लगातार हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हम जूम करके दिखा पाए तो। अगर आप देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार वार्निंग दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए यहाँ से। लगातार देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार 4 लोग आए हैं और लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बंद करें, हम जाएं यहाँ से। और ये स्थिति मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की, जहाँ पे हम रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं। कबीर JU पे कैंडिडेट है, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और ये मुर्शिदाबाद में वो इलाका है, मुर्शिदाबाद का वो इलाका है। बताइए भैया, भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं, कहाँ जाए? तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है?
It's shocking that these threats by these miscreants are now being caught on camera. My colleague Harsha reporting bravely there. We're going to stay with the story, the post-poll violence also, but also coming up after a short break, we're going to get you details. Bengal records a huge turnout, 78.77%. Votes cast till 3 p.m. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us. 2026 verdict.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added...
Hello and welcome, viewers. You're watching our special coverage on elections on Republic. Now, viewers, we're looking at both the states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. The voting is continuing and both recording high voter turnout at this stage. Now, over 70% in both the states, with Bengal even reaching 78% voter turnout. Now, we'll get you all the updates on the other side. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Bengal records huge voter turnout, 78.77% casted till 3 p.m. Mega turnout in Tamil Nadu as well, 70% voting in the state. Prime Minister Modi attacks the TMC on the day of polling, says that TMC looted Bengal for years.
भैया
प्लीज चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब चीज बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं।
तुम चल जा
क्या कह रहे हैं।
तुम चल जान बोलना
चाहे
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड।
अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें कैमरा बोलना ना।
Republic crew captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons tried to run off camera during a live broadcast.
पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना।
नहीं होगा। अच्छा आपने आप
इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए। अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा मत छूइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे।
Political goons attack Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assault reporters for exposing poll rigging. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour now. Chaos has erupted in Dubrajpur. This is where a central force has come into action. A problem in EVF. In fact, all right, these are live visuals that we're getting from Siliguri in West Bengal, where violence, in fact, has been reported. Right now, we're getting you live visuals where central. In fact, not just Siliguri, several pockets in West Bengal are now witnessing violence, and central forces have now stepped in to restore calm. And these are visuals we're getting from Dubrajpur. Now, there central forces in action as violence continues on ground. Now, viewers, since morning, since the voting began at 7 a.m., we have been looking at several incidents of violence being reported, and it is in fact, it is due to the presence of security forces. The central force is about 2.5 lakh CAPF personnel present on the ground. That violence has been controlled in several areas, and right now we're getting you these visuals in West Bengal. This is where violence has broken out. Clashes are being reported on the ground between several party workers. Now, as of now, we're not sure if these workers are from TMC or from any other party, but right now violence breaking out in several pockets, and central forces are stepping in to restore calm, to take control of the situation on the ground. Now, remember, if you talk about the numbers of security forces, the ratio stands somewhere between 1 CAPF personnel to about 140 voters, which is why we have seen violence has been controlled to a greater extent, but still certain pockets have been witnessing incidents of violence. The one on your screen is showing you how violence is now unfolding in several areas of West Bengal, despite the presence of security forces. In fact, security personnel have also come under attack. Now, remember, these are also areas where SIR impact is highly visible. You're looking at people, in fact, attacking, pelting stones at central forces who are deployed in these areas to ensure that free and fair elections can be conducted. And as you can see, that several of security personnel have also been injured in these violent incidents that are now breaking out in Bengal. On your screen, you can see how people on the streets are pelting stones at security forces. In fact, shifting focus to another election-bound state of Tamil Nadu, where BJP's election in charge, Piyush Goyal, in fact, is now speaking.
से जो बोगस वोटिंग ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी वर्षों से करके लोगों को भ्रमित करके जीतती थी, गलत कारनामा करके जीतती थी, वो इस बार खत्म होगा। तमिलनाडु में भी SIR के बाद शुद्ध वोटिंग लिस्ट होने के कारण वोटिंग परसेंटेज पिछले चुनाव से लगभग 15% बढ़ने की संभावना दिखती है, और ऐसे में मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि तमिलनाडु और पश्चिम बंगाल दोनों में NDA की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में अच्छी सरकारें जो अच्छा शासन दे, अच्छी लोगों की सेवा करे और विकास दोनों प्रदेशों का तेजी से हो, ऐसी अच्छी सरकारें इस बार चुनकर आएंगी। धन्यवाद।
All right, that was a Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, and BJP's election in charge in Tamil Nadu reiterating that the high voter turnout being seen in both the states is now due to the SIR conducted, and he also says that BJP will be gaining a big victory in both the states, the state of Tamil Nadu as well as West Bengal. Now, viewers, voting still is underway in both the states. All right. My colleague Kishule now joins me with more details on this. Kishule, we are looking at several incidents of violence now being reported since the voting began in the morning, and right now we are looking at Dubrajpur also witnessing some violent incidents. Security personnel have also gotten injured. Give us more details about this.
Well, exactly. To start with, West Bengal is witnessing a record number of voters turning in to vote. Till now, till 3 p.m., 78.77% of voters have already casted their voting rights. On the other hand, the visuals that are live right now are from Duborajpur in Birbhum. We have seen how security personnel, how the CAPF personnel has been attacked with stones and with rocks in Birbhum district, and this district is known for TMC leader Anubrata Mandal. He is the person in charge of Trinamool Congress in Birbhum district. He is the one who takes care of Trinamool Congress in Birbhum district, who was in jail, in Tihar jail for cattle smuggling case for a long time. That Anubrata Mandal is the person who takes care of this Birbhum district. Now, he was already known for his violent approach during the elections. Now, again, we are seeing what's happening in Birbhum is quite appalling, where we see central forces are being attacked with stones and rocks. And many of the central forces we see have a bloody nose. They have blood on their face, which means that they have been violently attacked by the miscreants, and it has been alleged that these miscreants are from the TMC mainly, who tried to block the central forces from coming in the area to take care of the elections that's happening and to take care that free and fair elections continue. And not only in Birbhum, but also from several other districts, similar such incidents have been reported. We have seen violence reported from Murshidabad, from Malda as well, and some parts of Coach Bihar. And now we see from Birbhum district, similar such reports are coming. Even after such miscreants coming out in large numbers and trying to stop the voters or the central forces, there's a large number of voters are coming out to vote and to cast their voting rights. About 78.77% of voters have already voted till 3 p.m. in West Bengal. On the other hand, more voters are also turning out, and we have to see what happens till 6
right,
p.m.
Kishore, despite the violence incidents, we are looking at high voter turnout recorded in Bengal, currently at 78%. In fact, now going across to Home Minister Amit Shah speaking in Hooghly. Let's take a listen.
भाइयों बहनों, हमने तय किया है कि आप भाजपा सरकार बना दो 5 तारीख को। हम पूरे बंगाल से चुन चुन कर एक एक घुसपैठिए को बंगाल के बाहर निकाल देंगे। बंगाल के मुझे बताओ, पुरसुरा आरामबाग वालों, घुसपैठिए को निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? ये घुसपैठिए हमारे युवाओं की नौकरी खा जाते हैं, हमारे गरीबों का चावल खा जाते हैं। ये दीदी SIR करती है, चुनाव आयोग घुसपैठियों के नाम काटती, तो दीदी उआ 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 करती। अरे दीदी सुन लो, 5 तारीख के बाद आपका और भाईपो का टाइम हो गया समाप्त। और यहां भाजपा की सरकार बनेगी और SIR छोड़ो, एक एक घुसपैठिए को चुन चुन कर निकालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, अभी अभी मुझे कुछ लोग बंगाल में मिले, ये कहते थे अमित भाई, लोग वोट देना तो चाहते हैं मगर गुंडों से डरते हैं। आरामबाग वालों, डर लगता है क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, डर लगता है? डरना भी मत। मैं दीदी के गुंडों को कहकर जाता हूं, 29 तारीख को घर के बाहर मत निकलना। 29 तारीख को आरामबाग वालों को परेशानी की तो 5 तारीख के बाद उल्टा लटका कर सीधा करने का काम। आज कुछ घंटों में, 2 घंटों में पहले चरण का चुनाव समाप्त हो जाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, पहले चरण में दीदी के कोई गुंडे का हिम्मत नहीं हुआ कि बंगाल के मतदाताओं को उंगली भी उड़ा कर देख ले। जिस मात्रा में 80% से ज्यादा मतदान 4.5 तक हुआ है, वो बताता है कि पहले चरण में दीदी का सुपड़ा साफ होने वाला है। भाइयों बहनों, मैं यहां के आरामबाग के गुंडे और नेताओं की बात करना नहीं चाहता। उनकी बारी तो 5 तारीख के बाद है, मगर जिन लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं पर संत्रास किया है, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का जान गया है, वो सभी सुनकर रखे। आप बच नहीं गए हो। 5 तारीख के बाद पाताल से भी ढूंढकर आपको जेल की सलाखों के पीछे। भाइयों बहनों, ये दीदी महिला मुख्यमंत्री है। महिलाओं की हालत भारत में सबसे खराब अगर कहीं है तो बंगाल में। संदेश खाली में एक घुसपैठिया टीएमसी नेता सालों तक हमारी बहन बेटियों के साथ अत्याचार करता रहा। ममता दीदी चुप है। आज रेखा पात्रा संदेश खाली की विक्टिम, आरजी कर की बच्ची जो मारी गई, उसकी माताजी, दोनों भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रत्याशी है। जिन पर जुर्म किया था वो विधायक बनकर आपका हिसाब किताब करने वाली है। दुर्गापुर मेडिकल कॉलेज, साउथ कलकत्ता मेडिकल कॉलेज, हर जगह बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है। और दीदी कहती है बेटियों को शाम को 7 बजे के बाद घर के बाहर नहीं निकलना चाहिए। अरे शर्म करो दीदी। महिला मुख्यमंत्री होकर माताओं बहनों की सुरक्षा नहीं कर सकती। आप कुर्सी खाली कर दो। मैं दीदी लोगों को कहता हूं 5 तारीख के बाद शाम को 7 बजे छोड़िए, रात को 1 बजे भी छोटी सी बच्ची स्कूटर पर से निकले, कोई गुंडा आंख उठाकर देख नहीं पाएगा। आंख उठाकर देख। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम महिलाओं की सुरक्षा को सुरक्षित कर देंगे। उनको कोई परेशान नहीं कर पाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ जरा, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बना है, बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए? अरे सभी लोग बताओ, बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए? 550 साल से पहले मुगलों ने रोका, फिर अंग्रेजों ने रोका, फिर कांग्रेसियों ने और टीएमसी ने रोका। 2019 में आपने मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। मोदी जी ने राम मंदिर बनाकर जय श्री राम कर दिया। मोदी जी ने राम मंदिर बनाया और ये दीदी अपने चेले हुमायूं कबीर से यहां बाबरी मस्जिद बनाना चाहती है। बनानी चाहिए बाबरी मस्जिद? माताएं बहनें बोले बनानी चाहिए। कान खोलकर सुन लो दीदी, ये बंगाल जो है ये भारत का हिस्सा है। एक भी भाजपा कार्यकर्ता जिंदा है तब तक किसी को बाबरी मस्जिद हम नहीं बनाने देंगे। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ जरा, कश्मीर जो है हमारा है या नहीं है? अरे जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? धारा 370 हटानी चाहिए थी या नहीं हटानी चाहिए थी? ये कांग्रेस, कम्युनिस्ट, तृणमूल कांग्रेस सभी ना बोलते थे। मोदी जी ने 5 अगस्त 2019 को धारा 370 को समाप्त कर दिया, समाप्त कर दिया। और भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस, टीएमसी पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को बिरयानी खिलाते थे, बिरयानी। मोदी जी का समय आया, उरी में हमला हुआ। उरी के हमले के बाद सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया, पुलवामा में हमला हुआ, एयर स्ट्राइक करा और पहलगांव में हमला हुआ। पाकिस्तान के घर में घुसकर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर कर आतंकवादियों का खात्मा बुला दिया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश से आतंकवाद को समाप्त किया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश से नक्सलवाद को समाप्त किया है। और भाइयों बहनों, बंगाल में कमल की सरकार बना दो, हम यहां से चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों से मुक्त बंगाल बनाने का काम करेंगे। माताओं बहनों, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में दीदी लोग आया है। 5 तारीख के बाद हर दीदी के बैंक अकाउंट में 3,000 रुपया हर महीने मिलने लगेगा। बेरोजगार हर युवा को इसके बैंक अकाउंट में 3,000 रुपया हर महीने ट्रांसफर कर दिया जाएगा, कर दिया जाएगा। किसानों को 6,000 की जगह 9,000 रुपया मिलेगा। और युवाओं, हर साल 1 लाख सरकारी नौकरी पारदर्शी तरीके से घूस दिए बगैर बंगाल के युवाओं को दिया जाएगा। हम भ्रष्टाचार करने वालों को जांच कर कर जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डालेंगे और बंगाल से गई हुई सारी इंडस्ट्री को वापिस लाकर बंगाल के युवाओं को नौकरी देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, दीदी ने हमारे बंगाल को तबाह कर दिया। गुरुवर रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर का स्वप्न का बंगाल आज तहस नहस हो गया। मोदी जी पर भरोसा करिए, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाइए। मैं वादा करता हूं कि सोनार बांग्ला की रचना भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। दोनों लोग आगे आओ भाई, मुझे बताओ 29 तारीख को कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, दबाएंगे। हमारे दोनों प्रत्याशियों को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताएंगे। तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए, जरा उठाइए दोनों हाथ। विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी भींच कर बोलिए, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, वंदे वंदे भारत माता की। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces...
Today at 6 p.m. on the verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj, we'll take a close look at the violence that's ensuing across West Bengal amid polling. In fact, also, we will shift focus to Tamil Nadu that has gone to poll. Voters have exercised their franchise. And how will a triangular battle pan out between the TVK, the DMK and AIADMK? This and a lot more on the verdict 2026 tonight at 6 p.m. with me, Gesu Bharadwaj.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s.
On our Global today, the IAEA says this is the biggest energy crisis the world has ever seen. 20 million barrels of oil used to move into the Strait of Hormuz daily, and now it's caught in the crossfire. The IRG is also seizing cargo ships. Vessels are being fired upon. Tensions are spiraling. From energy crisis to flashpoint waters, stakes have never been higher. On our Global today at 6:30 p.m, the story that shapes the world.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum. Our top focus, the 2026 verdict. We've also seen polling in West Bengal, 78% voter turnout, and in Tamil Nadu, 70% voter turnout. This is big as Bengal is now recording a huge turnout of 78.77% till 3 p.m. We're going to get you more details, more news, and also the violence that was there seen in Bengal even today on the day of polling. First, a look at our top headlines. Bengal records a huge turnout, 78.77% voters cast till 3 p.m. Mega turnout in Tamil Nadu as well, 70% voting in Tamil Nadu. PM has said TMC looted Bengal for years.
बताइए भैया,
प्लीज चल जान अपना क्या हमें खराब कुछ बोल।
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जा।
क्या कह रहे हैं?
तुम चल जान बोलना हम
जाए
अपना जगह।
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड?
अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें, बंद करें कैमरा बोलना ना।
Republic crew captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad. as political goons try to turn off the camera during a live broadcast.
पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते, यहाँ से तो शूट कर सकते हैं ना।
नहीं होगा।
अब इतना दूर से यहाँ बवाल हुआ था इसीलिए। अरे बंद कर, अरे कैमरा मत छूइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, कैमरा को हाथ मत लगाइए, यहीं पे खड़े हो जाएंगे।
Political goons attack Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assaulting reporters for exposing the poll rigging. With Tamil Nadu polling, will special intensive revision of electoral rolls impact the voter turnout? US polling continued across Tamil Nadu with around 70% of voters casting their ballots by 3 p.m. Officials said the process remained largely peaceful with only a few reports of technical glitches in voting machines and inadequate facilities for differently abled voters. The state's electorate of 5.73 crore is voting across 75,064 polling stations with 4,023 candidates contesting for seats in the 234-member assembly.
तमिलनाडु में एडप्पाडी पलानीसामी जी हमारे 4 मई को नए मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और मुझे खुशी है कि जो प्रयत्न गत 2-2.5 वर्षों में हमने तमिलनाडु में किया, जहां पे मुझे विशेष काम दिया गया था, उसका आज के वोटिंग के परसेंटेज देख के आज संतुष्टि होती है।
Let me go across to Chennai, where my colleague Sharda is joining us from. Sharda, 70% turnout, a huge turnout of 70% in Tamil Nadu. It's clear that voters have come out. We're also seeing a big contest between the AIDMK, the DMK, Vijay's party, and also the TNK, all of them here in a fierce contest. What are you seeing around you? What are the scenes around you in Chennai?
Well, as you can see, we are right now at the Annamalai constituency where it's 5 p.m. and people are still voting. The queue is big even at 5 p.m. So already 70% of voting has been completed in Tamil Nadu, comparatively mostly from the western part of the state. And also Chennai Central comparatively has done almost 80% of the voting done. So today in the Annamalai constituency where DMK is fighting head on with the AIADMK. From the DMK we have Citraris, who is well known for Udayanidhi's man, and also Gokulendra, the former Minister for Women from the AIADMK, are contesting from this constituency. So even at 5 p.m. now you can see the polling booths with full rigor where people are standing in queues. The number of women voters are high when compared to men. If you see the number of voters among the 5.3 crore voters, 51% of the voters are women in the state of Tamil Nadu. So it shows the people that are required for a change are now standing in line waiting to vote. As you can see, even if it is 5 p.m. they do not feel that it is tiring for them to do this, to exercise their voting rights, as the important part that they feel right now is a change that is required in the state of Tamil Nadu. So that's the real issue as we speak, is that whether it's the DMK or the AIADMK, or whether there's a third factor with Vijay's party TVK coming into the elections, will it change the narrative that the Tamil Nadu has set in the last 50 years under the politics?
View as BJP leader Kuppuswamy Annamalai has spoken exclusively to Republic TV, and he has also said that he's going to say it would impact the Tamil Nadu elections positively. Take a listen to what he said.
BJP, we are extremely confident. We have done our hard work. We have covered the yards. We have met the people. We have sought their love. We have sought their votes. So I'm extremely confident. Today, the polling day, they will vote in large numbers. They will vote as per their consents, and people have turned out in large numbers as per the early trends. So I'm supremely confident that people will make the right choice today. And Coimbatore South, you have seen how the polling has deteriorated. Yesterday, the candidate staged a dharna. BJP has participated in that dharna. District President has participated. And we stand with the candidate, what he has sought yesterday. Election Commission and their wisdom has decided to go out with the polling. Right now, the onus is on the people. I hope they turn out in large numbers, vote as per their conscience and make the right choice. Thank you, madam.
One SIR impact, if you could give an...
SIR impact will have a general, if you look at the arithmetic, it might have an impact on 2.5-3% on the polling percentage rise. Any percentage rise beyond 3%, in my opinion, is going to be the general enthusiasm for the voting. So Tamil Nadu generally votes very high. We generally, sometimes you have clocked 80% also. This time also you will see a very good increase in polling percentage.
Let's also go across to my colleague Aishwarya joining us from Chennai. Joining us from Coimbatore, Sharda's from Chennai. Aishwarya, what have you seen around you? It's another very intensely seen battle that we've seen in Tamil Nadu in these elections.
Definitely in Coimbatore, which is one of the second most important constituency when it comes to Tamil Nadu's elections, because this is one of the interesting mix of voter turnout voters that are present here in Coimbatore, where it's a interesting mix between the urban youngsters as well as rural minds, where they also look at what the policies that they are promised when it comes to business or when it comes to various business and industrial development that happens. But on the other hand, the youngsters today, when we spoke to several first-time voters as well as the young voters, they have been speaking about the employment opportunities that should be generated. Drug consumption is also something that the young voters were looking at, and were also looking for a change, saying that the drug consumption, which went beyond the urban landscape even into the smaller towns, should be controlled anytime, and that is what they are also looking for and expecting from this particular elections. One is employment, one is drug consumption, which should be reduced, and the third is definitely coming from Coimbatore, because it is a textile and manufacturing industry hub. They are expecting some policies, some benefits that could encourage their businesses from Coimbatore, is what they are also looking at. AIDMK has always been a strong foothold in Coimbatore, and now BJP also winning from Coimbatore South last time in 2021 elections. Vanati had won, the BJP MLA had won, and now she's contesting from Coimbatore North, and that we have spoken to her as well earlier, and she said that even this time she's pretty confident, because BJP has always taken up and done the groundwork, be it from the central policies that could benefit the business traders here. They have done, or any local problems that the Coimbatore people have picked up. They have been on ground, and very strong ground presence, and she's very confident that, like the last time, 10 on 10 constituency seats from the Coimbatore town will belong to the BJP and AIDMK alliance. But however, DMK is not far behind. They have fielded Sendil Balaji, one of their top leaders and key ministers, minister post as well, from Coimbatore South region, where though there were allegations first against him that he was spreading cash a day before the voting, and there were BJP and AIDMK candidates raising allegations against him, and they even went to the electoral officer. But however, there was a moment where we thought that polling might be suspended, but it continued. And when we spoke to Annamalai also, he pointed out that this particular thing was happening and they had protested, and despite that the polling happened today, and he expected that the voters will, Coimbatore voters are very observant, and hence they will choose the leaders rightly and rightfully and fairly. The election would be conducted, and these things will not be hidden from the voters for far long, and they will look through it and will vote for their right leader, is what they are also expecting.
All right, Sharda, I also want to ask you, you've been interviewing the top leaders along with Aishwarya in the state of Tamil Nadu. What are the key issues that they are picking up? Are we going to see the elections being won by yet another actor turned politician? What is the sense that you're getting?
Well, we cannot unattune what Vijay is bringing to this particular elections. The 25% vote share that he's expected to bring in the 2026 elections will change the fate of the both AIADMK and the DMK, which has been in the power for the last 50 years in the state of Tamil Nadu. If you notice, the DMK leaders who spoke to us, let it be Dayanidhi Maran, Udayanidhi Stalin, Durga Stalin, and even Kritika Udayanidhi, who spoke to us today morning, mentioned that the manifesto is very strong for the DMK and they're very sure in coming back to the power. Meanwhile, Tamilsai Soundararajan from the BJP and also the AIADMK leaders who spoke to us, including Adha Varjana from the TVK, from the Vijay's party, speaking to us, mentioned how the DMK is not very strong in what they are doing and also brought out the lot of discrepancies that the DMK is having right now in the state with the among the people, and how people do not believe DMK, and that when there is a change required is what the people of the state is looking for. So if we speak the manifestos accordingly, the DMK and the AIADMK, including the TVK, has a similar welfare programs, mostly of the freebies that is being given in the manifesto, but something that's specific about all three parties come in common are these welfare schemes that unite the people. But this elections is much focused on what change can the particular government which is coming to power can give. So in the last few days we have seen how Tamil Nadu has gone into a lot of trouble with the lawlessness, including sexual harassment against women, the drug menace in the case, and there's no safety for any women or including people in the political or including the women police in the state face a lot of trouble from the rowdies. So the AIADMK and the BJP constantly point out the Gunda's government that the DMK is running and that they are not satisfied with it, and constantly keep pointing out that it is the requirement of a change is necessary for the state of Tamil Nadu. Taking again back in the history, it would be a history if the DMK comes back to power again, because there is never a party in the state of Tamil Nadu that has come back to power after 5 years. So there's always anti-incumbency at the end of 5 years, and there is a change in the ruling party. So it was only one time in 2016 when J. Jayalalitha was alive, and when she was in power in 2012 to 2016, she came back to power again in 2016. And in the last 5 years, though the economy, the GDP of the Tamil Nadu has increased under the DMK, there are many other factors that needs to be put in apart from this, whether the developments of the state, the ratio between the center and the state, how the communication has been, because constantly DMK points out that the center, being the BJP, they do not get enough funds to develop. And so the important point that the AIADMK is bringing out is how the ratio, the balance between the center and the state is required for the state development as well, to make sure the funds are being brought in. If you remember in an interview with Edappadi Palaniswamy on Republic channel, he spoke to us telling that...
And Sharda, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second because there's more breaking news coming in. I'm going to come back to you on that. Viewers, just let me tell you, big breaking news coming in from Erode. Tamil Manala Congress candidate from Erode West constituency M. Yuva Raja has alleged money distribution at the Erode Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam office. The election officials have now seized cash that is worth around 8,20,000 rupees. They have alleged that this money was being distributed by the DMK. DMK has been accused of distributing money during polls. Tamil Manala Congress has alleged DMK is distributing money, and this is clearly the worst thing to see on polling day, when you see that the elections, the democratic backbone of our country, is being taken for a ride. These are the visuals that I'm going to stay with. I'm also going to go across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, we have shocking visuals that are coming in. The Tamil Manala Congress candidate from Erode West constituency has now stated that the DMK office has been distributing money. They've also shown cash worth 8,20,000 rupees there.
So this is something that DMK has been facing from the start of the elections. Even a day ago, as I just mentioned, even here in the Coimbatore South, Sendil Balaji had also the same allegation that was leveled upon him as well. So there were allegations by the AIADMK candidate here saying that there was cash being distributed, and there are also 1 kg silver that was also being distributed by the DMK party in several constituencies across Tamil Nadu, and even the big BJP leaders as well as AIADMK leaders have criticized this openly and said that though they have been bringing up these allegations in forefront, there have been very limited action that have been taken, showing that the police or anybody else, the officials, are not taking strict action, and the DMK is taking this particular democratic right for a democracy democratic right for the people for a ride by distributing and trying to sway the voters into the direction. There are these allegations that have been coming against DMK. However, DMK is yet to answer, but they are saying that they are very strong and that these allegations cannot dismiss their victory as well. But it is to be seen whether this particular allegations that the DMK is being facing from the start of the elections, be it distribution of cash or be it distribution of silver or any other freebies that the DMK is being distributed, and the allegations that
absolutely. And you know, this is something, viewers, that needs to be understood by political parties. When elections are the democratic backbone of our country, they cannot try and misuse that. I want to thank my colleagues Sharda and also Aishwarya for joining us. Now there's more breaking news coming in, this time from West Bengal. There's been tension at booth number 104 of Durgapur East Legislative Assembly, viewers. The BJP alleged that women sitting in the BJP camp were thrown with liquor. When the BJP candidate arrived, after receiving the news, he was surrounded by slogans of Jai Bangla, and a large police force was at the scene of the incident. These are the shots that are coming in from Durgapur in West Bengal. It's not the first or the second place in West Bengal that has been seeing tensions in these elections. We've seen elections in several parts where violence had broken out in West Bengal. And now we're being told that a large number of women who were sitting there in the BJP camp, they were thrown with liquor when the BJP candidate arrived after receiving the news. He was surrounded by intimidating miscreants, and they were clearly stating a large police force was present, but nothing was really done to help these people. News that's coming in right now, not the first time, even as a huge turnout has been seen in Bengal with 77.78% people having been voted. Let me also, on this Bengal violence, I want to go across and show my colleague Kamal, who spoke to the BJP leader Shuvendu Adhikari. Take a listen.
शुवेंदु अधिकारी जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, आप तमाम पोलिंग बूथ पर भी जा रहे हैं। नंदीग्राम की बात करें तो सर यहाँ पे फिलहाल क्या माहौल है?
1 बजे तक 66% पोलिंग हुआ। अब तक जो ग्राउंड से आया है मेरा पास वो 74-5% चल रहा है। मेरा उम्मीद है कम से कम 90% के आसपास इस बार पोलिंग हो जाएगा, और ख़ास करके हिंदू खुल के आ रहा है। मुसलमान वोट तो पिछले सब चुनाव में मोर देन 90% पोलिंग होता है। उनका बूथ में तो टीएमसी के अलावा किसी का एजेंट नहीं था। अभी देख रहा है बीजेपी को भी कुछ एजेंट मिला है मुस्लिम बूथ में, और IAF CPM का भी एजेंट है।
And we're getting live shots that are coming in right now of Prime Minister Modi, as it seems the BJP is extremely confident of a win. Mamata's been on a back foot. Prime Minister Modi there. He had earlier spoken and stated that there are guarantees. He's at Havra. And Prime Minister Modi there also paying respects. He'd also earlier said that there are 10 guarantees for Bengal's women ahead of the second phase of polling. And he had said that the West Bengal voter turnout makes me certain of BJP's landslide victory. We're now seeing in Bengal, he's paying respects. In Howrah, Prime Minister Modi there, after having made his speeches and saying that we are confident of the victory present currently at Howrah. He's there with some priests, and very, very clearly the Prime Minister in West Bengal stating that he's there. He'd also, earlier we also saw Home Minister Amit Shah, who was present at Howrah, and he had said that there has to be voting for a free Bengal from infiltrators. Now we are seeing the Prime Minister at Howrah in West Bengal, and he's been paying his respects to leaders. He's also there with the priests there in that temple. The Prime Minister earlier had spoken saying that we are confident of a victory in Bengal, and he had also promised 10 guarantees for Bengal women. Remember, this is in the back foot of the way the doctor in Bengal had been raped, and those comments, and now he's saying that there's going to be guarantees for the women. Prime Minister Modi had sharpened his attack on the ruling Trinamool Congress earlier before the polling and said that the party won't be able to open its account in many districts. He's also addressed a rally where he had said 10-point guarantee would be there with the women and children of the state, and he said those who commit atrocities against women and daughters in Bengal will be punished. These are the visuals coming in of the Prime Minister after the first phase of polling has ended in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. We're also going to go across to my colleague Harsha, who just earlier we were seeing how in Murshidabad she had faced poll rigging and she had tried to expose that. I want to go across to Harsha. Harsha, very clear visuals coming in after a huge voter turnout, the BJP confident of a win, Prime Minister Modi in Howrah.
Yes, these are the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, in the central part of the Kolkata, the Bellu, but not very far away from the central Kolkata today, because Prime Minister not only had public meetings, but also this Bellu Mat arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, sending across a message to so many voters here in the state of West Bengal for the second phase of the polling. Also within this particular area of West Bengal, we go for voting in the second phase. What we see here is Prime Minister today will be also doing a road show after this Bellu Mat program.
I was earlier also speaking to you and sharing with our viewers how bravely you had been there exposing poll rigging. I also want to go across to Mayuk, who's joining us on the phone line. Mayuk, the Prime Minister in Howrah paying his respects after a day of polling has ended in the state. We've seen violence. The Prime Minister confident that the BJP is going to win today. BJP is going to win this time.
Actually, it's going to end at around 6 p.m. The line or the queue is still there, but there are voters who are actually voting right now. It's going to happen in an extended time of 6 p.m. So what we are collecting and the visuals also, what we are seeing is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now is in Belur Math. That's the official headquarters of the Ramakrishna Mission and Math, founded by Swami Vivekananda. And just to give a trivia, Prime Minister Modi was also one of the disciples of Swami Atmastarananda, and he was one of the highest monks in Ramakrishna Mission. So it's like a homecoming for Prime Minister Modi right now in Ramakrishna Mission. Ramakrishna Mission Gujarat was actually renovated by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, when he became Prime Minister in 2014, the land in Ramakrishna Mission Delhi was donated and arranged by the government of India under the supervision of Prime Minister Modi. So in time when Prime Minister is going to spend his night in Kolkata, today he is going to stay in Kolkata, and tomorrow there's a mega roadshow in Kolkata as well as a rally in Kolkata. It's a big thing for Prime Minister Modi also, and also for the monks who have joined Prime Minister in receiving the entire entourage led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And we can see the visuals also coming in from Belur Math, that's in Howrah district in West Bengal. While he was in the campaigning, he did his roadshow, and after the roadshow, he went straight to meet the monks in the Ramakrishna Mission, which is here in the visuals.
Thank you, Mayuk, for giving us those details. Coming up after a short break, we stay with this story as the Prime Minister visits the Mutt and he's paying his respects as the Prime Minister has promised the BJP win after holding a mega road show in West Bengal this time around. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the
On our Global today, the IEA says this is the biggest energy crisis the world has ever seen. 20 million barrels of oil used to move into the Strait of Hormuz daily, and now it's caught in the crossfire. The IRG is also seizing cargo ships. Vessels are being fired upon. Tensions are spiraling. From energy crisis to flashpoint waters. Stakes have never been higher. On our Global today at 6:30 p.m., the story that shapes the world.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the special edition of the news with me, Rakshita Mishra, as we continue to get your lowdown from the ground zero, from West Bengal to Tamil Nadu. Viewers, what's happening as the polling has been underway. We'll first get you the latest coming in from Bengal, where the Prime Minister is right now at the Belur Math. You can see he's in Howrah, and he is now meeting the spiritual leaders. You can see the saints at the Belur Math, very important spiritual site in West Bengal, and he is now visiting the. You can see he has back-to-back rallies, and he has claimed that the BJP, it will be a BJP sweep targeting the TMC as well, and over infiltration, over women's safety. And here you have live visual, in fact, coming in from Howrah in West Bengal. He's visiting Belur Math, and that's of course very, very important as far as the Bengal elections are concerned. The Prime Minister being the top campaigner for West Bengal, which is in fact seeing an unprecedented turnout. We have Moyuk Ghosh joining us on the phone line for more. Moyuk, tell us more about the significance of Prime Minister visiting the Belur Math as we see the visuals coming in.
Well, right now what the visuals are showing in, we can see Prime Minister taking Ashirwad from Gautam Maharaj, right now the head of Ramakrishna Mission Belur Math here in Belur, that's in Howrah. He's with the top monks of Belur Math and Mission, the monks who were actually the disciples of Swami Vivekananda. And the Belur Math or the Ramakrishna Mission, as you know, is actually the center, the nerve center of Advaita Sanatana, Advaita Vedanta that we call in Bengal. That's the ancient Sanatani rituals and the doctrine in Bengal. Ramakrishna Mission, founded by Swami Vivekananda and which runs in the path of Ramakrishna Paramahansa Dev and Sarda Devi, is actually the place which is revered by all Bengalis, mostly Bengali Hindus as well as Muslims in Bengal. So this is a place where time and again Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that he finds solace, and every time he comes to Kolkata, he makes it a point to visit Ramakrishna Mission. In fact, we have also seen when for the first time when Narendra Modi took oath in 2014, he carried a flower given by the monks of Ramakrishna Mission, which is sacred according to the people in the Ramakrishna Mission. As you know that Narendra Modi was also a disciple of Swami Atmastanananda, and most importantly, he had been with Ramakrishna Mission for a brief period of time. He wanted to become a monk of Ramakrishna Mission, but the monks in Ramakrishna Mission said that this is not your path. You should be in politics and social life. But time and again, Narendra Modi has dedicated his social work in favor of Ramakrishna Mission, even if it's in Gujarat, in Delhi, and other places. Right now, the visuals which are coming in, Narendra Modi is going to spend his night in Kolkata, and tomorrow he has road shows in Kolkata. There are several programs which are there before the second phase of the election, that's on 29th. So primarily, this is a place where Narendra Modi time and again comes, first of all, to visit the monks, and secondly, to get a solace out of his busy political schedule.
Right. Of course, in a very crucial time, this visit comes in, as we see that he holds back-to-back rallies even today, a very charged-up rally, and also very confidently he made a statement that BJP is going to sweep the elections in West Bengal, that it's time, that the time is up for TMC. And we also see, Moyuk, the voter turnout also, that also depicts that there could be something that is indicative of a change. We do not know. What, in your understanding, can we read it as?
Well, it can be a rerun of the Bihar elections, where in Bihar or in Assam, we have seen huge percentage of voting in the first and second phases. This can be an indicator of the Hindu consolidation that is happening. The Hindu consolidation can be a major reason for this huge number of voting, specifically in places like Shamsherganj, in Dhulian, in districts like Murshidabad, where usually the Muslim population is higher. And most importantly, this turnover at a time when we have...
Moyuk, just talking about the turnout, I have to interrupt you there, and I'll come back to you on that, because it's historic what we're getting to know. Historic 90% voter turnout in West Bengal. That's huge, viewers. Historic 90% voter turnout in the state of West Bengal. And as we were discussing with Moyuk, that this, of course, can be indicative of so many things. He was talking about Bihar, he was talking about Assam as well. Go back to Moyuk again. Moyuk, this is, unprecedented what we are understanding, from 89% to 89.93%. So this around about 90% of voter turnout. Has it ever reached near this figure ever? And if so, what does it really mean? And if you can tell us about the areas today that went to polls, the constituencies, what role they could have played in there.
Well, just to give a context in this, in Shamsherganj, where Horogobindo Das was murdered, a Hindu was murdered just because of the walk of protest. 95.38%, that's nearly 96% voting has happened. So it's basically a win, basically an indicator of Hindus consolidating, Hindus coming back to vote, and most importantly, Hindus voting against Mamata Banerjee's regime, Hindus voting against Bangladeshis, against the Rohingyas that have actually occupied many parts of Bengal. 95.34% voting in Shamsherganj is it's not a small story. It's one of the biggest headlines in Bengal because of the fact that Shamsherganj is the same place in Murshidabad where Hindus were forced to leave their home. So basically, homeless Hindus who came back just a year back into 2025 are actually voting, are actually showing that this is the redemption time. And most importantly, 90% voting in West Bengal in the first phase of election is one of the biggest indicators that something is changing in Bengal in the course of elections right now.
Absolutely. That is a question that is now looming. That is there a change, a historic change in store as far as West Bengal is concerned? In the previous elections, Moyuk, we saw the BJP making inroads. So the buzzword was inroads. This time around, of course, it is the first phase. We cannot say much. It'll all boil down to what happens, on the 4th of May. But the fact that the BJP has been campaigning really, really hard. You've talked about Hindu consolidation as well, and that could be one factor. Apart from that, what do you think will be the key factors that could decide a change here in West Bengal?
Well, right now, 89.93% is the official figures in 152 seats in the first phase of election. 89.93% polling is a big thing. And most importantly, there are sporadic incidents of violence. We have seen some stray incidents, but overall, it's one of the peaceful elections that has happened. The Prime Minister himself said that he has never seen an election like this, so peaceful and without any violence in the last 10 years. That's 1 decade of elections in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee remembers 2021 when 70 opposition workers were killed just because of an election where they voted against Mamata Banerjee. So it's a scar in the electoral history of West Bengal. In 2024 also, 17 people were killed, and in 2026, many of them were anticipating big violence. However, 3 lakh central force were deployed already. So it's basically the victory of Election Commission in the first phase of this election.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The way we've seen that even though we see violence is marring this election as well, we've seen clashes, we've seen Republic reporters also being attacked. We've seen that there have been, of course, many dynamics at play as well. If you talk about Hindu consolidation, Moyuk, that is one part. But also, do you feel that the AJUP also could be playing a part in, cutting those, if we just talk about generally overall picture, the vote bank that TMC caters to, that also would be affected by the alliance breakup as well?
Well, Muslim vote bank, what Mamata Banerjee says, is no more there. So AGUP, led by Humayun Kabir, is one factor. Another factor is Asaduddin Owaisi. Asaduddin Owaisi's popularity has increased in the bordering districts, especially Malda, Murshidabad, Dinajpur, and parts of even Midnapur also. So AI, MIM, ISF, or Humayun Kabir's AJUP is actually denting the consolidated Muslim vote bank of Trinamool Congress. What we have seen in Noida this morning, the fight between Humayun Kabir's supporters and Trinamool Congress supporters is actually a reflection of of the fragmented Muslim vote bank in West Bengal. Muslim vote bank is not consolidated in West Bengal. That's one big breaking news. And the second part is that Trinamool is frustrated because of the fact that they are not being able to consolidate the Muslim vote bank, which is predominantly Trinamool Congress voter base in West Bengal for the last 15 years. So basically, Trinamool Congress is in a soup right now. They're not getting the votes of the Hindus. They're not getting the vote of the woman. The woman in Bengal, they are actually convinced that Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi is going to give them more money, more jobs, more opportunities, more security. So it's maybe, according to the political analysts, it's actually an endgame for Trinamool Congress. But time will tell whether it's actually an endgame for Trinamool Congress or whether Mamata Banerjee rise again like a phoenix and do some wonders. It's going to be actually a miraculous thing if Mamata Banerjee wins, in spite of this anti-incumbency, in spite of this heavy voting, and in spite of so many Muslim vote bank leaders getting out of her hand.
Absolutely. It will be a decisive mandate, definitely what we can understand. And the fact that, viewers, this is even higher than what we are seeing in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a state that usually we see a good turnout in that state. But this time we see in Bengal. In Bengal, this is a historic turnout. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also, in one of the rallies he was just addressing a while back, said that I had jhal muri, but it seems that Mamata Banerjee is actually feeling the heat of the chilies. And he said that he is confident, given the turnout, that BJP will be recording a landslide victory. So yes, the optic game is also on, but the numbers also, if we talk about the turnout, it could just, we can only interpret it right now, but it all boils down to 4th of May. But yes, viewers, this is the big breaking news that we have right now from West Bengal. It's been an action-packed day as far as the elections are concerned. From West Bengal to Tamil Nadu, in West Bengal, we saw once again violence. We saw Humayun Kabir's convoy also being attacked, Republic Reporter also being targeted. We see open rigging also that was happening. It's all caught on camera, viewers, how booth capturing was being carried out. But the fact that voter turnout is 90% in West Bengal, that of course speaks volumes about what could be in store. And as we speak, back in 2021, it was 82.29%. And right now, it's 89.93%. So this is round about almost 90%. You can see the jump, viewers. And this is only the first phase, mind you. And this is the voter turnout till 5 p.m., I think. So that's, of course, very, very important. Yes, this is the statistics from till 5 p.m. So this is historic. And we've seen the Prime Minister. We can play out the Prime Minister's bite as well today. He has spoken extensively as far as the BJP's chances. In fact, now we're just cutting across to those visuals coming in from Belur Math. The Prime Minister has just visited the Ramakrishna Mission and now he is exiting. You can see people flanking. You can see the convoy and heavy security deployment, of course, all across West Bengal we've seen. And for the Prime Minister, of course, these security arrangements are in place wherever he goes. And you can see many people gathering out there to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, who is here for campaigning. And he also paid a visit to Belur Math. And we are just showing you those visuals of the Prime Minister's convoy moving out from the Ramakrishna Mission Center in Howrah in West Bengal. The Prime Minister today, he made statement that it is going to be BJP's sweep in West Bengal, that people have had enough. He said it's enough is enough, and the time is up for TMC. That's what the Prime Minister said. And also citing the turnout, he said that the turnout makes him feel that it's going to be a landslide victory for the BJP. This is, viewers, this is something that is historic and record-breaking. On the very first phase of the election, there are going to be two phases. Last day, of course, last time there were multiple phases, but this time it is only two phases. But you see that the voter turnout has been huge. And is it game over for Mamata Banerjee? It's going to be decisive Bengal mandate, the high-stakes battle. It's a high-stakes battleground for both the parties, for BJP and the TMC. It's in fact a fight, very, very direct fight now. We've seen even as we were discussing with Moyuk how the AJUP and AIMIM also, when they break up, they also affect the vote bank that even TMC caters to. We've seen BJP making inroads in the previous election, and this time, if this turnout has to be interpreted, one angle could be that there could have been a Hindu vote consolidation, as Moyuk, our editor from Republic Bangla, was telling us. So this is the latest visual coming in from Howrah in West Bengal, and this is, of course, a historic All right, my colleague Ishita is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Ishita, well, if we compare it to last time, this is, of course, record-breaking. And this, as we were discussing with Moyuk, it can be interpreted in many, many ways. It's historic, it's record-breaking. And now everybody is, in fact, pushed to ask the question, is it a game over for Mamata Banerjee?
Right, of course, Rakshita, it looks like we are going in that direction. If you compare the numbers of what has come out so far, now voting is still underway. It will go on for one more hour, but at 5 p.m. the voting turnout was recorded at about 89.93 in West Bengal. This is just the first phase. And if you compare this to 2021 elections, the voter turnout was somewhere around 82%. So considerably higher. And of course, the fact that this comes right after SIR was conducted in the state of West Bengal. 90 lakh names deleted from the voter list. The voter list was cleaned up. And right after that, we are looking at these elections taking place. Also, remember, it also comes under a very high security net. You have about 2.5 lakh security personnel being deployed all across the state of West Bengal.
News from Birbhum in West Bengal, as we see violence being reported from another location in Birbhum. This is in West Bengal. Paramilitary force has also been attacked. Viewers, you can see the visuals of depicting the vandalism that has taken place. The paramilitary force was attacked in Khairasol, Ghumar village in Dubrajpur Assembly constituency. There you have the visuals of how this vehicle of the security forces of the police have been attacked. We do not know if anybody has been injured, but we'll just get more updates on that. This is from Birbhum in West Bengal, and this, of course, is a district in West Bengal. In fact, there has been a massive voter turnout today in Birbhum as well. But yes, the violence continues in different parts of West Bengal. Yet another election and yet another incident or incidents of violence being reported from the state. And you have these visuals you can see from Birbhum. There's a heavy security deployment across across the length and breadth of West Bengal, given how sensitive the state gets when we see elections happening. Even if they are the panchayat elections, we've seen a massive heavy-duty violence that is carried out. And these are the state elections happening, viewers. And the paramilitary force have been deployed in West Bengal, and they have been targeted, as we can see, in one of the districts in West Bengal, that is Birbhum. So you have these the police van also very much visible that was vandalized. We can see the people have gathered, and it seems to be a very tense situation given how many people have been have come together. They have gathered over there, and you also see some many security personnel, in fact, who have gathered there and trying to take control of the situation. But the paramilitary forces have been attacked in West Bengal's Birbhum, viewers, and it's of course, Harsha, in fact, is my colleague who's tracking the Bengal elections from ground zero. Harsha, tell us more details. What really has happened in Birbhum?
So there's a second time when the paramilitary forces in the Birbhum district, where the assembly constituency is the Dobrajpur assembly constituency, and the paramilitary forces have been attacked by the miscreants. These miscreants are said to be the miscreants of the TMC. You see, this is just like few minutes ago, last attempt by the TMC goons, a desperate attempt to do something, do a proxy voting or to do something in favor of them to ensure that they have a lead from certain seats. This is just a desperate attempt and nothing else, because now at approximately after 8 minutes, the polling in the West Bengal for the first phase, 152 seats will conclude at 6 o'clock. Still, the people who were, they are waiting in a queue. There was queue till 5:30 to 5:45 also. They are waiting for their turn to cast their vote. In fact, in Birbhum area, where exactly this incident has taken place, there are still 10 to 15 people who are yet to cast their vote. If the situation remains the same, then the time could be extended for the people who were already in queue who had to cast their vote. But right now the visuals of the paramilitary forces on the screen. So the Birbhum district, in which there are several assembly constituencies, but this particular constituency is the Rajpur assembly constituency, where para forces, security personnel, almost 5 to 6 were attacked by TMC miscreant. Entire violent visuals, cognizance have been taken by the Election Commission. But this is the desperate attempt and this is the aggression of the TMC party leaders and TMC candidates mostly, where such scenes are being visible in the first phase. Back to you.
Absolutely. So violence, incidents after incidents reported, and we see that violence happening on the very first phase of polling in West Bengal, viewers. In fact, Harsha, we've seen that many other areas have also reported attacks. We've seen even our crew being targeted. If you could just take us through, take our viewers through the different incidents that have happened across Bengal today.
Yes, Rashna, so since morning there has been incidents in the Birbhum district only, where exactly this is the third incident from the Birbhum. There has been a protest in Malda. There has been a violence erupting visuals from the Murshidabad area. One in Nadu from where I was reporting. Also in Murshidabad, two more areas. It was in Medinapur and Dinajpur as well. In Asansol, the candidate Agni Mitra Paul vehicle was also attacked by the goons. So these are almost close to 9-10 incidents since morning which has taken place, the first phase of the polling in West Bengal. The experts and most of the leaders who we spoke to, like Humayun Kabir and Sukanta Majumdar, those are stating that as compared to 2021, the level of violence is extremely low. What West Bengal has witnessed during Panchayat polls and during 2021 Assembly constituency, because this time the arrangement of the personnel is too high. It's extremely huge. It's a humongous number of the deployment of the security forces, because we see 2.5 lakh security forces deployed. Yes, Sakshita, one thing is there. That violence is erupting. The action is immediately being taken by the CRPS. The CRPS forces are immediately mobilizing, they're taking the control of the place. Lathi charge we saw happening in Murshidabad also, Malda also, Birbhum also. The miscreants were taken, taken under control by the security personnel. But yes, at each and everywhere the aggression is clearly visible. They are trying to disrupt and create unrest in the phases. They tried, TMC ghosts tried to create unrest during the first place, major places, but majorly they were not able to do so because of the heavy deployment of the security forces.
All right, well, thanks Harsha for joining us, and keep tracking those developments for us, viewers. So when it comes to the scenario, when it comes to violence, well, nothing has changed. Violence continues in West Bengal every election, but one thing might be in store, a change. Is it in store or not, given the fact that it's a historic 90% turnout in West Bengal? Well, that remains to be seen, but indications, of course, you can see viewers coming in. In the meantime, we're also cutting across to the Prime Minister's roadshow that is happening right now. This is in Howrah, West Bengal, viewers. Prime Minister's roadshow is being welcomed by roaring masses. You can see they're showering petals on the Prime Minister. All have gathered in hundreds and thousands to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Harsha continues to be with us. Harsha, Prime Minister, after visiting Belur Math, he's right now holding a big roadshow in Howrah, West Bengal.
Yes, these are the regions of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding a road show in the Havra area of the West Bengal. And you see, Prime Minister from 23rd to 26th, there's a massive push by Prime Minister, the Bengal BJP team as well. Prime Minister from 23rd to 26th has an extensive mega public meetings, road show, and also Padyatra which has been planned. He will be there in Nadia, and this is the Havra visual today, the road show. You see the arrangements, the kind of the ecstatic visuals of the Karyakartas, of the local citizens who have gathered just to have a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this, Rakshita, is going to have a heavy impact in the second phase of the polling, because this particular area where Prime Minister is right now holding a road show, this particular area is going for polls on 29th of April. And along with Havra, they are the nearby in South 24 Parganas, in the central Kolkata, South Kolkata. There are several areas which will be directly impacted with this road show and this kind of meetings of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. BJP has strategized Prime Minister's meetings, rallies, road show, Padyatras in a way that it has a clear-cut impact. And the craze for Prime Minister, this is West Bengal, where the craze for Prime Minister could be seen, and almost for 7 to 8 kilometers, the fan craze is similar, Rakshita. What the visuals which we are witnessing from the Havra, and you imagine this is a place where we have less number of Hindu majority and more number of the minority majority. No, minorities are more and Hindus are very less in number. But you see here, people have not only gathered for particular Havra. The people have come, the locals of the West Bengal have come from the nearby assembly constituencies as well. And this is the impact which BJP is speaking of. And BJP is also expecting that this particular family for Prime Minister Narendra Modi could turn into vote for BJP this time. And that is also what is being expected with the highest number of the voting, of the polling in the first phase of the West Bengal election. Right now, you have visuals on our screen. Republic shows you the visual on our screen from Havra, where Prime Minister hosts a bigger road show, and it's clearly seen the ecstatic visuals of the citizens of West Bengal. Right now, you're watching Republic TV. Much more on West Bengal first phase, big leaders and historic 90% and more turnout from the Bengal first phase, only on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा।
That's the Prime Minister's rally, a huge crowd that has gathered to see him in Havra in West Bengal. Now remember, Havra goes to polls on the second phase, which is the 29th of April. And that's the Prime Minister waving at the crowd that's eagerly waiting, yearning to take a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Now remember, comes at the heels of the first phase of polling nearly coming to an end, and Bengal has already broken its own record. It's recorded a 90% voter turnout, which the Prime Minister earlier today in Nadia in West Bengal also said is going to work in the BJP's favor. He said that a high voter turnout means that the BJP is going to bring in a saffron wave in West Bengal. Now remember, 2021, when BJP actually made a mark and became the principal opposition party to the Trinamool Congress, to this day in 2026 Assembly elections, we look at the Prime Minister completely surrounded by a huge sea of of people and supporters raising the BJP flags. You see the saffron and green flags by the side. You see the Prime Minister waving to the huge crowds that have gathered to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. This comes as Bengal is all set to go into its second phase of polling on the 29th of April, with the first phase culminating just today in about 1 hour from now, the 23rd of April. These are the visuals that we're getting in from Howrah in West Bengal. This is a roadshow that the Prime Minister is carrying. Now remember, this time around, the Bengal elections have been extremely peculiar, and I'll tell you why. Not just the high campaigning that has been done by the BJP, but also the blitz that was involved in the campaigning through and through. About 6 days that Home Minister was in the state, and even Prime Minister continues to rally even as the first phase has nearly ended. In fact, Harsha joins us on the broadcast to get us more details. Harsha, look at the visuals, the amount of supporters that the BJP is seeing, and nobody can, after looking at these visuals, attest to the fact that this party has only made its mark as a principal opposition in 2021. Cut to 5 years later, look at the support that BJP and especially Prime Minister Modi has been able to garner in West Bengal. Tell us more about this, Harsha.
Yes, Gesu, if you have spoken earlier to the citizens of West Bengal after 2021, no one would have believed if you would ever say that BJP is the principal opposition party in the state of West Bengal. No one apart from, people usually saw Congress as a principal opposition party, not the BJP. But from 2021, with the mark of 77 MLAs to coming to 2024, with voter turnout is increasing to 23-25% to today in 2026, when BJP is in a situation where they expect that they have an edge over TMC, and that is clearly visible. We have seen so many rallies, roadshows of Prime Minister and Amit Shah during for the first phase campaign when they were, and for the second phase of campaigns which is still happening, you see the Prime Minister, the kind of the craze for Prime Minister which is in West Bengal, and this is the West Bengal which BJP leaders, which Prime Minister, Home Minister has been talking about. And this, Gesu, is the wave of change. This is the wave which is talking that people want to be freed of anti-incumbency. Because one thing is for sure, that in the Mamata government, there is an issue of infiltration, anti-incumbency at large, unemployment issues, youths are not getting jobs, the state of women being extremely poor, the youth and the middle class people being extremely poor. And this is the reality of West Bengal. If you come to West Bengal, people will say here that if you have 100 rupees in your pocket, you don't need anything else. You're good to go and spend the entire day. But that's how low the ambition of each and everyone here in West Bengal is. BJP wanted to change it. The youths are migrating, they're shifting to different states. That is what BJP has been speaking about. More job employment will be created, and also more colleges, more universities, more hospitals and infrastructure will be developed here. It will stop people from migrating anywhere else. But these visuals on our screen, Gesu, which speaks a lot about the kind of strategy which BJP has chalked out for themselves. We should give it to BJP that how in the span of last entire year 2025, they have been extensively working on ground to ensure that their cadre is very strong at each and every level. And Home Minister himself is here in West Bengal till 27th. Every day there's a late night meeting which is conducted in the hotel where HM is staying. After having entire day public meetings, roadshow and rallies, Home Minister is having meeting with the observers of the BJP who have been deployed for each and every candidate, the Prabharis, Prabharis, and all the leaders who are involved in this election. They're strategizing, they're talking out the strategy still, that how in second phase also, what best the party can do, so that this time they come to throne, they come to power in the state of West Bengal.
Yeah. Harsha, in fact, take a look at these visuals. Borrowing correctly from what you've also said, this is testament to the wave of change that Bengal could now be eyeing. And remember, this vote, this polling is different than everything else that came before. for this time around. Eyes are on Bengal's voters because they're not going to only choose who comes to the power, who gets the hot seat. They're actually going to choose what becomes of the state next. And that is exactly what the Prime Minister has been saying, you know, a high voltage campaigning. BJP's second pitch for the second phase of polling has begun, with the Prime Minister now carrying out a roadshow. This shows how important even Bengal is for the BJP. You know, key state that BJP is eyeing to win this time around and change the fate of the state, change the direction of the state's political vigor. Now, the Prime Minister also visited the headquarters of the Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission this afternoon. In fact, right before his rally, to offer his prayers, and he interacted with monks. We saw those visuals also. Take a look at the people on your screens, excited to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Also speaks volumes about, of course, the Prime Minister's impact, but also the larger impact that the BJP has been able to make in the state, the larger inroads that the BJP has been able to create for itself as a party that came to the state in 2021 and created a mark. 2024, it becomes the principal opposition, and 2026, there's a sea of supporters out to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister that is, of course, campaigning in Bengal on behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Live visuals coming to you from Howrah in West Bengal. Now, his visit to Belur Math was also no less than a visual blitz that spoke about how important the Bengal seat is for the BJP, how important it is for BJP to win Bengal, and possibly also how important this election is for the state to change its fate, for the state to enter into what the BJP calls an era of trust over fear. And remember, the BJP since the beginning has been clear. They have made it very, very clear that the Gunda Raj, the jungle Raj, so to say, of the Mamata Banerjee government under the Trinamool Congress, they have said that they're going to clear that entire way out, and that the double-engine Sarkar, the double-engine government, is going to function and take West Bengal again to the golden ages. That is exactly what the BJP has been saying when they say Sonar Bangla. They mean that they will restore the golden age for Bengal. Harsha continues to be with us. In fact, Harsha has been tracking the polls, not just today, but right when the campaigning began. She is in the heart of Bengal, taking a look at every move of the BJP, the TMC. Harsha, speak to us about these visuals and also talk to us about, what do you think could the change look like in case this time around saffron sweeps the streets of Bengal? What changes can we eye? Harsha.
So if the deciding factor has to be in West Bengal, it has to be such movement only. If you see in the history of West Bengal in 1980s, 1960s, and in the 2000s as well, during the movement of Jyoti Basu or during the movement of Mamata Banerjee, both these movement of these both leaders, be it left movement or the Mamata movement, the movement culminated in the sweeping mandate. West Bengal has hardly seen a fractured verdict. Not in the left period, not in the Mamata period. West Bengal has never seen a fractured mandate or verdict. West Bengal has every time given a sweeping mandate, and this is what BJP is also expecting, that it would not be a sweeping, it would not be a fractured verdict. This time people are very silent voters. We were not speaking too confidently. We have covered elections in 2024 parliamentary elections, and in fact in 2021 Assembly constituency, I myself was in Murshidabad. The level of violence was immensely high. There was 3 times more violence in Murshidabad than the time I'm reporting right now here in West Bengal. And so from that time to till the time, we can clearly say that time Mamata Banerjee and the TMC was very confident. The confidence was clearly in the speeches, the roadshow, in the allegations from the side of TMC. But this time, even TMC party is not pretty sure. They're not confident because the kind of turnout, because the kind of crazy crowd we see right now, we have been witnessing in the road shows of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If you've seen Gesu, the Jhalmodi reel, the Jhalmodi content, the content that Prime Minister himself made from the Kuch Bihar, the reels which came out from the Prime Minister's road show, those were speaking of the wave of the change, of the wave of the turnout which is going to be in this election. And the 90% historic voting which has happened, Gesu, it's still now till 5 o'clock. Till 6 o'clock it will be much more higher. And that's a historic turnout of voting in West Bengal. And this is one thing we should never forget, that yes, if citizens have the right of voting in the festival of democracy, it's one person, one vote, the right to vote, and that citizen decides who is going to be on throne and who is not going to be on throne.
Harsha, you have... Yes, and you have been on ground. You were in between people. You were forced with consequences of reporting on a heavy election day like this one. In fact, you also said that you have seen people who have come out and they are taking the TMC's name now when it comes to violence. In fact, TMC is now equals to violence in West Bengal, and people have the courage to voice their dissent against the party out. And that also in itself reflects a change, that reflects a wave of shifting change from how threatened people of Bengal and the voters of Bengal were from yesteryears under the TMC rule. Not just the TMC, but also this practice of, poll violence, poll threatening, booth rigging began with the CPIM and the left alliances. And then when they lost power and TMC took over, the violence only got worse and worse over yesteryears. Harsha, in fact, take a look at this. That is Mamata Banerjee's roadshow on one side of the screen. Completely empty, barely any supporters that you see. In fact, the people who you are looking at are all TMC party workers, marching right behind their party supremo, because what other choice would they have? But take a look at the contrast that Prime Minister Modi's roadshow is bringing to this, to this campaigning, to the heated campaigning that's ongoing in West Bengal. A sea of supporters. In fact, as the lens zooms out, you can only see people. For as far as the eyes can reach, there are people everywhere excited, waving at the Prime Minister. And of course, this speaks volumes about what the BJP has been able to establish for itself in West Bengal. Harsha.
Yes, Gesu, and in the year of 2021 or 2024 also, we have never seen such such craze of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in West Bengal. At that time, there was so much of fear and intimidation from the side of TMC that whenever a roadshow or a Padyatra of PM or HM used to be planned, at that time the fear was of a crazy level. The police officials all didn't give any security clearance for the BJP to do any sort of roadshow, but that has not happened this time. You see the entire machinery, transfer postings, with the new officers coming in, taking their places, with Election Commission ensuring that the officers who are who closely work with TMC are removed from their position, they're transferred to a different state, and the officers who can work without any biasness, they should take the lead. And with that, those all things, even BJP was able to hold its roadshows, padyatras, and public rallies very well. And these are the visuals you rightly said, Gesu. There are two visuals on our screen. One of Mamata Banerjee's padyatra, one of Prime Minister's roadshow, and both the visuals are speaking a lot. Even if we both don't speak, we can clearly see in Mamata Banerjee's roadshow that hardly the citizens, the localized people are very less in number. While in PM Modi's roadshow, the people who have gathered there are not only from the Howrah, from the Khidilpur, from the South 24 Pargana region, but I guess there are people from more and more blocks of central Kolkata as well to have a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That speaks that people of Bengal very well know that the state, which used to contribute 25% in the industrial growth in the entire country, has fallen down to 3%, just 3%. Poverty in this state of West Bengal at its peak. The state, with particular Mamata Banerjee and left leaders, now is 100 years back, 100 years backwards. It's what people say. And this state right now needs development, because this election, Gesu, is a deciding factor. What the people of Bengal want. They want development or they want the infiltration. And they have to choose between reform, restraint versus continuously speaking about cultural sentiment. In the entire election campaign, Mamata Banerjee only has spoken about Ma Mati Manush. She only in a desperate attempt has been stating that if the BJP comes in power, people will not be allowed to have march and bhat, which every time BJP leaders have spoken about, that they very well respect the Bengali sentiment. Peter Anurag Thakur relishing the march bhat that day that we interviewed him, or Amit Shah himself opening when he's speaking about the cultural sentiment of Bengalis. In fact, Yogi Adityanath is stating that this will not be a Urdu state. This is a Bangla state. This is very much the state of the Bengalis, not of the minorities.
Harsha, in fact, also, you know, one can't help but notice that in the TMC, the Mamata Banerjee's Pad Yatra, like you also pointed out, the only flags of the TMC that are being raised are by the party workers. But on the other hand, when you look at, you know, Prime Minister Modi's BJP roadshow, you see the supporters waving the BJP flag. So it also speaks volumes about one trying to brand itself or brand their party as the fit one, and the other party on the other hand, the BJP, coming and making inroads into people's, you know, as people's first choice. People are the ones raising the BJP flags by the side. And in the TMC Padyatra, it was just the party workers holding the party flags, in fact. Harsha.
Yes, Kesu, because it is the organic crowd versus the crowd which has been brought in by the party leaders. In the Prime Minister roadshow, we see that the crowd which is organically, the people who have organically come to meet, to greet, to see their Prime Minister, to wave at him, to smile at him. Because we have seen in this election how Prime Minister has been greeting. We saw those visuals of Jhalmuri, you know, Prime Minister having Jhalmuri Gesu. We both saw, and it was trending on social media platform. The security of PM was standing behind the local citizens. PM was openly cherishing Jhalmuri, the local snack of West Bengal. He was chit-chatting. He was speaking to the people. So this is how the organic connection is with Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now of the Bengali people, of the people here who are locals of the West Bengal. The crowd here is organic. That's what we are speaking about. We both have very well understanding that people here have opened the torchlights of their phone. They are trying to capture the images, the pictures of the Prime Minister roadshow and Prime Minister's security. And on the both sides, we clearly see the people are also following the cavalcade of Prime Minister on the right and left side. And this is not 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers, Gesu. This is much more than that. This roadshow might go till 10 to 12 kilometers, and people waving, and citizens of West Bengal waving at Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the top of their houses, from the top of the terrace, greeting, smiling at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are the issues which we see during election, which tells a lot about the sentiment, the feeling, the emotion of the citizens of West Bengal, and the mood also. The factors also, which will be the deciding factor for who is going to be, who people will elect as their chief minister, who will people elect as their leader this time in West Bengal.
Definitely, Harsha. And in fact, you know, each time that we put this comparison window on between the TMC's Padyatra and the Prime Minister's roadshow in Howrah, it's almost like a reminder of where Bengal's sentiment might be shifting, you know, and this poll must probably come out with a result on the 4th of May that hangs in balance, of course, but that result will also hopefully show exactly what we're seeing on our screens right now. You know, right behind the Prime Minister, sea of supporters who are out here just to catch a glimpse of him. And in fact, right after the first phase of polling in West Bengal ended today, the second phase campaigning has begun with full vigor from the BJP's end. And in fact, this started in Nadia, where he was giving a speech, and you know, he said a lot of things about development. He said a lot of things about how Bengal needs the double engine government. In fact, the Home Minister was in Bengal for about 6 days campaigning for the BJP's push in the first phase of polling. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, also made it to Bengal. He was speaking to Bengalis. He was talking about how the BJP has been able to transform Uttar Pradesh by a double-engine government, and that's exactly what they plan to do with West Bengal also. And now we see the Prime Minister continuing his campaign. He's fronting this entire campaign. His presence, the long presence that he's had in this entire campaign, talks volumes about not just how important the state of Bengal is for the BJP, but also how much support the BJP and the Prime Minister have been able to garner in West Bengal. And that's not an easy job to do at all. Looking at the kind of violence that West Bengal has looked at for the last 2 decades at least, and even longer for that matter. For the last 20 years, the violence that has gripped West Bengal, the voters have always been, they've been threatened, they've been bullied, and their lives have been made difficult, all for practicing their franchise. And at that time, BJP is trying to make inroads, and in fact, voter turnouts have surpassed all records. They've reached 90%, and that's just about till 3 p.m. We are yet to look at the voter turnout that will possibly breach the 90% turnout as well. That comes around 7 p.m., which will reflect the numbers for 5 p.m., right when the first phase of polling ended. But take a look at the visuals in front of you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and, amid security, but also take a look at the huge sea of supporters on both ends of this rally. Harsha, in fact, these visuals, coming in, and right after the voter turnout was also announced, and BJP, in fact, the Prime Minister himself saying that a larger voter turnout will mean that this time Bengal is going to see a saffron sweep. So all these pieces put together, it seems like this is working in BJP's favor. And of course, all eyes remain on May 4th, the D-Day, the counting day that decides the fate of Bengal and the BJP in West Bengal. Harsha.
Yes, Kesu, and I think that's the reason why Rahul Gandhi himself today came out, and while he spoke to media, I think he's the very first one of all the leaders to say that if Mamata Banerjee would have ruled fairly in the state of West Bengal, BJP wouldn't have got such an entry in the state of West Bengal, and they wouldn't be in a situation to form a government. You imagine Mr. Gandhi, one of the opposition party leaders of the India Alliance, where TMC is also a part of, and he came out and he very well knows that Mamata Banerjee has lost. Mamata Banerjee has lost this battle which is now a battle of, battle of development, battle of reform, battle of restraint. This battle is clearly won by BJP. This none of other leaders, but Rahul Gandhi only has hinted. That means the political spectrum of this election is huge, is large. And if you would have asked anyone in West Bengal, let's say 20 days ago, when we were reporting on ground, at that particular time, no one was speaking about the saffron wave. No one was speaking about how slowly BJP has entered each and every pocket advantages.
Yeah.
How the Karyakartas door to door are explaining about how important it is for them a development. They have to think about the development of the state rather than losing themselves to these schemes of 1,500, of 1,000. They don't have to rely on schemes. They have to depend on the jobs creation, which only BJP can
Definitely,
get.
Harsha. Harsha, in fact, we will continue the conversation for as long as the roadshow goes. But for now, we're just taking in a short commercial break. But we'll come back right to the Prime Minister's heavy, high-duty campaigning that's on for the second phase of polling in West Bengal on the 29th of April. This and a lot more on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced
Prime Minister in Bengal in a high-stakes rally, a roadshow that's ongoing in Howrah right after the first phase voting ended. BJP's push now towards the second phase of polling, and Bengal has already surpassed its record voter turnout, which stands at 90% until 3 p.m. Getting you all the details after this short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे। अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है। क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे। टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है? सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also
Good evening, welcome to our Global. Today, viewers, we are covering major global developments that are happening, shaping markets and geopolitics. From the deepening energy crisis and rising tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, including Iran's reported seizure of 2 container ships and a stranded captain story, to escalating political controversies in the United States after fresh remarks linked to Donald Trump and criticism over immigration rhetoric targeting India has been seen. Today, we're also going to cover a major story on the global energy crisis and the escalating geopolitical tensions threatening the global supply chains. We're also going to cover the escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's reported seizure of 2 container ships amid rising regional conflict. Apart from this, viewers, we're going to play the video of the captain stranded in Strait of Hormuz for over 50 days. And as we move forward, another major story covers Trump racist comments pointing towards India. Let's also tell you what our headlines are at this hour. The IEA warns of unprecedented energy shock as the Strait of Hormuz tensions threaten global supply chains and economic stability. Trump sparks controversy after reposting Hellhole's remark as birthright citizenships face renewed legal and political scrutiny in the United States. Trump sparks controversy after reposting this, and thousands of, we're also now being told, employees and reposting the Hellhole's remark, birthright citizenship faces renewed legal political scrutiny in the US, and thousands of Samsung employees are also staging a protest demanding higher bonuses and better pay amid soaring semiconductor profits driven by the global AI boom. The global energy crisis is now entering dangerous territory. The International Energy Agency has issued its starkest warning yet, calling this the biggest energy shock in history. With the Strait of Hormuz turning into a geopolitical flashpoint and supply chains under strain, the world could be staring at a prolonged economic fallout.
The head of the International Energy Agency said that the world is facing the biggest energy crisis in the history.
We are facing the biggest energy crisis in the history. We had 3 in the last 50 years, 73 oil crisis, 79 oil crisis, and the 4 years ago, the natural gas crisis after Russia-Ukraine conflict. The amount of today, as of today, oil and gas we lost in this war is much bigger than all 3 crises put together in terms of oil and gas. Plus, there are vital commodities that we are losing, petrochemicals, fertilizers, helium, sulfur, altogether a major issue.
He also claimed that there will be a major response to the crisis.
So I am expecting, dear colleagues, there will be a similar response in all parts of the economy, car manufacturing industry, electric industry, and in the industry sector. It is now the job of the governments to design their energy policies.
The director also added that now it is the job of the government to design their energy policies in terms of the industrial sector.
I believe there will be a major response to this crisis as well on the energy side. And we are more fortunate now than 50 years ago because we have now many available technologies with us which are cost effective.
The conflict has already sent gas prices skyrocketing far beyond the region. Due to the increase of the gas prices, the costs of food and a wide array of other products have also increased. The longer the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the more severe and widespread the effects will be. With Iran now claiming complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, the issue escalates with no clear end in sight.
We will be joined by our guest, energy expert Arne Lohmann Rasmussen, joining us from Copenhagen. As I welcome you on the show, Arne, I want to ask you, what is the new oil low? Are we going to be continuing to see this as you're specializing in global energy? We are seeing the warnings that are coming out from the IEA. We're also seeing 20 million barrels of oil used to cross the Strait of Hormuz daily. Now it's caught in a crossfire. What does this mean for our energy needs?
It means that we are in a very severe situation, as Mr. Fatih Birol just said on your screen. It is a very severe situation. But it is also a man-made situation. So of course it can be solved, but we need to have this strait reopened. And I think the big problem here is that, as also Mr. Fatih Birol said, that this is a crisis that deepens for every day. It is like a snowball rolling down a mountain. It becomes bigger and bigger for every day, and it runs faster and faster. And we are in that part of the crisis now. All the vessels that came out of the Persian Gulf has now arrived in Asia, Europe, India, and so on. There is no more coming. But even if we get a magic reopening tomorrow, which I am afraid we're not going to see, but if we did, it will take a long time for the market to normalize, and I'm pretty sure we will not go back to the prices, neither for gas/LNG or for oil and oil products that we saw before the war started. There are simply too many infrastructure facilities destroyed in the Persian Gulf, especially in LNG, but also refineries. It will take a long time before the vessels arrive. It's like a puzzle. You take it and you throw it up in the air, and all the small pieces drops on the floor, and you have to put them together. And at the same time, you might be missing 10 or 20 pieces. So this is a big puzzle, and it will take a long time. And I'm afraid this crisis will extend into the rest of the year, if not more.
Yes, and I was reading what you'd also stated on the social media X platform when it came to Europe and how this crisis is going to be a burden for them for the many years. But a key question here, how quickly can we solve this? Is this solvable, or is this going to be a new world oil order?
Well, what do you mean by oil order? Sorry.
Well, what I'm trying to indicate is there is an energy crisis. How do we look at it continuing, and what do we expect? Do we expect a continuous shortage of oil in the coming years or the coming months?
No, I think that if we get a reopening, the flow is flowing. It will, of course, take some time before especially oil and refined products are back. But when we get that solved, we are in a situation where there is actually enough oil, there is enough refining capacity. But it takes time to reestablish that, to get it back online. And that's what I'm saying. That may take 6 months or 9 months, but I don't think we are talking about several years. LNG, gas, is a specific thing, because we were looking into an outlook before the war where there will be abundance of gas, abundance of LNG, because especially the US...
Arne, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 minute because Donald Trump, the US president, has again spoken. I'll come back to you for some words on that. Donald Trump now has stated, I have ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boat, small boats though they may be. Their naval ships are all, 159 of them, at the bottom of the sea. That is putting mines in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. There is to be no hesitation. Donald Trump, US President, is now saying, I have ordered shoot all ships in Hormuz. Additionally, he says, our mine sweepers are clearing the strait right now. I am hereby ordering that activity to continue, but at a tripled up level. And then he finally goes on to say, thank you for your attention to this matter. I want to clearly ask here what Donald Trump is stating and thinking of doing, as he says he has ordered the US Navy to shoot and kill any boat. Arne, if I could come back to you for your first comments. Trump is ordering all the US Navies to shoot all the ships in Hormuz. It's a clear indication that the war is back on, Arne.
Yeah, I saw the tweet just before I went online here, and yes, it's another escalation. We know that Trump speaks in big words, big letters, but I don't think this will be taken lightly in Iran. And I'm afraid that this may indicate that the ceasefire is over. We will have to see how Iran reacts to this. There are some words in this that I don't understand. For example, the US don't have that many minesweepers, so that would be difficult. They have also declared several times that they have obliterated the Iranian Navy, but they still have these gunboats. That was the one they used yesterday and the day before to shoot at commercial vessels. but this could be the escalation point, and we may see Iran answering back, especially if the US starts actually attacking boats, gunboats, or Iranian military facilities. Then the war is basically back on. But let's see how it develops. But it is, of course, a further escalation of the situation, and I think it underlines what happened over the weekend. Just on Friday, we were hoping that we actually saw a reopening of the strait. We saw de-escalation. Then Iran came out on Saturday, closed the strait, and now this is a further step up the escalation ladder. Yes, I'm a bit concerned about what this imply. Let's see if they actually go through with it and attacking Iranian vessels, both commercial or naval vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. That will be, in my view, a clear breach of the ceasefire.
I completely agree that this is going to be seen as a ceasefire violation. Arnie, but the larger question, suppose there is a gap in the energy because of the Strait of Hormuz that has to come through to us. Can other producers like Saudi Arabia or the US fill the gap if Hormuz continues to be compromised, which the indication of Donald Trump's social media post is indeed it's going to be compromised?
Yeah, because if there's an active war going on, no vessel will be able to go through. That would be far too dangerous. Who can step up? If we look at the U.S. oil production actually fell the first 3 months of the year. So yes, there are oil coming from the U.S., but it's just from the vessels, from the storage. Saudi Arabia, they can step up oil production, but they can't get it out. So there's very few countries that can actually step in here. There is no reserve here. There are the strategic reserves, both in Asia and Europe and the US, and of course we will probably soon see another release of that, but it cannot make up for the 10, maybe 12 million barrels a day that we are missing currently.
All right, Arnie, they're giving us as a special global energy markets the understanding of what lies ahead. I thank you for being with us. Viewers, I'm also going to tell you, thank you. There's another social media tweet now by Donald Trump. And I'm just going to wait across to go to that. But before that, I'm going to tell you, tensions are sharply escalating in one of the world's most critical maritime choke points, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has seized 2 container ships attempting to exit the Gulf, marking its first such action since the recent US-Israel conflict involving Tehran. Visuals that have been released by the Iranian media show armed personnel boarding the vessels mid-sea. The ships identified at MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas were allegedly operating without proper authorization, with IRGC accusing them of tampering with navigation systems.
Iran has seized 2 container ships attempting to leave the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday in what marks its first such action since the US-Israel war on Tehran. Iranian media has now released a video showing armed personnel boarding 2 container ships in the narrow waterway. The footage identified the vessels as MSC Francesca and Epaminondas. The IRGC alleged that the MSC Francesca and the Liberia-flagged Epaminondas were sailing without the necessary authorizations and were tampering with Iran's navigation system. The video showed masked men in a small boat approaching a large vessel and boarding it holding weapons. Iran on Wednesday fired on 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz and seized 2 of them, intensifying its assault on shipping in the key waterway. Iran's move came a day after US President Donald Trump extended a ceasefire while maintaining an American blockade of Iranian ports. The standoff between the US and Iran has effectively choked off nearly all exports through the strait, where 20% of world's traded oil passes in peacetime with no end in sight.
A chilling incident emerging from the heart of the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz, where hundreds of ships remain stranded and amid escalating tensions. An Indian captain, stuck for over 50 days, is now speaking out, describing the situation, the fear, the uncertainty, and the constant surveillance under warlike situations.
Inside the conflict-hit Strait of Hormuz, hundreds of ships remain stranded with nearly 20,000 seafarers caught in the crossfire of rising tensions.
Yes, it is really very disappointing, Since 54 days we are here stranded inside this conflict zone, and the most important, most concerning part is the uncertainty and helplessness, and prolonged stays, delayed repatriations. All these points are very much concerning at the moment.
The vessel carrying crude oil is manned entirely by Indian crew forced to remain on board as the situation worsens.
My crew is under constant stress ever since the war started, since we are stranded inside this conflict zone. And there is nothing much we can do, And as you can see on the screen also, there are hundreds of ships around us, and there are, nearly 20,000 seafarers stranded inside the Persian Gulf.
With threats of attacks looming, the ship is operating under the highest level of maritime security.
Well, we are maintaining level 3 security level on board ship. There are 3 security levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 3 being the highest security level, where we have to do, we have to restrict ourselves strictly on ship. We cannot get down from the ship. Nobody can board the vessel. And we have to maintain the security watches round the clock, and special security measures are there. And we have to keep a very close lookout.
A constant state of alert as the crew scans the skies and sea for threats.
My guys are continuously on watch, watching for the drones, unidentified boats, or missiles, and it is not a regular thing on board ship. So whenever vessel is in in danger zone, in war conflict, or passing through any piracy zone, then we maintain the security level 3, which is highest security level.
With attacks on ships rising and tensions between the US and Iran far from over, thousands of seafarers remain stuck in the Strait of Hormuz waiting for a way out.
And the breaking news coming in as all this is happening is Donald Trump giving another tweet. He's giving another thing on his social media post. He says Iran is having a very hard time figuring out who their leader is. They just don't know. The infighting is between the hardliners who've been losing badly on the battlefields and the moderates who are not very moderate at all. But gaining respect is crazy. Now the important part, viewers. We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. It is sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal. And then he finally goes off in his typical style by saying, "Thank you for your attention to the matter." Viewers, not only this, coming up after a short break, we also tell you how Donald Trump sparks controversy after reposting the hellhole's remark as birthright citizenship faces renewed legal and political scrutiny in the United States. Much more after a short break. Stay on with India's #1 news network.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the
in what could be indicative of a historic change in West Bengal. A massive turnout has been witnessed in the very first phase of polling in the state. Almost 90% recorded by 5 p.m. What does it really mean? We get you an in-depth report at 7:30 p.m. on Super Prime Time with me, Rakshita Mishra.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे। अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है। क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे। टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-1050,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the
in what could be indicative of a historic change in West Bengal. A massive turnout has been witnessed in the very first phase of polling in the state. Almost 90% recorded by 5 p.m. What does it really mean? We get you an in-depth report at 7:30 p.m. on Super Prime Time with me, Rakshita Mishra.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's election day and Tamil Nadu and West Bengal have broken their own records, a pattern we've seen in elections in the last couple of years. Election-bound states breaking their own records, and Tamil Nadu and West Bengal have joined that list. Bumper voting in Tamil Nadu, bumper voting in Bengal, people giving in a decisive mandate. That's our takeaway, and we have some numbers that we will be looking at very, very closely. This is an election where SIR is going to play a very big role. Now, most people don't understand what is the impact of SIR and how it affects voting or the probability of a party winning. We will break down these numbers and tell you why, especially the BJP and the NDA is extremely excited in both Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Here are the headlines this evening. It's a decisive Bengal mandate, 90% bumper voting in West Bengal.
एनडीए की विजय का परचम पूरी शक्ति से लहराना है। कमल खिलना तय है। बंगाल में भी बीजेपी की विजय का जश्न होगा।
Prime Minister says it's going to be a clean BJP sweep in Bengal. Says Mamata's tenure is ending on the 4th of May. Massive BJP roadshow in Bengal. The Prime Minister spent his entire day in Bengal along with Home Minister Amit Shah. %82% turnout in Tamil Nadu, beating its own record once again. Even Tamil Nadu has voted decisively this time. Ladies and gentlemen, a closer look at the numbers today in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, and you see a clear pattern emerging. Now, one will ask,